Table of Contents. Ecology. Indian environmental landscape. Ecology is derived from the Greek words oikos and logos. Oikos translates to home or a place to live, while logos means study or discourse. Thus, at its core, ecology can be described as the study of our natural home, the intricate tapestry of life interwoven with the environments that encompass it. In essence, ecology is a scientific discipline that delves into the myriad relationships among living organisms and their surroundings. It transcends the mere observation of plants and animals, inviting us to explore the dynamic interactions and dependencies that exist within ecosystems. From the smallest microorganisms in the soil to the towering trees in the rainforest, every organism plays a role in the ecosystem's health and balance. This field encompasses the ways in which living beings are shaped and influenced by their environments. Factors such as climate, geography, and available resources dictate survival strategies and evolutionary paths. For instance, in arid regions, plants have developed adaptations to conserve water, while in lush, temperate zones, they may compete fiercely for sunlight and soil nutrients. Understanding these adaptations provides insight into the resilience of life in varying conditions. Ecology also investigates how organisms utilize environmental resources, examining the flow of energy through ecosystems and the cycling of minerals that sustain life. Energy flows from the sun to plants through the process of photosynthesis, creating a foundational layer in the food web. Herbivores, carnivores, and decomposers play critical roles in transferring that energy throughout the ecosystem, demonstrating the interconnectedness of all living beings. Moreover, the concept of mineral cycling, the continual movement of minerals through the ecosystem via processes such as weathering, decomposition, and nutrient uptake, highlights the delicate balance maintained within nature. Each organism, no matter how small, contributes to this cycle, ensuring that resources are recycled and sustained over time. As we navigate the complexities of our environment, it becomes ever more evident that ecological understanding is vital. Recognizing the intricate relationships and dependencies among species encourages a sense of stewardship toward our planet. By safeguarding these connections, we not only protect the rich diversity of life that surrounds us but also ensure the health and sustainability of our shared home for generations to come. Through the lens of ecology, we are reminded that we are all part of a larger whole, intricately connected to one another and to the earth itself. Ecological legacy. 1.1 A journey through ecology's history. The tale of ecology is woven intricately into the very fabric of human history, extending back to the dawn of civilization. Long before the term ecology was even conceived, humans engaged with the natural world in a dynamic interplay, both consciously and subconsciously, as they navigated their existence. In ancient societies, each individual cherished an intimate acquaintance with their environment, recognizing that survival hinged upon a profound understanding of nature's forces, as well as the intricate relationships among plants and animals within their habitat. In India, this connection to the environment is captured vividly in the rich tapestry of ancient texts. The Vedic period, a time of great philosophical reflection and spiritual growth, produced monumental works such as the Vedas, the Samhitas, the Brahmanas, and the Aranyakasupanishads. Within these texts, various ecological principles surface, revealing an early recognition of the interdependence of life forms and the ecological balance essential for harmony. Furthermore, specialized treatises from this era, such as the Charka Samhita and the Sushruta Samhita, shine a light on the sophisticated understanding that ancient Indians possessed regarding plant and animal ecology. The Charka Samhita, a cornerstone of Ayurvedic medicine, includes detailed classifications of animals, emphasizing their habits and habitats. This classification system was not merely academic, it served practical purposes, guiding individuals towards sustainable interaction with their surroundings. The Sushruta Samhita, regarded as one of the earliest surgical texts, also reflects an awareness of ecological dynamics. Ancient medical practitioners understood the significance of land, climate, and vegetation in relation to health and healing. They recognized that various ailments could be traced back to environmental factors, underscoring the necessity of clean air and water. In fact, the Charka Samhita famously articulates that the essentials, air, land, water, and seasons, form the foundation of life itself. It cautions about the dire consequences of pollution, proclaiming that tainted air and contaminated water could inflict serious harm upon one's health. This historical perspective reveals that the roots of ecology are not merely scientific, they encapsulate a philosophy of respect and reverence for nature. Ancient Indian scholars recognized that every element within the ecosystem plays a crucial role in maintaining balance. Our ancestors' insights remind us that a harmonious coexistence with the natural world is imperative, a lesson that resonates as profoundly today as it did millennia ago. As we delve deeper into the chronicles of ecological thought, we uncover not just a discipline of study, but a legacy of wisdom that underscores the interconnectedness of all life and the need for environmental stewardship. Elements of the environment. In the vast tapestry of life, everything that surrounds and impacts an organism is collectively known as its environment. It encompasses a rich array of components, both living and non-living, that interact in an intricate dance of existence. Defined simply, the environment is the cumulative effect of all influences, events, and elements surrounding an organism during its lifespan. At the core of life on Earth is an undeniable truth: all organisms, from the tiniest virus to the most complex human, are intricately connected through their dependency on one another and their environment. They rely on this encompassing system not just for sustenance but also for critical elements such as energy, water, oxygen, and shelter. This interdependence forms a web of life where every organism plays a crucial role in the greater ecological community. The relationship between organisms and their environment is marked by a complex interplay of both biotic, living, and abiotic, non-living, components. This relationship is dynamic, and the environment is not a static entity. It is a living, breathing system where both biotic and abiotic factors are constantly in flux, evolving and changing with time. When we break down the components of the environment, we can categorize them into two fundamental types. 1/TBF, abiotic factors. These include non-living elements such as energy from the sun, various forms of radiation, temperature and heat flow, water in its myriad forms, atmospheric gases including oxygen and carbon dioxide, winds that shape climates, as well as geological features such as soil and topography. These abiotic factors create the physical conditions necessary for life. 2/TBF, biotic factors. Conversely, the living components of an ecosystem include a diverse array of organisms: green plants that harness solar energy, non-green plants that play supplementary roles, animals of all kinds, and decomposers that recycle nutrients back into the ecosystem. Additionally, organisms engage in symbiotic relationships, forming partnerships that are beneficial for survival, while parasites often engage in more exploitative interactions. To illustrate this intricate relationship, let us consider the environment of a fish residing in a tranquil pond. /TBF, external environment of the fish. The external environment of the fish is richly composed of abiotic elements. These include the shimmering light filtering through the water, the temperature fluctuations that occur with the changing seasons, and the water itself, an essential component that carries vital nutrients, oxygen, and organic materials dissolved within it. All of these play a critical role in shaping the fish's existence. the biotic aspects of the fish's external environment are equally vital. This environment teems with microscopic organisms, known as plankton, which form the basis of the aquatic food web. Alongside plankton, there are aquatic plants, diverse animals, and an array of decomposers that break down organic matter, contributing to the nutrient cycle within the pond ecosystem. \TBF Internal environment of the fish. Encased by its outer body surface, the internal environment of the fish is governed by a delicate balance. Unlike its external surroundings, this internal environment is comparatively stable, meticulously regulated to maintain physiological homeostasis. Yet it is not without vulnerability. Injury, illness, or undue stress can disrupt this internal equilibrium. Consider the plight of a marine fish suddenly introduced into a freshwater environment. Such a drastic shift overwhelms its internal systems, leading to dire consequences. The osmotic pressure changes are immense, and without the proper adaptations, the fish succumbs to the altered environment, highlighting the vital importance of environmental compatibility for survival. In conclusion, the environment, with its rich tapestry of abiotic and biotic components, establishes the essential framework for life. Understanding the interconnectedness and dynamic interactions within this framework not only enriches our appreciation for the natural world but also underscores our responsibility to protect and preserve it for future generations. As we navigate through life, we remain intricately entwined in this elaborate web, where every action and every change echoes through the tapestry of existence. Levels of ecological organization. Ecological organization, exploring life's interconnectedness. In the intricate tapestry of life on Earth, ecology is a framework that helps us understand how living organisms interact, thrive, and sustain themselves within their environments. At the heart of this discipline lies a hierarchy of organization that can be broken down into 6 fundamental levels. This organization reveals the complexity and interdependence of life, illuminating the pathways through which energy and nutrients flow, and how species coexist. 1.3.1 Individual. The individual organism serves as the foundation of ecological study. It represents any single living entity capable of independent action or function. This entity can take various forms, from a towering tree or a humble flower to a fluttering butterfly or a resilient bacterium. Each organism is a unique composition of cellular structures, organs, organelles, and other parts that work in harmony to sustain life processes. Whether it is photosynthesis in plants, digestion in animals, or reproduction in fungi, the individual represents the fundamental unit of ecology, characterized by its ability to adapt and respond to the surrounding environment. 1.3.2 Population. Advancing from the individual, we encounter the population, which is defined as a group of organisms of the same species occupying a specific area during a set period. The dynamics of population growth can be insightful. The growth rate reflects the percentage change in the number of individuals over time, indicating whether a population is thriving or dwindling. This rate can shift positively due to births and immigration, or negatively through deaths and emigration. Population growth is intricately influenced by environmental factors, which can be categorized into abiotic components, such as climate, soil, and water, and biotic components, like predators, prey, and available resources. Additionally, population density, the ratio of individuals to the area they occupy, plays a crucial role in understanding the viability of species in a given habitat. High density can lead to competition for resources, while low density might suggest a more abundant resource availability. 1.3.3 Community. Stepping back to observe the bigger picture, we find that individual populations of plants and animals seldom exist in isolation. Life thrives within communities, where various populations interact in complex and interdependent ways. Animals and plants coalesce, forming networks of reliance. Animals consume plants for sustenance, while plants often depend on animals for pollination and seed dispersal, showcasing a symbiotic relationship vital for survival. Communities are generally named after their dominant plant forms, illuminating the identity of their ecosystems. For instance, a grassland community is predominantly characterized by grasses but also includes a diverse array of herbs, shrubs, and trees, along with a host of animal species, each fulfilling a unique role within this ecosystem. Notably, communities are not static, and their size and composition can fluctuate over time. Understanding the dynamic nature of a community reveals much about its resilience and adaptability. Did you know? NASA research has unveiled a fascinating phenomenon. The skies over North India brim with a thick cloud of aerosol particles during specific seasons, accentuated along the southern fringe of the Himalayas, extending into Bangladesh and the Bay of Bengal. This highlights the intricate interplay between ecological processes and atmospheric changes. Types of community. Drawing further on the concept of community, we can classify them into two broad categories based on their size and independence. \TextBF A. Major communities. These expansive, well-structured units operate with a degree of relative autonomy. They primarily harness energy from the sun and rely minimally on exchanges with neighboring communities. An exemplary representation of this is the tropical evergreen forest in northeast India, where a rich biodiversity flourishes under the lush canopy. \TextBF B. Minor communities. In contrast, minor communities, often termed societies, are dependent on their larger counterparts. They represent secondary aggregations where the energy and nutrient dynamics are closely tied to adjacent major communities. A clear example can be found in a mat of lichen thriving on a cow dung pad. Here, the lichen benefits from the organic substrate, forming a critical link in the nutrient cycle. Structure of a community. Within any community, the number of species and the sizes of their populations can vary significantly. The environmental conditions, temperature, humidity, soil type, and sunlight shape not only the characteristics of the community but also the interactions among its members. The characteristic arrangement of species within a community is referred to as its structure. This structure is reflected in various roles played by populations, their geographical ranges, and the type of environment they inhabit. Moreover, the diversity of species, along with the intricate web of interactions, ranging from predatory to mutualistic relationships, serves to maintain ecological balance and resilience. In summary, the study of ecological organization reveals a profound interconnectedness among individuals, populations, and communities. Each level of organization plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that sustains life on our planet, emphasizing the importance of preserving the rich tapestry of biodiversity that exists in our ecosystems. By understanding these levels, we can better appreciate and protect the environment that nourishes us all. Indian ecosystems. 1.3.4 Ecosystem. At the heart of our planet's intricate web of life lies the ecosystem, a dynamic structural and functional unit of the biosphere. This concept encompasses a diverse community of living beings, plants, trees, animals, birds, fish, microorganisms, interacting with their physical environment, which includes water, soil, air, and sunlight. These life forms and their surroundings engage in constant exchanges of energy and materials, creating a complex tapestry of interactions that sustain the delicate balance of nature. Ecosystems come in all shapes and sizes, ranging from the tiniest microhabitat of a single tree to the expansive stretches of entire forests or oceanic regions. Regardless of their scale, Each ecosystem is a self-sustaining entity where every species and component plays an integral role. The interconnectedness of these elements means that a change or disruption in any one part can reverberate through the entire system, impacting flora, fauna, and the environment alike. The hallmark of a healthy ecosystem, or a sustainable one, is the existence of equilibrium among its various elements, allowing them to thrive and regenerate over time. Differentiating ecology, environment, and ecosystem. Consider the analogy of a learning institution like the Shankar IS Academy. Here, ecology can be viewed as the scientific study of the relationships between students and the academy as a whole. The actual academy represents the environment in which students pursue their education, while the specific conditions surrounding those students, including teachers, textbooks, peer groups, and curriculum, form what we would characterize as the ecosystem. Components of ecosystem. The components of an ecosystem can be categorized into two major types, abiotic and biotic. 1/TBF, abiotic components. These are the non-living, inorganic parts of the ecosystem which include \TBF, soil, a fundamental component that provides nutrients and habitat for numerous organisms. \TBF, water, essential for all forms of life, facilitating biochemical reactions and serving as a habitat itself. \TBF, air, the essential mix of gases that organisms breathe. \TBF, light energy, primarily from the sun. This energy drives photosynthesis, the foundation of food webs. These abiotic factors are critical determinants of where and how well various organisms can exist. While they interact with one another, the alteration of a single component can significantly restrict an organism's range and survival. \TBF, energy, solar energy fuels life processes. Plants capture this energy through photosynthesis, creating carbohydrates, which are then consumed by animals, who obtain energy indirectly. \TBF, rainfall, water is indispensable for biochemical reactions and regulating temperature, besides serving as a habitat for many aquatic organisms. \TBF, temperature. Many organisms have specific temperature ranges that dictate their survival. Too much heat or cold can be detrimental. \TBF, atmosphere. Earth's atmospheric conditions create a stable environment conducive to life forms. \TBF, substratum. The land, imbued with soil, is a thriving habitat for diverse organisms from plants to microbes which penetrate the earth seeking vital resources. \TBF, materials. Organic materials arise from decomposed matter, while inorganic materials, like carbon dioxide and nutrients, are crucial for all organisms. \TBF, latitude and altitude. Geographic coordinates influence temperature and climate patterns, generating diverse biomes that host unique forms of life. Wildlife adapts to variations in altitude, exhibiting unique characteristics at higher elevations. 2\TBF, biotic components. These include all living organisms within an ecosystem, particularly categorized as producers and consumers. \TBF, primary producers, autotrophs, predominantly green plants, algae, and certain bacteria. These organisms convert sunlight into glucose through photosynthesis, forming the base of the food web. \TBF, consumers, heterotrophs. These are organisms that cannot produce their own food and must consume other life forms. They are further divided into \TBF, macro consumers, including herbivores, example cows, rabbits, secondary consumers, example wolves, and carnivores, example lions, which feed on others in the food chain. \TBF, micro consumers, decomposers, such as bacteria and fungi. they play a vital role by breaking down dead organic material. This decomposition releases essential nutrients back into the ecosystem, promoting soil fertility. Overall, ecosystems can be classified into natural ecosystems, which may be terrestrial, like forests, grasslands, and deserts, or aquatic, such as freshwater or marine habitats. Ecosystems have an inherent capacity for self-regulation, allowing them to maintain homeostasis, a state of equilibrium that enables continuity and resilience in the face of external stresses. Goods and services of ecosystems. Ecosystems provide countless goods and services that are vital for sustaining life and enabling human activities. These include food, fuel, and fiber production, provision of shelter and building resources, air and water purification, waste detoxification and decomposition, climate stabilization and moderation of weather extremes, soil fertility regeneration and nutrient cycling, pollination of plants, pest and disease control, maintenance of genetic diversity necessary for agriculture and medicine, cultural and aesthetic enrichment that enhances human experience. Ecotones and their significance. An ecotone is the transitional area where two or more distinct ecosystems converge. For instance, the mangrove forests serve as an ecotone between marine and terrestrial ecosystems, providing unique interactions and species compositions. Ecotones are characterized by fluctuating environmental conditions that foster species diversity, linear configurations that allow for gradual changes in species prevalence, an edge effect where certain species thrive in the transition, often leading to greater population densities than either adjacent ecosystem. Understanding niche. A niche describes the unique functional role a species plays within an ecosystem, encompassing its habitat, dietary needs, reproductive habits, and the physical and chemical environment it requires to thrive. The concept of the niche is vital for conservation efforts, as understanding these parameters helps ensure that the needs of species are met in their native habitats. Community initiatives for environmental awareness. To further the relationship between humans and nature, initiatives such as the Nagarvana Udyan Yojana and the School Nursery Yojana have been introduced. These programs aim to develop urban forests within city limits, promoting biodiversity and ecological education. The School Nursery Yojana focuses on fostering deeper ties between students and the environment, nurturing a generation that values and works towards nature conservation. Recognizing biomes. The earthy diversity of biomes across the globe is awe-inspiring. Each biome, defined by its unique temperatures, precipitation levels, flora, and fauna, holds distinct ecological significance. No two biomes are identical, they serve as living representations of our planet's ecological variety, shaped by climatic and geographical conditions. In summary, ecosystems are not merely collections of organisms, they embody the intricate relationships that sustain life on Earth. By understanding these vital systems, we can appreciate their importance and strive for their preservation, ensuring a balanced planet for future generations. Biosphere. Life, in all its vibrant forms, thrives within a delicate layer of our planet called the biosphere. This unique zone represents a beautifully intertwined world where the atmosphere, our air, the hydrosphere, our water, and the lithosphere, our land, work in harmony to support life. If we were to imagine Earth as a seemingly perfect apple, the biosphere would equivalently be a mere whisper of its skin, encapsulating all that is alive and dynamic in the realm of existence. Within this narrow boundary of life, an astonishing variety of organisms flourish. The biosphere extends from a depth of approximately 200 meters, about 660 feet, beneath the ocean's waves to heights of around 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet, soaring above sea level. It is here, in this vibrant zone, that life is exuberantly manifest. Yet, there are areas where life finds it challenging to gain a foothold. The extreme north and south poles, the towering peaks of the highest mountains, and the shadowy depths of the ocean are largely devoid of life. The harsh and inhospitable conditions found in these locations are simply too severe for organisms to survive. Occasionally, in the lofty heights exceeding 8,000 meters, one might stumble upon dormant spores of fungi and bacteria. However, these microorganisms are not active, rather, they symbolize a ghostly echo of life waiting for conditions to be right for metabolic processes to begin anew. The vitality of the biosphere is not solely reliant on the presence of life itself but on the infinite dance of energy and nutrients that fuels it. The sun, a blazing ball of energy, reigns supreme in this realm, providing the light and warmth necessary for life to flourish. Within this living tapestry, vital nutrients are continually regenerated and cycled through the air, water, and soil. This remarkable recycling of essential elements ensures that life persists, evolving and adapting in response to whatever challenges arise. However, it is vital to note that life is not evenly spread across this vibrant biosphere. The polar regions are witness to only a scant assortment of hardy organisms, enduring the frigid temperatures and icy conditions. In stark contrast, the tropical rainforests teem with an extraordinary richness of biodiversity, hosting an astonishing 50% of the Earth's known species. These lush and verdant landscapes represent the pinnacle of ecological complexity and beauty, standing in sharp opposition to the stark simplicity of life at the extremes. In our quest for understanding and protecting these vital ecosystems, initiatives like the Environmental Information System, ENVIS, have come into play. Launched in 1982 as a visionary central sector scheme under the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, ENVIS aims to weave together national efforts to gather, compile, store, and disseminate crucial environmental information. Through dedicated websites, the program aspires to address various themes related to our environment, fostering a collective consciousness regarding our role in preserving the delicate balance of life. Indeed, the biosphere, the cradle of existence, is a remarkable marvel, one that demands our attention and care. By understanding its intricacies and acknowledging its needs, we can safeguard the planet that sustains us, ensuring that life continues to flourish in all its myriad forms. Functions of an ecosystem. Overview. The intricate workings of an ecosystem present a mesmerizing tapestry of life woven together by myriad interactions and interdependencies. At its core, an ecosystem operates as a comprehensive and dynamic system, one that is ever-changing and multifaceted. To truly grasp the essence of how an ecosystem functions, we can explore its operations through three pivotal dimensions: energy flow, nutrient cycling, and ecological succession. First and foremost is energy flow, the lifeblood of any ecosystem. Beginning with the radiant energy of the sun, this flow initiates a series of remarkable transformations. Through the process of photosynthesis, plants, often regarded as the foundation of the ecosystem, harness sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into glucose and oxygen. This energy-rich glucose becomes food, not just for the plants themselves, but also sustains herbivores, which in turn become nourishment for carnivores. The process continues up the food chain, illustrating a continuous ebb and flow of energy that sustains life forms at various levels. As energy transitions from one organism to another, it dissipates in the form of heat, a reminder of nature's law of thermodynamics, that while energy is constantly flowing, it is never completely retained, shaping the delicate balance needed to maintain ecological integrity. Equally vital is the process of nutrient cycling, often referred to as biogeochemical cycles. In essence, this cycle pertains to the movement and transformation of essential elements like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus through various components of the ecosystem: soil, air, waters, and living organisms. Decomposers, such as bacteria and fungi, play a crucial role in this cycle, breaking down dead matter, which releases nutrients back into the soil. This rebirth of nutrients is fundamental, as it allows plants to draw them in, thus continuing the cycle. The seamless transfer of these nutrients ensures that every living organism, no matter how small, maintains its role within the ecosystem, contributing to a balance that promotes growth and health across the biological spectrum. Lastly, we delve into ecological succession, the natural progression of an ecosystem over time. This phenomenon can be likened to a grand performance, where the stage transforms in stages, from something barren to a lush and thriving habitat. Initially, when an area is disturbed, be it by natural events such as wildfires or human interference, pioneer species often make their appearance. These hardy organisms, such as lichens and mosses, possess the unique ability to adapt to and modify their environment, creating conditions that allow other species to flourish. As time progresses, the ecosystem becomes more complex, with different plant and animal species establishing themselves, leading to a rich biodiversity. This gradual development is not just a transformation, it's a testament to nature's resilience and capacity for rebirth, ultimately resulting in a stable ecosystem known as a climax community. So, the function of an ecosystem is more than just a collection of life forms. It is a symbiotic relationship characterized by the flow of energy, the cycling of nutrients, and the ever-evolving journey of ecological succession. Each component is interlinked, forming a dynamic system that not only supports life but also responds to the challenges it faces. Understanding these intricate functions offers us a deeper appreciation of the natural world and emphasizes the importance of preserving the delicate tapestries that sustain the myriad forms of life on our planet. Dynamics of energy. Chapter 2: Energy Flow in Ecosystems. 2.1 Understanding Energy Flow. At the heart of every living organism lies energy, the vital force that powers metabolic activities, encompassing everything from growth to reproduction. This energy travels through the ecosystem in a linear path, a journey known as energy flow, which always moves in one direction, from producers to top consumers. To fully grasp how energy flows within an ecosystem, we must delve into the interactions that occur at various trophic levels, essential layers within the food web that illustrate how organisms are interconnected by their nutritional requirements. 2.1.1 Trophic Level Interaction. The concept of trophic levels is rooted in the Greek word trophy, meaning nourishment. This hierarchical structure categorizes organisms based on their role in the food chain. \TBF, autotrophs, these are green plants, referred to as producers, which harness sunlight to create their own food through photosynthesis. \TBF, primary consumers, herbivores fall into this category, feeding directly on autotrophs for energy. \TBF, secondary consumers, these are carnivores that prey on primary consumers. \TBF, tertiary consumers, this group consists of carnivores that feed on secondary consumers. \TBF, quaternary consumers, at the top of the food chain are the apex predators, or top carnivores, who have no natural enemies. It is crucial to understand that energy transmission through these trophic levels is a one-way stream, moving from lower levels, the producers, to higher levels, herbivores and carnivores. Notably, energy does not revert from carnivores back to herbivores or producers, emphasizing the unidirectional nature of energy flow. As energy is transferred from one trophic level to the next, a portion is lost as heat, leading to a decrease in usable energy at each successive level. Consequently, ecosystems generally maintain no more than 4 to 6 trophic levels. Beyond that limit, insufficient energy exists to sustain additional organisms. Each trophic level signifies how many steps an organism is from the primary energy source, the producers. Exploring trophic level interactions introduces us to three key concepts. 1. \TBF, food chain. 2. \TBF, food web. 3. \TBF, ecological pyramids. 2. Point to the food chain. In the intricate tapestry of ecosystems, organisms are intricately linked through their feeding relationships. This interconnectedness forms a food chain, a linear sequence in which one organism consumes another, starting with sunlight-fed producers and culminating with apex consumers. \TBF, did you know? The phenomenon of hibernation varies significantly across species. Unlike the substantial drop in body temperature characteristic of true hibernators, such as ground squirrels, bears experience a different form of dormancy. During hibernation, bears enter a deep, restful sleep, only experiencing a slight temperature decline. While they do not awaken frequently, a mother bear will rouse from her slumber to give birth during the early months of the year. In contrast, Asiatic bears residing in warmer climates do not undergo true hibernation, as food remains plentiful throughout the year. As energy is consumed, the food chain transforms it. Plants capture solar energy and convert it into chemical energy through photosynthesis. Herbivores graze on this plant matter, further converting the energy into animal biomass, which is then consumed by larger carnivores. 2.2.1 Types of food chains. In the diverse realms of nature, two primary types of food chains emerge, each playing its crucial role. \TBF, I, grazing food chain. This food chain initiates with living green plants, which serve as the primary energy source. Herbivores that graze on these plants represent the first consumers in this chain. In terrestrial ecosystems, consider the pathway. Grass is consumed by a hungry caterpillar, which is in turn eaten by a lizard, culminating in the snake that preys on the lizard. In aquatic environments, the progression is slightly altered. Phytoplankton, the primary producers of the aquatic biosphere, provide sustenance for zooplankton, which then become a meal for fish. Finally, those fish become nourishment for birds like pelicans. \TBF, 2. Detritus food chain. Contrasting the grazing chain, the detritus food chain begins with the decomposition of dead organic matter, be it plant material or the remains of decaying animals. This chain is kickstarted by microorganisms that break down this matter into nutrient-rich compounds. Following the microorganisms, detritivores such as earthworms consume the decomposing organic matter. These organisms are then preyed upon by larger consumers, such as chickens, which may eventually find themselves in the sights of predatory birds like hawks. The fundamental difference between the grazing and detritus food chains lies in their initial energy sources. The grazing food chain derives its energy from living plant biomass, while the detritus food chain taps into the energy locked within decaying organic matter. Furthermore, these two chains are interconnected, as the waste and remains from the grazing food chain serve as the initial energy source for the detritus chain. In essence, the intricate workings of energy flow and trophic interactions illustrate the delicate balance of ecosystems and the importance of every single organism within these networks. Understanding this complex web not only sheds light on how life sustains itself but also underscores our responsibility to protect these delicate environments for future generations. Trophic dynamics. 2.3 Food web. In the intricate tapestry of an ecosystem, the concept of a food chain serves as a fundamental thread representing a singular path of energy and nutrient flow. However, this portrayal can be misleading. A food chain simplifies these complex interrelationships into a linear pattern, implying isolated connections that rarely match up with the reality of nature. Instead, ecosystems thrive on a multitude of interactions, leading to a more complicated structure aptly named the food web. Imagine an ecosystem as a vast network of interdependent food chains, each intricately woven together. At the heart of this web lies a rich assortment of food resources, particularly concentrated at lower trophic levels. This means that the same food source is often consumed by multiple species across different chains, highlighting the interconnectedness of life. A food web encompasses all potential transfers of energy and nutrients among various organisms within an ecosystem. In contrast to the succinct flow of a food chain, which outlines a single pathway of consumption, the food web paints a broader picture of ecological interactions, illustrating how life sustains itself in diverse and overlapping ways. Visualizing a grassland ecosystem can further illustrate this concept. Consider the various relationships among its inhabitants: a rabbit munching on tender grass, a grasshopper hopping from blade to blade, or a goat grazing contentedly. Each of these herbivores feeds on the same fundamental resource, showcasing how grasses form a crucial connection in the food web. In turn, these herbivores become sustenance for an array of carnivores, including foxes, hawks, and snakes, creating multiple pathways of energy transfer. The resilience of a food web is particularly noteworthy. If one intermediary link, the herbivore, for instance, is removed, the consequences ripple through the network. Predators that relied on that herbivore may struggle to find food, leading to a potential decline in their populations. Conversely, the presence of diverse feeding options enhances the survival prospects of many organisms. An ecological balance is maintained, allowing various species to thrive even during times of scarcity. Seasonality adds another layer of complexity to these food relationships. Just as human diets often change with the season, enjoying refreshing watermelon during the summer heat and savoring hearty peaches in winter, so too do the availability and preferences of food shift within animal populations. This seasonal variability leads to a dynamic food web, where certain species may alter their eating habits based on changing environmental cues. Consider for a moment the fascinating world of cetaceans, dolphins, porpoises, and whales. These remarkable marine mammals form distinct yet vital links in their own aquatic food webs. Characterized by their lack of hind limbs and the presence of a blowhole for breathing, cetaceans are not fish. They embody the remarkable adaptations necessary for life in the water, navigating complex ecosystems where their feeding relationships also play a significant role in maintaining ecological balance. Ultimately, the food web serves as a powerful reminder of the interconnected and dynamic nature of ecosystems. It emphasizes how each organism, no matter how small, contributes to the grand design of life on Earth. By understanding these intricate food webs, we gain insight into the delicate balance that sustains biodiversity and the importance of preserving these ecosystems for generations to come. Ecological pyramids. In the intricate web of life that defines an ecosystem, the various trophic levels, each playing a unique role in the flow of energy and matter, can be visualized using the concept of ecological pyramids. These pyramids, often depicted diagrammatically, illustrate the hierarchical structure that begins with producers at the base and culminates with top carnivores at the tip. Stacked between these two extremes are the various consumer levels, neatly organized from primary consumers, herbivores, to secondary and tertiary consumers, carnivores. Each level of this pyramid is represented by horizontal bars where the length of these bars conveys the total number of organisms present at each trophic level. As we ascend the pyramid, we observe a clear trend: the number of individuals, biomass, and energy generally diminish as we move from producers to higher trophic levels. This reduction forms the characteristic pyramid shape, a fundamental idea that encapsulates the organization of energy transfer within ecosystems. Ecological pyramids can be classified into three distinct categories. 1. \TBF, pyramid of numbers. 2. \TBF, pyramid of biomass. 3. \TBF, pyramid of energy or productivity. Pyramid of numbers. This pyramid serves as a vivid illustration of the relationship between the abundance of primary producers and the consumers at each level. It graphically represents the total count of individuals from different species that belong to each trophic level within an ecosystem. However, this pyramid can take a variety of shapes, sometimes upright, while at other times inverted, depending on the organism sizes present at each level. A. Upright pyramid of numbers. In an upright pyramid of numbers, the individual count decreases from the lower levels, i.e., producers, to the higher levels, i.e., top carnivores. This is particularly evident in a grassland ecosystem, where grasses make up the expansive base due to their high abundance. Following the grasses, the primary consumers, such as grasshoppers, hold the next position, with their numbers naturally fewer than that of the grasses. As we progress upward, the primary carnivores, like rats that prey on these grasshoppers, are even fewer in number, followed by secondary carnivores, such as snakes, that feed on rats. Ultimately, at the top, we find apex predators like hawks, marking the tip of this pyramid. B. Inverted pyramid of numbers. Conversely, an inverted pyramid occurs in ecosystems such as forests, where a small number of large producers, like towering trees, constitute the base of the pyramid. Here, the herbivores, such as birds that feed on these few trees, represent the next higher trophic level. Following them are parasites that thrive on the birds, and the hyperparasites that feed on these parasites. This unique structure illustrates that, contrary to the upright pyramid, the number of individuals increases as we move up the trophic levels in this specific ecosystem. However, counting all the organisms to create a pyramid of numbers can be tricky. Because of variations in organism size, assessing true numbers can introduce biases, leaving the pyramid of numbers somewhat limited in its ability to define the complete trophic structure of an ecosystem. Pyramid of biomass. To address the limitations posed by the pyramid of numbers, ecologists often reference the pyramid of biomass. This method shifts focus from counting individuals to weighing them, thereby capturing the total dry weight of all organisms at each trophic level at a particular moment in time. This measurement overcomes the size variance challenge, as it weighs all organism types within a trophic level. A. Upward pyramid of biomass. In terrestrial ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass typically exhibits an upward structure, featuring a substantial base formed by autotrophic primary producers. As we ascend this pyramid, the biomass of primary consumers is less than that of producers, and the secondary consumers weigh even less in comparison. At the top, this pyramid peaks with the top carnivores, which poses the least biomass, exemplifying a consistent decline in biomass with each advancing trophic level. B. Inverted pyramid of biomass. However, the dynamics change in aquatic ecosystems where the pyramid of biomass can take on an inverted form. Here, minuscule phytoplankton may serve as the primary producers, rapidly growing and reproducing. In this scenario, the biomass of consumers could exceed that of the producers, resulting in a smaller base supporting relatively heavier top trophic levels. Pyramid of energy. When assessing the functional roles across trophic levels in an ecosystem, the energy pyramid emerges as the most fitting tool. This pyramid aligns with the laws of thermodynamics, demonstrating how solar energy is converted to chemical energy and heat as it moves upward through the trophic levels. Each transfer of energy reflects a loss, creating an upward trajectory that becomes characteristic of energy pyramids. To provide clarity, consider an ecosystem receiving a daily influx of 1000 calories of solar energy. Rather than being entirely utilized, a significant portion is lost through reflection or inefficiency within primary producers. Of the absorbed energy, only a fraction, let's say 100 calories, is stored. As herbivores like deer feed on these plants, they too lose energy to metabolic processes, storing just 10 calories for higher trophic levels. Consequently, the energy available for top carnivores, such as lions, drastically diminishes, further affirming that the energy pyramid must always rise, reflecting decreasing available energy as one ascends. The concept of the energy pyramid also offers essential insights into biological magnification, a phenomenon where toxic substances become increasingly concentrated at higher trophic levels within the food chain. Understanding ecological pyramids and the interplay of various trophic levels tells us much about the health and functionality of ecosystems. They paint a vivid picture of both the abundance and relationships among different species while enlightening us on the flow of energy that sustains life on our planet. Contaminants and ecological hierarchies. In the delicate balance of ecosystems, a shadow looms in the form of pollutants, particularly those that resist decomposition. These non-degradable pollutants weave their perilous journey through various trophic levels, silently threatening the chain of life. Non-degradable pollutants are substances that living beings cannot metabolize or break down, leading to their persistent presence in the environment. An illustrative example of this category is chlorinated hydrocarbons, which have become notorious for their bioaccumulative properties. The implications of such pollutants are severe and warrant our attention, as they demonstrate the unsettling ability to infiltrate even small concentrations of chemicals in our surroundings. These chemicals can accumulate in organisms, ultimately reaching levels that pose significant health risks. The movement and effects of these pollutants in ecosystems can be primarily understood through two key processes, bioaccumulation and biomagnification. \TBF, bioaccumulation, is the first stage in this troubling narrative, representing how pollutants enter the food chain. This phenomenon occurs when an organism absorbs a pollutant faster than it can be eliminated, leading to an incremental increase in the concentration of the substance within its body over time. The initial stages of bioaccumulation often take place at the base of the food chain, where smaller organisms absorb chemicals from their environment, be it water, soil, or food sources. As we move forward in this tale of ecological disruption, we encounter \TBF, biomagnification, which takes bioaccumulation a step further. This process reveals the chilling truth about how pollutants can magnify in concentration as they ascend the food chain. As predators consume prey, the pollutants that have accumulated in the bodies of the smaller organisms are passed on, often resulting in a staggering rise in concentration at higher trophic levels. In effect, what starts as a minimal presence of a pollutant can grow exponentially, particularly in apex predators. For biomagnification to occur effectively, certain characteristics of the pollutant are crucial. It must be long-lived, allowing it to persist in the environment, mobile, enabling it to travel through ecosystems, soluble in fats, which allows it to be retained in living tissues, and biologically active, meaning it has the potential to affect biological processes within the organisms that ingest it. Conversely, short-lived pollutants tend to break down before causing harm. If a pollutant remains stationary, it is less likely to be absorbed by organisms. Similarly, substances that dissolve easily in water are usually excreted before they can accumulate, while fat-soluble pollutants linger in tissues, quietly wreaking havoc. To monitor the presence of these pollutants, researchers often focus on the fatty tissues of organisms, such as fish. In mammals, a common practice involves analyzing the milk of nursing females. This is particularly revealing since milk contains high levels of fat, which can harbor these persistent toxins. Such assessments are crucial in understanding the prevalence and impact of these pollutants in wildlife, especially as these animals are often more vulnerable to toxins due to their dietary habits and biological processes. However, not all pollutants display biological activity. In such cases, while biomagnification may occur, we often do not treat them with the same urgency, as they are less likely to cause immediate harm. A prominent example of a once worrisome pollutant is DDT, dichlorodenephenyl trichloroethane, which, despite its magnification in food chains, posed risks mainly due to its biological activity. In conclusion, the pathways of non-degradable pollutants through ecosystems reveal a complex web of interactions that can have profound consequences on both wildlife and human health. Understanding these processes, bioaccumulation and biomagnification, not only enhances our knowledge of environmental dynamics but also underscores the importance of vigilance and proactive measures in mitigating the impact of pollutants on our planet. As stewards of the environment, it is our responsibility to recognize the challenges posed by these pollutants and to work towards a cleaner and more sustainable future. Interactions among living organisms. In the intricate tapestry of life on Earth, every organism is intimately connected to another, forming a web of interactions that underpins the functionality of ecosystems. These biotic interactions are not merely incidental, they are the core of survival, shaping the relationships that enable life to thrive in various environments. At the heart of these interactions is /TBF, mutualism, where both parties involved benefit significantly. A classic illustration of this occurs in the realm of pollination, where a pollinator, such as a butterfly or bee, seeks nourishment in the form of nectar. In return, as the pollinator moves from flower to flower, it inadvertently aids in the plant's reproduction by spreading pollen. This symbiotic relationship illustrates the delicate balance and cooperation that can be found in nature. On the other hand, /TBF, commensalism, describes a relationship where one species enjoys the benefits while the other remains unaffected. A prime example is the relationship between dung beetles and cow dung. The dung beetles thrive, finding both food and a nesting site within the dung, while the cows themselves are neither helped nor hindered by their presence, a perfect reflection of nature's complex yet harmonious relationships. However, not all interactions are beneficial. In some cases, species find themselves in a state of /TBF, competition, where they vie for limited resources. When two species target the same food source, for instance, their interactions can lead to detrimental outcomes for both. With insufficient resources, both may experience a scarcity of food, ultimately undermining their chances of survival and reproduction. This highlights the challenges organisms face in their quest for survival amid limited resources. In addition to competition, there are predatory relationships where one species benefits at the expense of another. In the wild, this can be seen when a fish preys upon smaller fish, taking advantage of the latter's vulnerability. Similarly, /TBF, parasitism, operates under the same premise, exemplified by a tick that survives by feeding on the blood of its host. In such scenarios, the parasite thrives while the host suffers, demonstrating nature's often harsh realities. Then there is /TBF, amensalism, a relationship where one organism is harmed while the other remains unaffected. A noteworthy example is when a lofty tree casts its shadow over a small plant, stunting its growth. In this scenario, the larger tree continues its life unaffected, illustrating the sometimes invisible burdens smaller organisms bear in the shadow of their larger counterparts. In contrast, we also find /TBF, neutralism, where two species coexist without bringing benefit or harm to each other. In such interactions, the balancing act of costs and benefits may offset each other entirely, resulting in a relationship that appears indifferent. These relationships highlight the complex dynamics within ecosystems, where two species might occupy the same space and utilize similar resources but manage to live their lives largely unaffected by one another. These varied forms of biotic interactions reflect the complexity of ecological relationships on a grand scale. They illustrate the intricate dance of life, where survival is often contingent upon a series of interdependent relationships. Understanding these interactions not only deepens our appreciation for the delicate balance of nature but also emphasizes the importance of protecting these ecosystems to ensure that all creatures, from the smallest microorganism to the largest tree, can play their vital role in the world. Each interaction, whether harmful or beneficial, is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life forms and the essential fabric that sustains our planet. Nutrient cycling in Indian ecosystems. /TextBF, the interwoven threads of life, understanding ecocycles. In the intricate tapestry of life, everything is connected through the remarkable processes of energy flow and nutrient circulation within ecosystems. These vital mechanisms govern not only the presence and abundance of various organisms but also the metabolic rates at which they function. They lend complexity and richness to the ecosystems that sustain us. At the heart of this system is energy, flowing seamlessly through the web of life. This energy empowers organisms to carry out diverse functions, from growth and reproduction to navigation and survival. Yet, it is essential to understand that energy is ephemeral. It is bound to dissipate as heat, never to be reclaimed within the ecosystem. In stark contrast, nutrients are tenacious and enduring. The nutrients that nourish life, essential elements that constitute food, are on a perpetual journey of recycling, ensuring sustenance for generations to come. For instance, every breath we take may contain atoms that were once inhaled by countless generations before us, our ancestors, animals, and plants, emphasizing our deep connection to the living world around us. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus form the building blocks of life, comprising over 95% of the mass of all living beings. Yet, in addition to these primary elements, approximately 15 to 25 different trace elements are crucial for the health and survival of both flora and fauna. These nutrients travel in circular patterns through the environment, moving from inanimate components into living organisms, and ultimately returning to their non-living counterparts. This remarkable cycle, the biogeochemical cycle, serves as the foundation for ecosystem functions, intertwining the living, bio, with the non-living, geo. /TextBF, nutrient cycling, nature's infinite refill. Nutrient cycling represents a critical concept that embodies the journey of nutrients from their physical surroundings into living beings and back again. This continuous movement is essential for sustaining life across ecosystems. Each region must maintain a stable nutrient cycle, as an imbalance can lead to fragmentation and degradation of the ecological network. Different nutrients exhibit unique cycles, characterized by their particular pathways. Among the most significant are the carbon cycle and the nitrogen cycle. These cycles are integral to the overarching soil nutrient cycle, while many other trace mineral cycles also contribute to ecological balance and diversity. Nutrient cycles can be broadly classified based on the period of replacement and the nature of their reservoirs. For instance, a perfect nutrient cycle replenishes nutrients at the same rate as they are consumed, typical of many gaseous cycles. Conversely, the sedimentary cycles are often imperfect, as they result in nutrient loss due to sedimentation, locking valuable resources away indefinitely. /TextBF, gaseous cycles, the breath of life. The gaseous cycles of water, carbon, and nitrogen are among the most crucial for the ecosystem's vitality. 1/TBF, water cycle, hydrologic cycle. Water is not just a fundamental ecological factor, it is the lifeblood of every ecosystem. Its cyclical journey through evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and infiltration transports essential nutrients, ensuring that life thrives. Water reservoirs, including oceans, lakes, and groundwater, work as a dynamic network, continuously circulating this vital resource. 2/TBF, carbon cycle. Although carbon constitutes a small fraction of the atmosphere compared to oxygen and nitrogen, it is indispensable for life. Carbon dioxide, a major player in photosynthesis, enables plants to convert sunlight into energy. The carbon cycle chronicles its movement, transitioning from the atmosphere into green plants, then entering the animal kingdom. Through respiration and decomposition, carbon re-enters the atmosphere, balancing this short-term cycle with long-term carbon storage found in fossil fuels and geological deposits. 3/TBF, nitrogen cycle. Nitrogen is fundamental to all living cells, especially as a key ingredient in proteins. Yet, the elemental nitrogen in the atmosphere is not directly usable by most organisms. Through the process of nitrogen fixation, carried out by bacteria, industrial practices, and occasionally through lightning, nitrogen transforms into forms like ammonia and nitrates that are accessible to plants. This cycle further illustrates how anthropogenic activities can disrupt natural systems, leading to environmental issues such as acid rain and harmful algal blooms. /TBF, sedimentary cycles, the Earth's reservoirs. Aside from gaseous cycles, sedimentary cycles are crucial for elements like phosphorus, calcium, and magnesium. These nutrients typically avoid atmospheric circulation, instead moving through the Earth's crust via erosion, sedimentation, and geological activity. The phosphorus cycle, for example, shows how this crucial element primarily resides in mineral forms and re-enters ecosystems through processes like weathering. Similarly, the sulfur cycle elucidates how this element, locked in various deposits, participates in life processes after being released through weathering and organic decomposition. Phosphorus, in particular, plays an essential role in aquatic ecosystems, where it can lead to swift algal growth if present in excess. The delicate balance of these sedimentary cycles is integral to maintaining healthy ecosystems, showcasing the importance of nutrient availability and cycling dynamics. /TBF, interdependence and interaction, a living system. The various biogeochemical cycles do not thrive in isolation, they intricately interact with one another as components of an interconnected web of life. Each cycle influences and supports others, creating a stable environment where life can flourish. Alterations in one cycle can reverberate through the entire ecosystem, emphasizing the delicate balance that characterizes natural systems. In conclusion, the elegant dance between energy flow and nutrient cycling is a testament to the miracle of life. Understanding these fundamental processes offers profound insights into our relationship with the environment and the significance of preserving the intricate systems that sustain our planet. /TBF, did you know? In nature, fascinating adaptations abound. For instance, pythons are remarkable constrictors that utilize unique hunting strategies. They encircle their prey and apply pressure until their prey can no longer breathe, ultimately ingesting it whole. Similarly, many social creatures, like apes and monkeys, engage in grooming not for hygiene but as a means of social bonding, showcasing the incredible complexity of life interactions. Thus, the world around us is more than just an assemblage of elements and life forms. It is a dynamic, interwoven narrative of cycles and connections that sustain the universe's diversity and vitality. Evolution of ecology. \TBF, ecological succession, a journey through time. In the vast tapestry of life on Earth, a remarkable phenomenon known as ecological succession unfolds, a dynamic and transforming process that charts the course of vegetation over time. This universal process of directional change showcases how one community of plants and organisms can replace another, adapting and evolving in response to large-scale disturbances, whether they be wrought by nature or humanity's hand. Over time, this ongoing cascade of change leads to the emergence of a stable and mature ecosystem, often referred to as the climax community. Understanding ecological succession requires us to appreciate its progressive nature. This journey begins with the arrival of hardy pioneers, the first plant species to colonize a newly disturbed area. These initial settlers, such as resilient microbes, lichens, and mosses, are often unassuming yet life-giving. They start the process of transformation by altering the habitat through their growth and eventual decay, laying the groundwork for the next wave of organisms. Many people may not recognize the importance of these modest plants, but their contributions are crucial. They create organic patches that foster the life of small animals and further facilitate the establishment of more complex life forms. As time marches on, these pioneers leave behind organic matter that contributes to the creation of soil. The decomposition process releases organic acids, gradually breaking down the underlying substratum and enriching it with vital nutrients. Over the ensuing generations, this initial community of organisms burgeons in diversity, as increasing competition for resources gives rise to new opportunities. New plant species invade the area, leading to intricate interactions among various life forms. \TBF, primary succession, the seed of life. In the case of primary succession, this transformative cycle often begins on sites devoid of soil, such as after a volcanic eruption or glacial retreat. The early colonizers, often microbe-filled lichens, create life amidst the barren landscape. Their existence gradually enriches the environment, allowing other species to take root. Over time, as peer groups of plants flourish, a rich array of organisms, along with their complex food webs, begins to emerge. The pioneers, once paramount, gradually yield to a new array of species as habitat conditions change. This harmonious evolution continues until a stable climax community settles into place, representing a peak of ecological balance. \TBF, secondary succession, renewal in recovery. Conversely, secondary succession occurs in areas where an established community has been disrupted but where soil remains intact, a phenomenon typically exemplified by plots of previously cultivated farmland or regions ravaged by natural disasters such as floods or wildfires. Initially, the abandoned soil welcomes resilient grasses that thrive in challenging conditions. These grasses lay the foundation for a subsequent explosion of life, which soon invites taller grasses, herbaceous plants, and a host of fauna including small mammals and assorted insects that contribute to a vibrant ecosystem. As years progress, trees begin to appear, often carried in by the wind or brought in through the activities of animals. Slowly but surely, a flourishing forest community can emerge from this once desolate field, illustrating nature's incredible ability to regenerate and reclaim its space. Unlike primary succession, which necessitates a lengthy timeline, sometimes spanning centuries, secondary succession accelerates the process, capitalizing on the pre-existing soil structure. \TBF, autogenic and allogenic succession, the drivers of change. Delving deeper into the mechanisms of succession, we discover two compelling types, autogenic and allogenic. Autogenic succession refers to changes instigated by the organisms that inhabit the community itself. In contrast, allogenic succession happens due to external influences, such as climate shifts or human interference. Each type demonstrates the intricate interplay of life, where both resident organisms and outside forces shape the ecological landscape. \TBF, autotrophic and heterotrophic succession, the energy dynamics. Furthermore, succession can be categorized based on energy dynamics into autotrophic and heterotrophic succession. In autotrophic succession, the green plants, or producers, dominate the early stages, capturing sunlight to fuel the ecosystem's growth. Conversely, in heterotrophic succession, the emphasis shifts as organisms that depend on consuming other plants and animals become more prevalent. The expanse of these patterns is notably influenced by geography and climate. In central regions of large continents, the abundance of propagules or seeds from various ecosystems facilitates faster succession. These seeds swiftly establish themselves, marking the emergence of diverse communities that can eventually culminate in a balanced climax. \TBF, conclusion, nature's unfolding narrative. In essence, ecological succession tells a profound story, a narrative of resilience, adaptability, and renewal. The cycles of life showcase nature's inherent capacity to recover, evolve, and flourish in the face of adversity. Each chapter of succession, whether beginning anew or healing from disturbance, highlights the delicate balance within ecosystems and the extraordinary processes that continue to shape our world, ensuring that life, in all its forms, continues to thrive. Terrestrial ecosystem. Overview. The world of terrestrial ecosystems is a complex tapestry woven from the intricate interrelations between organisms and their environments on land. This dynamic interplay constitutes what we know as terrestrial ecology, a vital field of study that reveals how different living beings adapt, survive, and thrive within the diverse landscapes that our planet offers. As we traverse through valleys, scale mountains, and wander across slopes, we bear witness to a remarkable range of topographic features that shape our environment. Each unique geographical formation creates its microclimates, leading to distinct differences in both material resources and biotic diversity. For instance, the sun-kissed peaks of a mountain range host flora and fauna that have adapted to extreme conditions, while the lush valleys below teem with life better suited to warmer, more humid environments. These variations not only foster an array of plant and animal species but also play a pivotal role in defining their ecological niches. The interplay of altitude and latitude further influences climatic variations, which in turn shape the living conditions for countless organisms. As we ascend a mountain, the temperature drops and the air becomes thinner. These altitudinal changes can drastically affect the types of vegetation that survive at different elevations. In contrast, moving from the equator toward the poles introduces latitudinal shifts that bring about seasonal changes, affecting biodiversity and ecosystem functionality. This diverse climatic backdrop drives a compelling narrative of adaptation and biodiversity, leading to the differentiation of ecosystems within the grand spectrum of the Earth's biosphere. From the scorching deserts where hardy xerophytes flourish to the rainforests that house one of the highest concentrations of species on the planet, every environment tells a story shaped by the unique combination of its climatic conditions, soil composition, and available resources. However, the existence and stability of these terrestrial ecosystems hinge significantly on two primary limiting factors: moisture and temperature. These elements dictate the growth patterns of plants and the distribution of animal species, influencing everything from which species can flourish in a given habitat to the overall health of the ecosystem. A slight change in either factor can lead to a cascade of effects. Flooding might promote lush growth in one year, while drought could decimate populations the next. In summary, the land-based ecosystems that populate our Earth are a vibrant mosaic enlivened by the intricate relationships among organisms and the environments they inhabit. From the towering mountains down to the hidden valleys, each area contributes to the collective identity of our planet's terrestrial biodiversity. Understanding these ecosystems provides insight not only into their mechanics but also into the critical balance that sustains life on Earth. As we continue to explore the dynamic dance between organisms and their environments, we uncover the underlying principles of resilience, adaptation, and interdependence, core tenets of life that remind us of our place within this intricate web of existence. Tundra biome. Tundra, often referred to as a barren land, represents one of the planet's most extreme and inhospitable ecosystems, characterized by its harsh environmental conditions. This unique biome can be categorized into two primary types, Arctic tundra and alpine tundra, each showcasing distinct features and adaptations to survivability. \TextTBF distribution. The Arctic tundra is a vast expanse that stretches like a continuous belt directly below the polar ice cap and above the tree line in the northern hemisphere. This pristine wilderness encompasses the northern fringes of countries such as Canada, Alaska, and Russia, including the expansive regions of Siberia, as well as the remote islands scattered throughout the Arctic Ocean. In stark contrast, the tundra found at the South Pole is limited in size due to the predominance of ocean waters, which leave very little land exposed to develop tundra characteristics. The alpine tundra, on the other hand, can be found at high elevations within mountain ranges around the world, transcending latitudes. Unlike its Arctic counterpart, alpine tundra is influenced by significant fluctuations in temperature between day and night, making its environment even more variable. It can thrive on any mountain range, from the Rockies in North America to the majestic Himalayas in Asia. \TextTBF, flora and fauna. The vegetation of the Arctic tundra is strikingly specialized to endure the relentless cold and short growing seasons. Among the resilient plant species, you will find cotton grass, sedges, dwarf heath, willows, birches, and a variety of lichens. These plants have adapted to grow low to the ground and produce minimal foliage to withstand the biting winds and frost. In terms of animal life, the tundra is home to a myriad of fascinating creatures. Among them, reindeer, musk oxen, Arctic hares, caribou, lemmings, and various species of squirrels thrive. The adaptations these animals develop are remarkable. For instance, many of them boast exceptionally long lifespans. The Arctic willow can live between 150 and 300 years, demonstrating the slow pace of life in these frigid environments. To combat the cold, tundra organisms employ a suite of adaptations. The thick cuticle and abundance of epidermal hairs on plants serve as protective barriers against the penetrating chill. Likewise, mammals in this frigid realm possess large body sizes, small tails, and minimized ear structures to lessen heat loss. Their bodies are enveloped in insulating fur, allowing them to maintain body warmth even when exposed to harsh weather conditions. One fascinating aspect of life in the tundra is the behavior of insects, which are often overlooked given the region's overall fauna. Tundra insects experience rapid life cycles, with these organisms completing their entire lifespan during the fleeting window of favorable climatic conditions that the brief Arctic summer affords. As the landscape blooms in colors during this period, these insects play a crucial role in pollination and the ecological balance of the tundra. In summary, while the tundra may be described as a barren land, it is, in fact, a dynamic and resilient ecosystem. It demonstrates the extraordinary adaptability of both its flora and fauna in the face of the rigid and unforgiving environmental conditions that define these remarkable regions, both in the Arctic and atop the world's highest peaks. Understanding the unique characteristics of tundra helps highlight the importance of preserving these delicate ecosystems in the face of climate change and environmental degradation. Forests of India, an ecosystem perspective. \TextTBF, The forest ecosystem, a vibrant tapestry of life. The forest ecosystem stands as one of the most intricate and vibrant models of nature, showcasing a vast array of biotic communities that coalesce into a dynamic living tapestry. Factors such as optimal temperature, adequate ground moisture, and a myriad of other environmental elements serve as the foundation for the establishment and thriving of diverse forest communities. In understanding the distribution of tree species and their density within these forests, it is imperative to consider the interplay of soil composition, climatic conditions, and local topography. Through the delicate balance of these variables, forests can be classified into two major types, evergreen and deciduous. The distinction among them is often made based on leaf type, as seen in broadleafed or needle-leafed coniferous forests, particularly in temperate regions. To navigate the rich diversity of forest ecosystems, they can be categorized into three primary groups: coniferous forests, temperate forests, and tropical forests. These biomes typically align along gradients, transitioning from the northern latitudes to southern ones, or varying from elevated altitudes to lower grounds, each harboring unique life forms and ecosystems. \TextTBF, did you know? The fascinating dart frogs derived their name from hunters who used the frogs' toxic secretions to coat their arrows. Unfortunately, the ongoing deforestation for agricultural purposes has placed these unique amphibians at great risk, with the blue poison dart frog facing extreme endangerment due to the demands of the pet trade. 3.2.1 Coniferous forest, boreal forest. Enveloping vast expanses of cold regions, boreal coniferous forests thrive under high rainfall and are characterized by long winters and fleeting summers. This biome is rich in evergreen species, including spruce, fir, and pine, which form the backbone of their ecosystem, providing habitat for numerous creatures such as lynxes, wolves, bears, red foxes, porcupines, and squirrels. Amphibians like hyla and rana often find refuge in this wilderness as well. Interestingly, the soils of boreal forests are often poor, comprised mainly of thin podzols which experience slow weathering due to the cold environment. Additionally, the litter from conifer needles decomposes at a sluggish pace, further contributing to the nutrient deficiency of the soil. This acidity arises from the leaching of vital minerals like calcium, nitrogen, and potassium, as water moves through the soil without a compensatory upward evaporation, leaving roots devoid of essential nutrients. As a result, the community stability and productivity of boreal forests lag behind those of other forest ecosystems. 3.2.2 Temperate deciduous forest. Temperate deciduous forests present a stark contrast, characterized by a moderate climate and the spectacular seasonal ballet of broadleaf trees shading their foliage each autumn, standing bare through the winter, and unfurling fresh leaves once more in spring. The precipitation in this biome remains fairly even throughout the year, promoting growth and regeneration. The soils here tend to be podzolic and relatively deep, fostering a rich and diverse plant and animal life. 3.2.3 Temperate evergreen forest. In regions with a Mediterranean climate, temperate evergreen forests flourish. These areas experience warm, dry summers and cool, moist winters, nurturing a range of low broadleafed evergreen trees. Fire represents a notable hazard in this ecosystem, yet the resilience of flora permits rapid regeneration post-burn, illustrating nature's remarkable ability to adapt and survive. \TextTBF, did you know? Just like whales, penguins are warm-blooded creatures, equipped with unique adaptations to cope with their cold habitats. Beneath their skin lies a layer of fat called blubber, while their bodies are covered in fluffy down feathers followed by overlapping, waterproof outer feathers that insulate them against the elements. Penguins actively coat their feathers with oil from a gland, ensuring they remain waterproof and protected from harsh winds. 3.2.4 Temperate rainforests. Among the most biodiverse environments, temperate rainforests showcase a pronounced seasonality of temperature and rainfall. These forests benefit from high rainfall and thick fog, which serve as a crucial water source. Compared to other temperate forests, temperate rainforests boast high biotic diversity, although they still pale in species variety compared to tropical rainforests. \TextTBF, did you know? Frogs possess a remarkable anatomical trait. Their tongues are attached to the front of their mouths, unlike humans. When a frog targets an insect, it extends its sticky tongue, ensnaring the prey before retracting it swiftly to swallow the food. This unique feeding mechanism demonstrates nature's inventive strategies for survival. 3.2.5 Tropical rainforests. Nestled near the equator, tropical rainforests emerge as some of the planet's most rich and diverse biomes. The climate remains consistently warm and humid, with annual rainfall exceeding 200 centimeters, distributed throughout the year. Characterized by extreme botanical diversity, these forests contain a layered ecosystem where tall trees loom above, tangled with vines, creepers, lianas, and epiphytic plants like orchids and bromeliads. The lush undergrowth encompasses various species of shrubs, ferns, and palms. The underlying soil type, known as red latosols, is thick yet paradoxically nutrient-poor due to a high leaching rate. While agricultural endeavors might find these soils unsuitable, their natural state promotes a rapid recycling of nutrients through the litter layer, drawing from decomposition to mitigate soil poverty. However, the dense canopy often limits sunlight at ground level, restricting the growth of undergrowth in many areas. 3.2.6 Tropical seasonal forests. Known also as monsoon forests, tropical seasonal forests thrive in locations where annual rainfall is copious yet distinctly demarcated between wet and dry seasons. These forests can be found throughout Southeast Asia, Central and South America, Northern Australia, Western Africa, and various tropical islands in the Pacific, as well as regions of India. 3.2.7 Subtropical rainforests. The broad-leaved evergreen subtropical rainforests flourish in places with considerable rainfall but less extreme temperature fluctuations between winter and summer. Within these lush jungles, the presence of epiphytes is common, adding to the diverse arboreal environment. The fauna inhabiting subtropical rainforests closely mirrors that of tropical rainforests, showcasing the interconnectedness of these diverse ecosystems. As we delve into the enchanting world of forests, we discover not just the intricacies of their ecological frameworks but also the vital roles they play in sustaining life on Earth. From the towering trees to the tiniest creatures, every element in a forest ecosystem contributes to a rich, interwoven life story that underscores the importance of preserving these magnificent habitats for generations to come. Varieties of Indian forests. India is a country adorned with a spectacular variety of forests that stretch from the vibrant rainforests in the lush landscapes of Kerala in the south to the breathtaking alpine pastures perched high in the Himalayas of Ladakh in the north. This geographical expanse also encapsulates the arid deserts of Rajasthan in the west and the evergreen embraces of the northeastern states. The characteristics and classifications of these forests are profoundly influenced by four fundamental elements: climate, soil type, topography, and elevation. Each of these factors plays a crucial role in determining the specific forest types, shaping their composition, biodiversity, and even their interactions with the surrounding ecological zones. Champion and Sete classification of forests. To better understand the diversity of Indian forests, renowned foresters Champion and Sete have categorized them into 16 distinct types. This classification provides insights into the rich tapestry of flora and fauna that thrives across this vast landscape. Tropical wet evergreen forests. Nestled primarily in the Western Ghats and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, tropical wet evergreen forests represent one of the most biologically diverse ecosystems in the world. Characterized by towering, straight evergreen trees, these forests boast a lush understory of shrubs and vibrant ferns, alongside beautiful orchids that cling to the trunks. Trees such as jackfruit, betel nut palms, jamun, mango, and holm oaks are commonly found, creating a majestic vertical layering of life. Tropical semi-evergreen forests. In addition to the wet evergreen forests, semi-evergreen forests are prevalent in the Western Ghats, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the Eastern Himalayas. These forests are a delightful blend, housing both wet evergreen and moist deciduous species, creating a dense habitat rich in biodiversity with trees competing for sunlight and resources. /TextBF, did you know? Elephants have remarkable adaptations to their environment. Their large ears are not just for hearing but also serve as natural cooling systems. Measuring up to 2 square meters, these ears contain a complex network of blood vessels, allowing the elephants to lower their body temperature by as much as 5 degrees Celsius when they flap them. Tropical moist deciduous forests. Spanning across much of India, except for the western and northwestern regions, most deciduous forests showcase a unique seasonal rhythm. The trees here, including towering sal and teak, are characterized by broad trunks and extensive roots that offer stability against the ground. These majestic giants shed their leaves during the dry season, forming a distinct seasonal canopy above a rich undergrowth of shorter trees and evergreen shrubs, such as mango and bamboo. Littoral and swamp forests. These unique ecosystems thrive along the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and in the delta regions of major rivers like the Ganga and Brahmaputra. Adapted to waterlogged conditions, their roots consist of soft tissue that allow plants to breathe in saturated soils, establishing a distinct habitat that nurtures aquatic and semi-aquatic life. Tropical dry deciduous forests. Found predominantly in the northern segments of India, as well as in states like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu, tropical dry deciduous forests offer a different ecological narrative. With canopies that rarely exceed 25 meters, these forests are home to species such as sal and various acacias, alongside bamboo, forming a resilient yet fragile ecosystem. Tropical thorn forests. The arid regions characterized by black soils, stretching across north, west, central, and south India, give rise to tropical thorn forests. The vegetation here is usually sparse, with trees rarely growing beyond 10 meters. This landscape is dominated by hardy species like spurge, caper, and vibrant cacti, adapted to endure the dry conditions. Tropical dry evergreen forests. Along the picturesque coasts of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, tropical dry evergreen forests flourish. These forests predominantly consist of hard-leaved evergreen trees adorned with fragrant blooms, accompanying a sprinkling of deciduous varieties. Subtropical broadleaved forests. These forests grace the eastern Himalayas and the western Ghats, particularly in the Silent Valley. With distinct foliage in each area, the Silent Valley showcases spoonspur and cinnamon, while the eastern Himalayas face challenges from shifting cultivation and forest fires. Here, evergreen trees predominantly rule, with occasional deciduous species. Oak, alder, chestnut, birch, and cherry are abundant, adding to the rich diversity, complemented by a variety of orchids and bamboo. Subtropical pine forests. The steep slopes of the Shivalik Hills and various Himalayan ranges, including the Khasi, Naga, and Manipur Hills, are home to robust subtropical pine forests. Fir, oak, rhododendron, and various conifers flourish here, alongside lower-lying species like sal and amla. Subtropical dry evergreen forests. Experiencing a prolonged hot and dry season along with a cold winter, these forests, found mainly in the Shivalik hills and the foothills of the Himalayas, are distinguished by their shiny-leaved evergreen trees, creating a striking visual appearance. Montane wet temperate forests. In the northern regions, particularly around Arunachal Pradesh and parts of the Nilgiri Hills in the south, montane wet temperate forests thrive under abundant rainfall, often exceeding 2,000 millimeters annually. These layers of forests consist of coniferous trees in the upper section and deciduous trees like oak in the middle, while the lowest stratum is characterized by rhododendrons and champa. Himalayan moist temperate forests. Moving along the majestic Himalayan range, moist temperate forests spread from the western Himalayas to the eastern region, showcasing broad-leaved oaks, walnuts, and vibrant rhododendrons. This area benefits from high rainfall, contributing to its lush and dense vegetation, rich in broad-leaved trees, ferns, and bamboo species native to this intricate ecosystem. /TextBF, did you know? Every bird is adorned with feathers that serve multiple purposes, from providing warmth to enabling flight and maintaining balance during stunts through steering. The diversity in feather coloration aids in camouflage and attracting mates, showcasing nature's ingenuity. Himalayan dry temperate forests. Contrasting with the moist varieties, the dry temperate forests of Lahul, Kinnaur, Sikkim, and other Himalayan regions feature predominantly coniferous trees alongside broad-leaved species such as oak and maple. At elevated altitudes, species like fir, juniper, deodar, and chilgoja thrive, illustrating the adaptability of life in harsh conditions. Subalpine forests. Extending from Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh between 2,900 to 3,500 meters, subalpine forests exhibit a unique biota characterized by juniper, rhododendron, willow, and blackcurrant. The eastern section presents a diverse array of red fir, black juniper, birch, and larch, with the timberline considerably elevated due to heavy rainfall and humidity. Moist alpine scrub and dry alpine scrub. The high-altitude zones along the Himalayas host two contrasting types of alpine scrubs. Moist alpine scrubs flourish near the Myanmar border, characterized by a dense growth of rhododendron and birch, often blanketed by mosses and ferns. Conversely, the dry alpine scrub, found between 3,000 and 4,900 meters, is dominated by dwarf plants, including black and drooping junipers, honeysuckle, and willows. The significance of forests. Forests are the essence of life, providing a multitude of resources that we rely on, from the fresh air we breathe to the food that nourishes our bodies, as well as materials for paper and timber. Their existence is critical to maintaining ecological balance. /TextBF, natural balance. Forests help sustain natural ecosystems and biodiversity, supporting countless species. /TextBF, air purification. Acting as the lungs of the earth, they filter harmful pollutants and release oxygen, enriching our air. /TextBF, microclimate regulation. Forests create microclimates, aiding in humidity control and temperature moderation. /TextBF, rainfall contribution. By managing evaporation and transpiration, forests play an indirect role in influencing precipitation patterns. /TextBF, flood prevention. Their root systems help absorb rainfall, minimizing the risk of floods. /TextBF, soil erosion defense. By anchoring the soil, forests counteract erosion, keeping land fertile. /TextBF, medicinal resources. Many of the world's medicines are derived from forest plants, emphasizing their importance to health care. /TextBF, economic resources. Forests provide timber and fuel, along with raw materials required for various industries, supporting livelihoods. In conclusion, India's forests are not merely vast expanses of trees, they are intricate ecosystems teeming with life, critical to the survival of diverse species and essential to the well-being of human populations. As we strive to protect and enhance these natural resources, we must recognize their invaluable role in sustaining the planet for future generations. Deforestation and forest degradation. The unraveling of the green world, a story of deforestation. As humanity marches forward into an age of rapid urbanization and industrial growth, the lush tapestries of forested land that once flourished across the globe have begun to unravel. The indiscriminate felling of trees, driven by the demands of a burgeoning population, mining operations, and the insatiable appetite for timber for personal and industrial use, has led to the harrowing depletion of our forests, nature's lungs. The roots of deforestation. Deforestation is not merely a side effect of development, it is the consequence of complex interactions between various human activities. Chief among these are 1/TBF, shifting cultivation. In many rural communities, traditional agricultural methods entail clearing a patch of land where the native vegetation is set ablaze. The ash enriches the soil with nutrients, enabling farmers to cultivate crops for 2 to 3 years. However, as yields dwindle, these patches are abandoned, and the land left to recover is often not returned to its former glory. This cycle continues, consuming more land and leaving behind scars on the landscape, as the same methods are replicated on new grounds. 2/TBF, development projects. As populations surge, so too does the need for infrastructure. Hydroelectric projects, large dams, reservoirs, and railway lines are essential to sustaining human life and expanding economies. Yet, these ambitious initiatives come at a cost. The need for vast sections of timberland has led to significant deforestation, raising concerns about the environmental impact of such developments. 3/TBF, fuel requirements. With increasing populations, the demand for firewood and charcoal has escalated. Many families still rely on wood for cooking and heating in a world where alternatives may be too expensive or unavailable. This growing need places tremendous pressure on forested areas, accelerating their destruction. 4/TBF, industrial raw materials. Wood is the backbone of many industries. It's transformed into paper, plywood, furniture, and countless other products. But trees are not the only bounty of the forest. Industries harvest plants for drugs, fragrances, resins, and waxes. Unregulated extraction of these resources causes immense strain on forest ecosystems as natural habitats are cleared without consideration of sustainability. 5/TBF, additional factors. Beyond these pressing issues, other causes of deforestation pervade modern life. Overgrazing by livestock, extensive agricultural practices, mining activities, urban sprawl, and natural calamities like floods and fires contribute to this ongoing crisis. Even pest infestations and diseases can devastate large swathes of forested land. The ripple effect. The impacts of deforestation ripple through our environment, affecting not just the trees that are lost, but the intricate web of life surrounding them. Closed forests, once dense with a multi-layered canopy, are disappearing, paving the way for more degraded landscapes. This loss hinders the forest's ability to recycle moisture back into the atmosphere, a critical process that ultimately regulates precipitation patterns. As trees vanish, the natural cycle of water retention breaks down, leading to diminished groundwater levels and an increase in runoff, robbing the earth of its precious resource. Additionally, the mining industry, which frequently operates within forested regions, exacerbates these effects. Surface mining and underground excavations not only strip away trees but also contribute to soil erosion. In many cases, the timber that remains is repurposed to support mining operations, creating a vicious cycle of depletion. As abandoned mines deteriorate, they leave behind scars on the landscape, often leading to significant gully erosion and further habitat degradation. The consequences of deforestation extend to the diverse array of life it supports. The loss of forests has dire implications for flora and fauna. As ecosystems are disrupted, water channels are altered, and biodiversity declines. Pollution and resource scarcity emerge as immediate threats, putting pressure on the fragile balance that sustains life. Conclusion. As we navigate the complexities of development and environmental stewardship, it is essential to recognize the formidable challenges posed by deforestation. Understanding the interconnectedness of our actions with the health of the planet empowers us to forge paths that prioritize sustainability. Only by uniting our efforts to protect and restore forests can we hope to secure a future where nature thrives alongside human progress, a harmonious existence where both the green world and its inhabitants flourish. Grassland ecosystem. In the captivating landscape of India, the grasslands weave a unique tapestry of biodiversity, thriving in regions where rainfall measures a mere 25 to 75 centimeters each year. This delicate balance of moisture creates a habitat that is insufficient to sustain dense forests but is a world away from the arid conditions of true deserts. Generally characteristic of temperate climates, grasslands emerge as prominent vegetation formations that play a crucial role in the ecological landscape of our planet. Among India's high Himalayas lies a remarkable expanse of grasslands, while beyond the towering mountain ranges, the steppes and savannas dominate the country's remaining grassland milieu. Here, the land tells a story that hinges on climatic differences. The primary distinction between steppes and savannas revolves around the availability of forage. In the steppe regions, forage is predominantly provided during a fleeting wet season, while savannas offer a more diverse source of sustenance. These biomes, with the aid of grasses that flourish not only in the wet season but also renew themselves, albeit modestly, during the dry season, establish a thriving ecosystem that supports both flora and fauna. The steppe formations are often found sprawling over vast areas of sandy and saline soils. Consider western Rajasthan, where the climate veers towards being semi-arid. Rainfall here plummets to less than 200 millimeters annually. In this terrain, dry seasons stretch relentlessly over 10 to 11 months, marking a stark contrast as rainfall fluctuates wildly. The landscape here bears witness to exposed soil, sometimes rocky, where the majority is sandy, punctuated by both fixed and mobile dunes. Forage during the short wet season is sparse, primarily composed of annual grass species that have adapted to withstand the challenging environmental conditions. In contrast, the central and eastern parts of Rajasthan benefit from slightly more generous rainfall, averaging around 500 millimeters per year, complemented by a dry season lasting 6 to 8 months. Here, a distinct ecosystem emerges, the dry savanna grazing habitats. The interplay between trees like khetri, sparse yet vital, offers a gentle shade under which grasses can thrive, creating an inviting pasture for wildlife and livestock alike. When thinking about the grasslands of India, it is essential to classify their diverse types based on climatic conditions. 6 distinct grassland varieties flourish across the Indian subcontinent, but we shall focus on 4 major types. First, the /TBF, semi-arid zones, offer a mosaic of landscapes across northern Gujarat, Rajasthan, excluding the Aravallis, western Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, and parts of Punjab. The terrain is characterized by hill spurs and undulating sand dunes. Next, the /TBF, dry subhumid zones, spread across most of peninsular India, providing a resource for countless species that derive their sustenance from this verdant terrain, except for the Nilgiri region, which stands apart. The /TBF, most subhumid zones, encompassing the Ganga alluvial plain in northern India, showcase a flat, low-lying landscape that occasionally struggles with drainage challenges as the soil becomes ill-drained, affecting local biodiversity. Lastly, the /TBF, humid montane regions of Assam, Manipur, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir present a stunning example of how forest ecosystems can yield to savannas through practices like shifting cultivation and grazing by sheep. These areas are a testament to the intricate balance between nature's offerings and human agricultural practices. The economic significance of grasslands cannot be overstated, as they teem with diverse wildlife, the spirited buffaloes, the hardy sheep, and countless other animals, which form a lifeline for the livelihoods of millions. Livestock not only serves as a primary source of nutrition, drought power, and fuel, but it also contributes essential raw materials for rural village industries. Yet, despite these advantages, only a limited expanse of about 13 million hectares in India is recognized as permanent grazing land, and even this is in a state of alarming degradation. Thus, the preservation and management of grassland biomes are vital, as they sustain various domesticated and wild herbivore populations. Nevertheless, the heavy pressure of grazing poses significant threats to these environments. The relentless trampling of livestock rapidly deteriorates the quality of grasslands, diminishing the mulch cover that once protected the soil. This not only leads to a drier microclimate, inviting xerophytic plants and burrowing animals to encroach upon the ecosystem, but also causes the important humus layer to vanish. As a consequence, the mineral soil becomes compacted, exacerbating surface puddling and hindering water infiltration, which in turn escalates runoff and contributes to soil erosion. Moreover, the resulting changes in these ecosystems disrupt energy flow and compromise the delicate balance of biogeochemical cycles involving water, carbon, and nitrogen. The ravaging forces of wind and water erosion further deteriorate the microclimate of dry grasslands, thereby threatening the entire ecosystem's stability. In light of these challenges, fire emerges as a critical element for grassland management. When employed under most conditions, fire can favor the growth of grasses over trees, creating a more fertile landscape. Conversely, in drier environments, burning may be the key to protecting grasslands from the encroachment of stubborn desert shrubs. The act of controlled burning has also been proven to increase forage yields, making it an indispensable tool for those striving to maintain healthy grassland ecosystems. Ultimately, the balance between preservation and use, conservation and agriculture must be sought to ensure that these vibrant habitats continue to flourish, nourishing both the land and the lives dependent on it. Through a deeper understanding of grasslands, we can better appreciate their vital role in the environment and take meaningful steps towards safeguarding their future for generations to come. Desert biome. The mystique of deserts, India's arid wonders. Deserts, those vast expanses of dry land, are intriguing ecosystems that arise primarily in areas receiving less than 25 centimeters of annual rainfall. In some scenarios, they can also appear in hot regions with irregular rainfall distributed throughout the year. The formation of deserts is often influenced by high-pressure systems prevalent in mid-latitude regions, causing stable atmospheric conditions that block potential rainfall. Additionally, many deserts in temperate regions are situated in what are known as rain shadows, areas where towering mountain ranges obstruct moist air flows from the seas. The climate within desert biomes is significantly influenced by their altitude and latitude. While deserts near the equator tend to have scorching temperatures, those situated at higher altitudes or further from the equator may experience cold climates. Scattered across these arid landscapes are perennial plants, such as the resilient creosote bush and various species of cacti, adapted to thrive under such severe conditions. In the low-lying areas marked by salt deposits, one can find species like seepwood and salt grasses flourishing amidst the challenges. \TBF, did you know? Sri Venkateshwara Zoological Park, located in Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, is the largest zoo in India, showcasing diverse fauna that highlights the country's rich biodiversity. The intrinsic productivity of desert land is closely tied to its rainfall. Water is the primary limiting factor for plant and animal survival. With appropriate irrigation methods, deserts can be transformed into productive agricultural lands. However, careful management is vital, as the continual passage of water through these systems can leave behind salts that accumulate over time, posing significant challenges to agriculture if not addressed. \TBF, adaptations for survival. Plants and animals in desert environments have evolved remarkable adaptations to thrive in unforgiving heat and aridity. \TBF, 1. Plant adaptations. Desert flora often comprises shrubs and succulents, strategically adapted to preserve water. Many plants have reduced or absent leaves to minimize water loss, while their stems may be thick and fleshy, storing moisture. Interestingly, some species possess chlorophyll in their stems, allowing photosynthesis to occur without the need for traditional leaves. Their extensive root systems spread wide and deep, maximizing water absorption during rare rainfalls. Annual plants, when present, display an even greater adaptation to the desert life cycle. They only germinate, bloom, and reproduce during the brief rainy season, ensuring their survival in a landscape otherwise inhospitable. \TBF, 2. Animal adaptations. Desert-dwelling animals exhibit both physiological and behavioral adaptations. Many of them are swift runners, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures at dusk and dawn, as they are primarily nocturnal to avoid the scorching midday sun. They conserve water efficiently by excreting concentrated urine and often have long legs that elevate their bodies above the hot ground, reducing heat absorption. Reptiles, such as lizards, are primarily insectivorous and can endure days without water by deriving moisture from their food. Herbivorous animals, like certain species of rodents and the famed camel, often dubbed the ship of the desert for its ability to traverse vast distances without water, have adapted to extract the moisture they need from the seeds they consume. Mammals overall show a limited adaptability to desert life. However, a few species, such as nocturnal rodents, have evolved specifically to survive this challenging environment without needing frequent water supplies. The Thar Desert, India's hot desert jewel. India's very own Thar Desert, also known as the Great Indian Desert, showcases a climate characterized by extreme drought and erratic rainfall. The winter rains of northern India seldom reach this arid expanse, leading to conditions that vary drastically from one season to the next. From November to March, temperatures can plummet below freezing at night, while the months of April to June bring unbearable heat and desiccating winds. With persistently low relative humidity, this region presents a stark challenge for any form of vegetation or wildlife. \TBF, Flora of the Thar Desert. Desert plant life in this region can be categorized into two main groups based on their reliance on rainfall or subterranean water sources. The first group includes ephemeral plants, delicate annuals that emerge in response to rain, quickly bloom, produce seeds, and perish as the soil dries. The second category includes plants with deep root systems capable of accessing moisture far below the surface, often equipped with additional adaptations such as thick cuticles and reduced leaf sizes to minimize water loss. \TBF, Fauna of the Thar Desert. The Thar Desert is home to a diverse array of wildlife, including the magnificent Great Indian Bustard and mammals like the blackbuck, wild ass, and desert fox. The nesting grounds for flamingos and the Asiatic wild ass can be found in the remote areas of the Great Run of Kutch, making this desert a critical migration flyway for birds. /TextBF, did you know? According to the Global Forest Resource Assessment Report by the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, in 2005, India ranks among the top 10 countries regarding forest area, contributing approximately 1.8% to the global forest area, with an average of 0.08 hectares of forest per capita. Cold deserts, the temperate enclave. Cold deserts in India, comprising regions in Ladakh, Leh, Kargil, and parts of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, are starkly different from their hot counterparts. These areas lie in the rain shadow of the mighty Himalayas, resulting in extreme cold conditions with minimal vegetation. Characterized by harsh winters where temperatures can drop below -50 degrees Celsius and poor rainfall, these ecosystems support only sparse vegetation, mainly isolated, overgrazed shrubs, and hardy grasses during the short grazing season. /TextBF, biodiversity in cold deserts. Despite the seemingly inhospitable conditions, cold deserts are home to unique and highly adaptive fauna. Species such as the Asiatic ibex, Tibetan antelope, and snow leopard thrive in this environment, showcasing an incredible resilience to extreme temperatures. Vegetation varies from alpine mesophytes to various conifers like junipers and birches, illustrating the adaptability of life in even the harshest climates. /TextBF, conclusion. The desert ecosystems, whether hot or cold, are a testament to nature's brilliance in adaptation and survival. Rich with biodiversity and unique environmental conditions, India's deserts not only symbolize arid landscapes but also embody intricate relationships between life and the challenges posed by climate. An understanding and appreciation for these extraordinary ecosystems are essential for their conservation and the careful management of their resources, ensuring that they continue to thrive for generations to come. Land degradation and desertification. In the vast and arid lands of India, a silent crisis unfolds, a gradual, relentless process known as desertification. This phenomenon represents the degradation of the land's biological potential, leading regions into a state increasingly reminiscent of barren deserts. The fragile ecosystems that dwell in arid and semi-arid areas are particularly susceptible to this process, where healing and restoration occur at an agonizingly slow pace. Human activities, notably deforestation and mining, substantially exacerbate the situation, pushing these landscapes closer to a desolate fate. The regions most affected stretch far across the landscape, encompassing parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Punjab, and Haryana, places that once flourished with diverse life. It is crucial to recognize that the drivers of desertification are not natural climatic cycles or harsh droughts alone. Instead, the true culprit lies in the sphere of human intervention and mismanagement. Rapid population growth contributes significantly to the strain on these fragile environments. An increasing number of cattle leads to excessive grazing, which, combined with expanding agricultural practices and relentless development activities, further erodes the land's ability to recover. The heavy hand of deforestation leaves scars that are difficult to heal, often resulting in barren stretches that once hosted vibrant ecosystems. Delving deeper into the statistics drawn from the Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas of India, published in 2007, one realizes the sheer magnitude of land under dry conditions, 69.6% of the country. This encompasses a staggering 105.48 million hectares subjected to land degradation, which accounts for more than 32% of the nation's total land area. Among this, 81.45 million hectares struggle under the ominous shadow of desertification, highlighting the urgent need for action. Responding to this pressing challenge, India has joined the global fight by signing the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD. The government initiated the National Action Programme in 2001, a comprehensive framework aimed at addressing the multifaceted problems of desertification and land degradation. Numerous proactive measures have since been enacted to combat these adversities. Prominent among these are initiatives like the Integrated Watershed Management Program, aimed at enhancing the efficiency of water use and improving soil health. The National Afforestation Program seeks to restore and expand green cover across disturbed regions, while the National Mission for Green India focuses on enhancing forest cover and biodiversity. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme offers employment opportunities while simultaneously contributing to environmental sustainability. Moreover, projects such as soil conservation in the catchment of River Valley Project aim to protect soil against erosion, and the National Watershed Development Project for rain-fed areas works to improve agricultural productivity in vulnerable regions. The Desert Development Program is tailored specifically to rehabilitate and restore desert-prone areas. Coupled with the Fodder and Feed Development Scheme, these programs underscore the commitment to combat desertification while addressing the immediate needs of the local population for firewood, construction timber, and fodder for livestock. Afforestation stands out as a beacon of hope for restoring ecological balance in the desert-dominated regions of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab, and the Trans-Himalayan belts. Vegetation plays an invaluable role in these landscapes. Its presence not only provides essential resources for communities reliant on firewood and fodder but also acts as a natural barrier against soil erosion and a modifier of the harsh climatic conditions that define these regions. Thus, the effort to undertake desert afforestation is imperative not merely as a means to combat desertification but as a vital strategy to fulfill the needs of local populations and foster a sustainable future. The journey towards reclaiming these lands from the grips of desertification is not just a scientific endeavor, it is a necessary battle for survival that intertwines ecological health and community resilience. The confluence of human passion, commitment, and strategic initiative holds the key to restoring these imperiled landscapes back to life. As India treads this path to revival, it shines as a testament to the power of concerted efforts in the face of adversity, reminding us that the restoration of the Earth's biological potential is paramount in sustaining both nature and humanity. Indian State of Forest Report 2017. The State of Forests Report has been an essential publication by the Forest Survey of India, FSI, produced every 2 years since 1987. This diligent effort highlights the dynamic state of India's forests, revealing changes, challenges, and achievements regarding our natural green resources. The 2017 edition of the India State of Forest Report marks the 15th in this crucial series. This comprehensive report is anchored in sophisticated interpretations derived from LIS-3 sensor data collected by the indigenous resource SAT2 satellite. Following the satellite data analysis, a process of extensive and rigorous ground truthing is conducted, ensuring that the findings are accurate and reflect the true condition of our forests. According to the report, the total forest and tree cover in India reaches 24.39% of the country's entire geographical area. This figure signifies a notable increase of 8,021 square kilometers, or 1%, when compared to the assessment made in 2015. Particularly noteworthy is the growth of very dense forests, VDF, which have expanded by 1.36% since the previous assessment. These very dense forests play a vital role in our ecosystem, as they are the most effective at absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, thus contributing significantly to combating climate change. Among the states, Madhya Pradesh stands out with the largest forest cover in the nation, followed closely by Arunachal Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. However, In terms of percentage of area covered by forests, Mizoram leads the way with an impressive 88.93% of its area under forest cover. This is closely followed by the Union Territory of Lakshadweep, possessing 84.56% forest cover. The report from 2015 highlighted that 15 states and union territories boast more than 33% of their geographical areas covered in forests. Digging deeper, 7 of those highlighted regions, Mizoram, Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Meghalaya, and Manipur, exceed the remarkable benchmark of 75% forest coverage. Meanwhile, another 8 states including Tripura, Goa, Sikkim, Kerala, Uttarakhand, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Chhattisgarh, and Assam have forest cover ranging between 33% and 75%. On the global stage, India holds an impressive position, being ranked 10th in the world for forest cover, with 24.39% of its land area dedicated to forests and tree cover. Additionally, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, ranks India 8th among the top 10 nations reporting the most significant annual net gain in forest area. As a fascinating aside, it is intriguing to consider the natural wonders found within our forests. Did you know that spider silk is considered to be potentially the strongest material on Earth? It is believed that if you could gather a weight of spider silk equivalent to that of a steel piece, the silk would outclass the steel in strength. Despite numerous attempts, scientists have yet to replicate or match this incredible natural material, showcasing the ingenuity of nature's designs. In summary, the India State of Forest Report 2017 not only quantifies the health and expansion of our forests but also underscores their intrinsic value in maintaining ecological balance. As we move forward, understanding and supporting these vital ecosystems becomes imperative for both our environment and our society as a whole. Aquatic ecosystem. Introduction. Aquatic ecosystems are vibrant and dynamic environments where water serves as the primary habitat for a multitude of organisms. These ecosystems play a crucial role in sustaining life on Earth, and they are incredibly diverse, ranging from tranquil freshwater lakes to vast saline oceans. Understanding the classifications of these ecosystems is essential, as it reveals the complexity and interconnectedness of life that thrives in aquatic environments, each adapted to its unique salinity conditions. \TBF Freshwater ecosystems are characterized by their remarkably low salt content, typically less than 5 parts per thousand ppt. These include a variety of water bodies such as lakes, ponds, springs, streams, and rivers. Freshwater ecosystems are vital to countless species, providing essential habitats for a wide range of flora and fauna. They not only support various fish species, amphibians, and aquatic plants, but they also play a pivotal role in the water cycle and contribute significantly to human activities like agriculture and recreation. The gentle currents of streams and rivers, the stillness of ponds, and the vast expanses of lakes create unique niches that are often rich in biodiversity. \TBF Marine ecosystems encompass the vast stretches of ocean and seas, characterized by a salt content that equals or exceeds that of seawater, which is approximately 35 ppt or higher. These ecosystems are integral to the Earth's climate and weather patterns and serve as a crucial resource for marine life. The open ocean is home to some of the largest organisms on the planet, including whales and sharks, while shallow seas host vibrant coral reefs teeming with colorful fish, sea turtles, and an array of invertebrates. Marine ecosystems are not just essential for biodiversity, they also provide livelihoods for millions of people worldwide through fishing, tourism, and recreation. \TBF brackish water ecosystems occupy a unique space between freshwater and marine environments, where salt content ranges between 5 to 35 ppt. These ecosystems are typically found where fresh water from rivers meets the salty waters of the sea, creating habitats known as estuaries. Salt marshes and mangrove swamps are prime examples of brackish water ecosystems, bursting with life and serving as critical nurseries for many marine species. The intricate root systems of mangroves provide shelter for fish and other organisms, while the ever-changing salinity levels foster a unique blend of species adapted to thrive in such variable conditions. These ecosystems are also vital for coastal protection, acting as natural buffers against storms and erosion. In conclusion, aquatic ecosystems, whether freshwater, marine, or brackish, are essential components of our planet's biodiversity. They serve as crucial habitats that not only support diverse life forms but also are pivotal in maintaining ecological balance. By studying these ecosystems, we gain valuable insights into the importance of water conservation and the need to protect these vital environments from pollution and climate change, ensuring that they continue to thrive for generations to come. Water-dwelling life forms. In the vibrant tapestry of the aquatic ecosystem, a fascinating array of organisms thrives, each uniquely adapted to their environment. These aquatic beings, encompassing both flora and fauna, are often unevenly distributed across their habitats. Their classification hinges on their zones of occurrence and their ability to navigate these spatial realms. To comprehend the diversity within this ecosystem, we can categorize these organisms into 5 distinguished groups, each showcasing a different aspect of life in the water. I/TBF, Neuston. Residing at the very edge of two worlds, neustonic organisms inhabit the air-water interface. Picture a serene pond where floating plants thrive. They represent just one example of this unique group. Some inhabitants of this zone, like the agile water striders, dance gracefully atop the surface, while others, like beetles and backswimmers, prefer the sheltered realm just beneath, foraging for food within the liquid flow. 2/TBF, Periphyton. Beneath the water's surface, we find periphyton, a community of organisms that anchor themselves to the submerged structures. These are not mere drifters, they attach themselves to the stems and leaves of rooted plants, as well as to items that emerge above the bottom sediment. This diverse affiliation includes sturdy sessile algae and an array of animals that contribute to the complexity of the ecosystem. 3/TBF, Plankton. The world of plankton is a microscopic universe inhabited by both plant life, such as phytoplankton, and small animals including various crustaceans and protozoans, collectively known as zooplankton. While abundant in many aquatic ecosystems, this group exhibits a limited ability to swim, their movements largely dictated by the currents that flow around them. These tiny organisms serve as the foundational building blocks for aquatic food webs. 4/TBF, Nekton. In contrast, nectonic organisms command the waterways with their impressive swimming abilities. This group comprises powerful swimmers capable of overcoming currents, ranging from petite swimming insects to the massive blue whale, the largest known animal on the planet. Nekton represents the dynamic side of aquatic life, illustrating the mobility and strength inherent in the animal kingdom. We/TBF, Bent hose. Lastly, tucked away at the bottom of lakes, rivers, and oceans, we uncover the benthic organisms. These dwellers of the deep are critical to the health of the aquatic ecosystem. From the sifting of sediment to the recycling of nutrients, bent hose is vital for the maintenance of the entire ecosystem, symbolizing the hidden life flourished in darkened depths. Factors limiting the productivity of aquatic habitats. While the diversity of organisms is striking, their productivity is often limited by certain crucial factors. Light and oxygen play pivotal roles in defining the boundaries of life in aquatic environments, contrasting sharply with the moisture and temperature considerations that dominate terrestrial ecosystems. Text TBF, sunlight. As we delve deeper into the water column, sunlight's reach diminishes rapidly. This variation in light penetration directly impacts the distribution of aquatic life. The zones can be categorized into two parts, text TBF, photic, and text TBF, aphotic. Text TBF, photic zone, the uppermost layer of the water body, where sunlight penetrates sufficiently to sustain photosynthetic activity. The extent of this zone is largely determined by the water's clarity, allowing both photosynthesis and respiration to occur harmoniously. Text TBF, aphotic zone. Beneath the photic zone lies the aphotic region, where light fails to penetrate, stunting plant growth and supporting only respiration events. This deep, dark environment is essential for the ecosystem, though it presents a challenge for life, as it relies solely on the energy produced by organisms residing in the upper layers. Text TBF, winterkill. An intriguing phenomenon within these aquatic habitats is winterkill, which occurs when ice covers a water body, blocking out sunlight. With photosynthesis halted, oxygen levels can plunge, leading to mass fish die-offs in shallow lakes, a silent tragedy that unveils itself only when spring arrives, revealing the grim aftermath beneath the melting ice. Text TBF, dissolved oxygen. In aquatic ecosystems, oxygen exists dissolved in water, with concentrations fluctuating based on myriad factors that influence its input and output. In freshwater environments, dissolved oxygen averages a mere 0.0010%, a stark contrast to its existence in air. The delicate equilibrium of oxygen levels is maintained primarily by the exchange at the air-water interface and the photosynthetic output from aquatic plants. However, temperature also plays a critical role. Warmer water holds less oxygen. This increased temperature not only boosts the activity of decomposers but also heightens the risk of oxygen depletion, endangering the very fabric of aquatic life. Text TBF, other limiting factors. Additional elements that hinder aquatic productivity include text TBF, transparency, which affects light reach and, consequently, photosynthesis, and text TBF, temperature, where even slight variations can disrupt the existence of delicate aquatic organisms. Water temperatures adjust more slowly than air temperatures, thus presenting unique challenges to survival. The insights outlined here apply universally to all aquatic habitats, be they lakes, ponds, rivers, streams, estuaries, oceans, or seas. Each biome presents a unique canvas of life, governed by the needs and interactions of its inhabitants. Text TBF, did you know? Beyond the depths of our aquatic environments, the wonders of nature continue. For instance, bats, fascinating creatures above the water's surface, are social animals that hang upside down when they sleep. Nocturnal by nature, they spend the day resting in caves or nestled among tree canopies. In fact, these fascinating mammals comprise the second-largest group of mammals after rodents, further exemplifying the diverse adaptations life takes in various ecosystems. In essence, the aquatic ecosystem offers a complex and enthralling view of life, intricately woven and dependent upon the harmony of its constituents, while also reflecting the struggles against environmental variables that demand resilience and adaptability. Lakes and their ecosystems. Text TBF, exploring lake ecology, a journey through time. A lake, at its essence, represents a serene body of standing water, often substantial both in area and depth. Its existence transcends mere hydrological characteristics. It embodies a unique tableau of ecological diversity and geological history. This narrative unfolds the life cycle of lakes, a journey akin to that of living organisms. The aging of lakes, a natural metamorphosis. Just as creatures are birthed into the world, lakes are formed through a dance of geological and geomorphic events. This process marks the beginning of their existence as they emerge and commence their growth, transforming over time in both morphology and function. However, much like the cycle of living beings, lakes too have a lifespan. As they mature, lakes draw in water mainly from surface runoff, sometimes supplemented by groundwater discharge. This water carries with it an assortment of dissolved minerals and chemical substances eroded from the surrounding landscapes. Over thousands of years, these precious deposits accumulate, leading to the gradual aging of the lake as it fills and evolves. This aging process fosters the growth of diverse aquatic life. Natural eutrophication occurs as nutrients enrich the water, encouraging the flourishing of algae, aquatic plants, and an array of fauna. However, as human activities increasingly contribute to this nutrient influx through wastewater discharge and agricultural runoff, the natural equilibrium is disrupted, leading to a more accelerated form of nutrient enrichment known as cultural eutrophication. Lakes of India, a tapestry of diversity. In India, the landscape is dotted with lakes, though natural lakes remain relatively few. Many grace the Himalayan region and the fertile floodplains of major rivers like the Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. But the ingenuity of humanity is evident in the semi-arid and arid regions where tens of thousands of artificial water bodies have been constructed over centuries. Among these, Lake Sudarshan in Gujarat's Girnar area stands out, potentially regarded as the oldest man-made lake in India, with origins tracing back to 300 BC. The classification of lakes can further be understood through their water chemistry. Based on salinity levels, they are categorized as freshwater, brackish, or saline lakes. Similarly, lakes can also be classified based on nutrient content, falling into three categories: oligotrophic, mesotrophic, and eutrophic, with a majority of Indian lakes either eutrophic or mesotrophic due to nutrient runoff from their surroundings. Distinguishing features of lake types. The characteristics of oligotrophic and eutrophic lakes showcase the impact of nutrient levels on aquatic ecosystems. Oligotrophic lakes, typically deep and clear, harbor fewer species and support limited aquatic plant growth, boosting good water quality suitable for both domestic and industrial use. Conversely, eutrophic lakes, rich in nutrients, promote a proliferation of aquatic plants and animals but often lead to poor water quality, laden with algal blooms that can be detrimental to local ecosystems. Nutrient removal, restorative efforts. In an effort to counteract nutrient overload and restore ecological balance, various methods can be employed. These may include flushing lakes with nutrient-poor waters or extracting deep water to mitigate nutrient concentration. Innovative on-site strategies like flocculation techniques using adsorbents or enriching algae removal methods can also be utilized. Further, regular harvesting of fishes and aquatic plants alongside sludge removal stand as essential measures for maintaining lake health. Ameenpur Lake, a celebration of biodiversity. Not far from these discussions lies Ameenpur Lake, distinguished as the first biodiversity heritage site in India under the Biodiversity Act of 2002. This ancient man-made lake, nestled in the western part of Telangana, is a testament to the rich biodiversity it harbors, home to various species of flora and fauna and wild relatives of crops. The designation as a biodiversity heritage site underscores the commitment to preserving such areas, managed thoughtfully by local committees and funded for their conservation. The Green India Mission, a broader vision. The preservation of lakes and the promotion of healthier ecosystems connects seamlessly with national initiatives such as the Green India Mission, GIM. Launched to enhance the ecological resilience of climate-affected regions, GIM has approved action plans across 6 states, reflecting a collective vision to protect and rejuvenate green spaces, including our vital lakes. Conclusion: a deep connection to nature. The story of any lake is a testament to resilience, evolution, and the ongoing interplay between nature and humanity. Whether it's through understanding the ecological significance of lakes or recognizing our influence on these vital ecosystems, it is imperative that we foster a deeper connection to the lakes that enrich our planet, ensuring their health and vitality for generations to come. As we marvel at their beauty, may we remember the intricate balance they represent and commit ourselves to their protection and preservation. Nutrient over-enrichment. /TextTBF, eutrophication, understanding a growing environmental concern. The term eutrophication originates from the Greek word eutrophia, which translates to adequate or healthy nutrition. Though this may sound pleasant at first, eutrophication represents a significant challenge facing aquatic ecosystems around the globe. It refers to a syndrome of ecological change that occurs when an excessive amount of nutrients, particularly nitrates and phosphates from fertilizers, sewage, and other sources, are introduced into water bodies. This phenomenon stimulates rampant growth of plant life in aquatic environments, and it is essential to grasp both its causes and its far-reaching consequences. The primary instigators of eutrophication include nutrient runoff from agricultural land, where fertilizers containing phosphates and nitrates leach into rivers and lakes, especially during rainy seasons. When these nutrients accumulate, they serve as a fertilizer for aquatic plants, predominantly algae. This explosive growth of algae, often referred to as an algal bloom, is typically observed as a thick green layer on the surface of the water, altering both its appearance and ecosystem dynamics. While algal blooms might initially seem beneficial, as they signify nutrient-rich waters, they create a host of problems. The dense layer of algae on the surface blocks sunlight from penetrating the water column, hindering photosynthesis in submerged aquatic plants. As a result, the underlying plant life starts to perish, further exacerbating the oxygen depletion in the water. All living organisms that depend on oxygen, including fish and other aquatic animals, begin to suffer. The proliferation of algae leads to a cycle of decay and decomposition. Microorganisms thrive on the dead algae, consuming even more oxygen in the process. The consequences of eutrophication are heinous. Fish and various aquatic organisms find it increasingly difficult to survive due to a lack of dissolved oxygen. As the oxygen levels drop to critical lows, anoxic conditions arise, conditions so devoid of oxygen that they can no longer support life. Meanwhile, anaerobic bacteria can flourish, releasing harmful toxins that can harm not only aquatic life but also birds and mammals that depend on these water systems. Eutrophication leads to complex shifts within ecosystems, often manifesting as a reduction in biodiversity. The algal blooms disrupt the natural balance, resulting in a loss of indigenous plant and animal species. Over time, as these water bodies become choked with organic matter, they can transform into marshlands, a process that substantially alters the original aquatic habitat. The introduction of new species, often opportunistic and less desirable organisms, can emerge as the ecosystem adapts to the changing conditions, further displacing native life. Moreover, the toxins released during algal bloom decay can pose a risk to human health. When harmful algae are ingested, they may cause neurotoxic and hepatotoxic effects, with some of the most notorious instances resulting in shellfish poisoning. Eutrophication affects water clarity and increases turbidity, rendering many areas unsuitable for recreational activities such as swimming and fishing. Additionally, increased biomass of inedible toxic phytoplankton and heightened algal levels threaten the intricately balanced marine life, leading to substantial losses such as that of coral reefs. To mitigate the adverse effects of eutrophication, various strategies have been devised. Establishing riparian buffers, natural vegetative zones adjacent to aquatic systems, can help filter pollutants before they reach water bodies, allowing sediments and nutrients to be trapped and minimizing non-point source pollution. Furthermore, nitrogen testing can assist land farmers in applying fertilizers optimally, significantly reducing nutrient loss to the environment. Adapting practices such as organic farming and an integrated farming system can lessen the load of nutrients poured into the aquatic ecosystem. Enhanced treatment of industrial waste, coupled with improved regulations on livestock density and efficiency of fertilizer use, is critical to counteract the influx of harmful nutrients. Efforts must also include reducing nitrogen emissions from vehicles and ensuring robust municipal wastewater treatment practices. The struggle against eutrophication demands a multifaceted approach, from educating communities about responsible farming to promoting rigorous monitoring of ecosystems and enforcing existing regulations. It is through collaborative action and awareness that we can move towards preserving not only aquatic ecosystems but also the delicate balance of life on Earth. Understanding the impacts of eutrophication and mobilizing against them will pave the way towards healthier water bodies and ultimately, a healthier planet. In conclusion, while the world is home to majestic environmental wonders, including the coast redwood, the tallest tree, reaching heights of over 360 feet, our ecosystems are under threat. Eutrophication poses a significant risk, and addressing it will require both scientific understanding and proactive community engagement. Together, we can strive for a sustainable future where aquatic ecosystems thrive, supporting diverse marine life and the human populations intertwined with these precious resources. Toxic algal proliferations. /TextTBF, Chapter, Aquatic Ecosystems. /TextTBF, Section, Harmful Algal Blooms. In the intricate tapestry of coastal waters, a striking array of life resides, with microscopic organisms known as algae, or phytoplankton, playing a crucial role. These tiny yet mighty producers are responsible for generating a significant proportion of the oxygen we breathe and providing sustenance for countless marine creatures. They form the very foundation of the aquatic food web, supporting a vast array of organisms that call the ocean home. When environmental conditions align favorably, specifically optimal temperature, nutrient availability, and salinity, these phytoplankton can experience explosive growth, leading to what is known as an algal bloom. During such events, the concentration of these cells can increase dramatically, resulting in visible changes to the water's color. Though algal blooms can manifest in various hues, including green, brown, or even red, the most notorious manifestations are often labeled as red or brown tides. It is important to note that while most algal blooms are harmless and part of the natural cycle within aquatic ecosystems, certain types produce toxins that can pose serious risks not only to marine life, such as fish, birds, and marine mammals, but also to humans. These toxic blooms are categorized as harmful algal blooms, HABs, and their very presence can dramatically alter the coastal environment, even affecting the quality of the air we breathe when toxins become aerosolized. The misnomer of red tide. The term red tide itself is a misnomer, often misleading in its implication. It suggests that the water is always red when these blooms occur, yet this is frequently not the case. Depending on the species of phytoplankton, water type, and concentration of the organisms, blooms can range from a striking greenish hue to shades of reddish-orange or brown. Furthermore, these blooms are not tide-related phenomena. They can arise in stagnant waters or during other non-tidal conditions. Importantly, while many blooms are benign, it is crucial to recognize that even species considered non-harmful can produce toxins at incredibly low concentrations that might not visually alter the water but still pose a danger. The drivers of algal blooms. So, what triggers these blooms? A confluence of factors contributes to the phenomenon, with nutrient enrichment being one of the major culprits. When the levels of essential nutrients, particularly nitrogen and phosphates, become excessive, often due to pollution from agricultural runoff or wastewater, these conditions create a fertile environment for algae to thrive. Additionally, rising water temperatures due to climate change can further exacerbate the frequency and intensity of algal blooms, as warmer waters create hospitable habitats for these organisms to flourish. As these blooms develop, they can have dire consequences for both aquatic life and human health. The decay of concentrated algal masses can deplete oxygen levels in the water, leading to hypoxic conditions where fish and other marine animals struggle to survive. The breakdown process demands a large amount of oxygen, creating dead zones in the water where few organisms can thrive. Moreover, certain species of algae release neurotoxins during blooms. These powerful toxins travel up the food chain, threatening marine species from zooplankton to larger fish, and ultimately affecting predators, including birds, marine mammals, and humans, who consume contaminated seafood or, in some cases, inhale aerosolized toxins while near affected areas. The broader impacts of hubs. Harmful algal blooms are not just an ecological concern, they have significant ramifications for human activity and well-being. When shellfish become contaminated, they can cause illness when consumed. Communities reliant on fishing and tourism may find their livelihoods in jeopardy due to closed shellfish beds, large-scale fish kills, or even the death of charismatic marine species like dolphins and seabirds. Such events disrupt not only marine habitats but also the socio-economic fabric of coastal communities, leading to far-reaching consequences. Exposure to hub toxins. The methods of exposure to hub toxins are varied. Many people fall ill due to eating contaminated seafood, while some toxins can become airborne during a bloom and lead to respiratory issues in nearby populations. It's a stark reminder that while seafood is generally a safe dietary choice, caution should be exercised, especially regarding shellfish harvested from waters known to experience harmful algal blooms. The intersection of hubs and climate change. The influence of climate change on the dynamics of harmful algal blooms cannot be overstated. As global temperatures rise, and as the ecosystems that support these organisms change, the patterns of hub occurrence, severity, and impact are also shifting. The delicate balance of marine ecosystems is at risk, and both scientists and local communities are urged to remain vigilant. In summary, harmful algal blooms are an intricate part of our aquatic environments, illustrating the delicate interplay between marine life and ecological health. By understanding their causes, effects, and the ways they can impact both ecosystems and human communities, we can better navigate the challenges they present in our ever-changing world. Such knowledge not only informs our conservation efforts but also encourages a deeper respect for the oceans that sustain us all. Wetland ecosystem. Wetland ecosystems, a vital component of our environment. Wetlands occupy a unique and critical position in the ecosystem as intermediate habitats that lie between deep water and terrestrial environments. These transitional areas serve not only as buffers but also as rich habitats that significantly contribute to biodiversity and ecological balance. Due to their unique geographical features, wetlands are formed and shaped by the periodic flooding from adjacent deep-water habitats. Such cosmopolitan conditions favor a variety of plant and animal species that have evolved specialized adaptations to withstand shallow flooding and waterlogged soil. Consequently, wetlands have been designated to support this diverse life. These habitats encompass various forms, including the littoral zones of lakes, where the water level fluctuates between its highest and lowest points, floodplains adjacent to rivers that become inundated during periods of heavy discharge, and other marshy or swampy areas that collect stagnant water due to poor drainage or impermeable ground cover. Additionally, wetlands such as bogs, fens, and mangroves share similar ecological characteristics. Definition of wetlands. Wetlands are broadly defined as areas, whether naturally occurring or artificially created, that either permanently or temporarily hold water. This water can be static or flow, and it may be fresh, brackish, or salt. In marine environments, this definition extends to areas where the water depth does not exceed 6 meters at low tide. Characteristics of wetlands. Wetlands exhibit distinct qualities. They are typically covered by water or have waterlogged soil for a minimum of 7 days during the growing season. The plant life found in wetlands is primarily hydrophytic, water-loving, adapted to thrive in water-saturated conditions. They are characterized by hydric soils, where the availability of oxygen is limited, affecting some plant species. Classification of wetlands. Wetlands can be classified into various categories based on their characteristic features. \TBF, coastal wetlands, including both natural and man-made features like estuaries, salt pans, lagoons, and mangroves. \TBF, inland wetlands, such as lakes, ponds, reservoirs, and marshes, which can be either permanent or seasonal water bodies. Functions of wetlands. Wetlands serve numerous vital functions within the environment. They provide crucial habitats for a wide array of aquatic organisms, including flora and fauna, and host diverse bird species, including important migratory species. They act as natural filters, capable of removing sediments and nutrients from surface water, thereby enhancing water quality. They contribute to flood mitigation and the maintenance of stream flow, significantly aiding in groundwater recharge. Beyond ecological benefits, wetlands are sources of drinking water, fish, fodder, and fuel, and they play a crucial role in sustaining local communities and their livelihoods. They also buffer shorelines against erosion and serve as important sites for recreation, tourism, and cultural heritage. Challenges facing wetlands. Unfortunately, wetlands face numerous threats leading to their depletion. Agricultural expansion, overgrazing, extraction of sand, and aquaculture activities have encroached upon these vital ecosystems. Pollution from domestic waste, agricultural runoff, and industrial effluents further jeopardize wetland health. Climate change has compounded these issues, altering hydrological patterns and creating additional stress on these ecosystems. Mitigation strategies. To preserve and restore wetland health, several mitigation strategies can be employed. Conducting surveys to identify and demarcate wetland boundaries, followed by protective measures for natural regeneration and artificial restoration when necessary. Implementing soil conservation strategies, controlling invasive weed growth, and promoting afforestation. Raising environmental awareness within local communities, highlighting the integral role wetlands play in ecological balance. Distinction between wetlands and lakes. Although not strictly defined, a clear distinction exists between lakes and wetlands. Lakes are often perceived as standing water bodies with a depth of at least 3 meters, typically covering over 10 hectares and exhibiting minimal aquatic vegetation. They are primarily utilized for drinking supplies, irrigation, and recreation. In contrast, wetlands typically thrive with emergent plant species and are less than 3 meters deep, thereby favoring nutrient-rich sediments and abundant aquatic macrophyte growth. Wetlands in India. India encompasses an impressive array of wetlands, totaling approximately 27,403, with 23,444 categorized as inland and 3,959 as coastal wetlands. Covering 18.4% of India's landscape, a substantial portion of these wetlands is dedicated to paddy cultivation, emphasizing their agricultural significance. The natural wetlands of India span various ecological zones, from high-altitude regions in the Himalayas to floodplains of major river systems, and from saline environments in arid regions to lush coastal marshes and coral reefs. A fascinating element of India's biodiversity is illustrated by the Connemara teak tree, renowned as one of the largest living teak trees globally. With a girth of 6.48 meters and a crown height of 48.75 meters, this tree is revered locally, believed by tribes to possess divine qualities, a testament to the cultural significance embedded in these ecosystems. National Wetland Conservation Program, NWCP. Established in 1985-86, the NWCP aims to facilitate the conservation and sustainable management of wetlands. The program identifies wetlands needing urgent attention, laying down policy guidelines and providing financial assistance for conservation initiatives. Criteria for identifying wetlands of national importance. The criteria for recognizing wetlands of national significance align with global standards established under the Ramsar Convention. Important factors include the presence of unique wetland types, support for endangered species, significant populations of migratory waterfowl, and vital habitats for indigenous fish and other aquatic life. Montreux Record. The Montreux Record serves as a critical tool under the Ramsar Convention, documenting sites that require urgent conservation efforts due to adverse ecological changes. This record aids in prioritizing conservation initiatives, ensuring that such vulnerable ecosystems receive the attention they deserve. In India, notable wetlands like Chilika Lake and Loktak Lake have been included in the Montreux Record due to ecological threats, underscoring the importance of concerted efforts in wetland management and restoration. Innovation in wetland management. Neknampur Lake in Hyderabad stands out as India's largest floating treatment wetland, employing hydroponic technology to allow plants to thrive upon floating platforms. This innovative approach reflects the possibilities for sustainable wetland management, showcasing how technology can enhance ecological balance. Wetlands are irreplaceable assets to our environment, deserving our respect, protection, and thoughtful management as we strive for a balance between development and conservation. Estuarine ecosystem. /TextBF, estuary ecosystems, vital confluences of nature. Estuaries represent unique and vital ecosystems situated at the confluence of rivers and the sea. Here, the sweet freshwater from rivers blends harmoniously with the salty waters drawn in by ocean tides, creating dynamic habitats that are among the most productive environments on Earth. These natural treasures are typically found at the lower reaches of rivers where the tidal rhythms dictate the ecosystem's behavior, washing the area with seawater either once or twice daily. Characteristics of estuaries. An estuary can be described as a semi-enclosed coastal body of water, fed by one or more rivers or streams, with a direct connection to the open sea. This unique setting allows for a fascinating gradient of salinity, spanning from 0 ppt at the river's head to as high as 35 ppt at the estuary's mouth, where it meets the ocean. As a result of limited wave action, estuaries provide a tranquil refuge from the sometimes tumultuous open sea, offering shelter to countless animal species. Estuaries play an essential role in the ecosystem. They are nutrient-rich zones, benefiting from the influx of fertilizers from both freshwater and saline waters. This nutrient abundance supports an impressive array of biodiversity. In fact, nearly 60% of the world's population resides within close proximity to these key habitats, underscoring their importance as centers of human activity and ecological wealth. Additionally, coastal lakes that connect to the ocean through narrow openings are typically referred to as lagoons or backwaters. Their salinity gradients can vary dramatically, determined by the extent of seawater influence, making them rich in biodiversity and ecosystem services. Formation of estuaries. Estuaries can be categorized into four primary geomorphic groups according to the natural processes responsible for their formation. 1. Rising sea levels. 2. The movement of sand and formation of sandbars. 3. Glacial activity. 4. Tectonic shifts. Classifying estuaries based on geomorphological characteristics or water circulation leads to various names, such as bays, harbors, or inlets. The banks of estuarine channels are often favored locations for human settlements, serving as hubs for fishing, commerce, and increasingly, as sites for waste disposal. As biological hotspots, estuaries not only filter impurities from river water, but they also trap suspended sediment and sand, facilitating the formation of deltas, which are essential for maintaining coastal stability. Signs of a healthy estuary. For an estuary to thrive, it must support a diverse array of plants and animals. A healthy estuary serves as a reservoir for nutrients, offers flood protection by trapping sediments, and acts as a buffer between terrestrial environments and the marine ecosystem. Furthermore, these natural filters capture and detoxify pollutants, ensuring that water quality remains high. Rich habitats found within estuaries, including mangroves, salt marshes, seagrass beds, and mudflats, are crucial in maintaining ecological balance. The intricate relationships among the various plants and animals here, especially those specially adapted to thrive in the brackish waters, depend heavily on the estuarine conditions, such as salinity levels and tidal flooding. Biodiversity in estuaries. Estuaries serve as homes to a plethora of terrestrial and aquatic species. From majestic woodstocks and playful sea lions to resilient cord grasses and eelgrass, these ecosystems are vital for both land-based and marine life. The presence of various predators is equally important, as they occupy the top tiers of the food chain, maintaining the ecological equilibrium. Benefits of estuarine ecosystems. The benefits of estuarine ecosystems span environmental, social, and economic realms. \TextTBF Environmental benefits. Regulation of water quality and groundwater replenishment. Vital breeding and nursery grounds for diverse marine and terrestrial life. High levels of biological productivity. \TextTBF Social benefits. Community and indigenous values, promoting cultural ties to nature. Recreational opportunities, encouraging tourism and education. \TextTBF Economic benefits. Support for commercial fishing industries and harbor operations. Navigation routes that link vital commercial centers. Natural defenses against storms and coastal erosion. The Indian estuarine ecosystem. In India, estuarine ecosystems hold particular significance, with 14 major, 44 medium, and 162 minor rivers converging into the sea through various estuaries. These coastlines are essential components of India's coastal landscape, exhibiting complex ecosystems with diverse flora and fauna. The Bay of Bengal, in particular, hosts many major estuaries which serve as sites for significant maritime activities. Interestingly, while the majority of substantial estuaries are located along India's eastern coast, the western coast features smaller but vital estuarine habitats. Challenges faced by Indian estuaries. Despite their importance, Indian estuaries face several challenges. 1. \TextTBF Water flow. Variations in the volume of water flow can disrupt the delicate balance of estuarine environments, with some rivers experiencing extreme excess or shortages. 2. \TextTBF Pollution. industrial activity and urbanization lead to severe pollution, affecting water quality across numerous estuaries. 3. TBF, recreational pressures, increasing recreational activities, including boating and fishing, can strain these sensitive ecosystems. 4. TBF, commercial exploitation, overfishing and aquaculture practices can deplete fish stocks, compromising biodiversity and ecological health. 5. TBF, land use changes, urban expansion, infrastructure projects, and agricultural activities encroach upon estuarine zones, leading to habitat loss. The impact of climate change. The rise in sea levels due to climate change threatens to submerge essential catchment areas, altering biodiversity profiles and diminishing their productivity. Many of these issues necessitate immediate and concerted action to safeguard India's estuarine ecosystems for future generations. In conclusion, estuaries serve as crucial ecological connectors between land and sea, supporting diverse life forms and providing essential ecological services. They are thriving systems that embody the beauty and complexity of nature, playing indispensable roles in both environmental health and human welfare. Understanding and nurturing these ecosystems is paramount as we face the challenges of an increasingly urbanized and changing world. Did you know? While many snakes lay eggs, fascinatingly, some species like boas and garter snakes give birth to live young, illustrating the incredible diversity of life found in various ecosystems. Mangroves. Chapter 4, Aquatic Ecosystem. Section 4.7, Mangroves. Mangroves represent a unique and essential group of coastal vegetation found along the tropics and subtropics. These remarkable trees and shrubs thrive in the intertidal zones, growing below the high water level of spring tides, showcasing a spectacular ability to tolerate salinity. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, mangroves are vital to maintaining the ecological balance in coastal environments. 4.7.1 Characteristics of mangroves. Mangroves are predominantly evergreen plants, resiliently adapting to the dynamic conditions of sheltered shores. They thrive in environments such as tidal flats, deltas, estuaries, bays, creeks, and barrier islands, demonstrating an exceptional ability to flourish where few other plants can survive. The optimal locations for these plants are areas where rivers deposit abundant silt or along the backshore of sandy beaches accumulating sediment. One of the most fascinating aspects of mangroves is their physiological adaptability. They have evolved mechanisms to cope with high salinity levels and the anaerobic conditions of waterlogged soils. Their robust structures require high levels of solar radiation, and they can extract fresh water even from saline or brackish surroundings. To address respiratory challenges caused by anaerobic soil conditions, many mangrove species develop specialized roots known as pneumatophores, often referred to as breathing roots. These roots stand upright, protruding from the mud to facilitate gas exchange. The diversity of mangroves is evident in their growth configurations. For instance, the /TBF, Rhizophora, species features arching prop roots that extend into the water, providing stability and support. In contrast, the /TBF, Avicennia, species demonstrates vertical air roots that emerge from the mud, allowing for respiration. Most mangrove vegetation possesses lenticulated bark, promoting moisture loss and fostering the growth of coppices. The leaves are thick and robust, equipped with salt-secreting glands that help regulate their internal salinity. This adaptation is complemented by their unique method of reproduction, viviparity, where seeds germinate while still attached to the parent tree, ensuring a higher survival rate in saline conditions. Some mangroves have the ability to eliminate excess salt through specialized leaf glands. If observed closely, one might spot glistening crystals of salt resting on the undersides of their leaves. Others have evolved to block the absorption of salt at their roots, utilizing various strategies to thrive in challenging environments. Did you know? The term amphibian translates to lives, referring to the fact that these animals adeptly transition between aquatic and terrestrial habitats. Amphibians typically begin their lives in water, where they possess gills and tails, later transitioning to land, developing lungs and legs. This class of animals includes frogs, toads, salamanders, newts, and caecilians, all of which share the intriguing habit of shading their skin as they grow, usually consuming the shed skin in the process. 4.7.2 Mangrove Profiles in India. Among the numerous mangrove ecosystems globally, the Sundarbans stand out as the largest contiguous block of tidal holophytic mangroves. This dense mangrove forest is home to notable species such as /textbf, Heritiera fomes, Rhizophora spp, Bruguera spp, Cereops decandra, Soneraceae spp, and /textbf, Avicennia spp. The region is well known for its unique wildlife, including the majestic Royal Bengal tiger and various species of crocodiles. However, the pressure of agricultural expansion is leading to significant clearing of these vital mangrove areas. Another significant mangrove ecosystem can be found in Bhitarkanika, Odisha, the second largest mangrove stretch in the Indian subcontinent. This area hosts a high concentration of characteristic mangrove species and maintains remarkable genetic diversity. In Andhra Pradesh, mangrove swarms proliferate along intertidal mudflats in the Godavari-Krishna delta regions. However, mangroves in areas like Pichwaram and Vedaranam face degradation primarily due to the development of aquaculture ponds and salt pans. On the west coast of India, encompassing Maharashtra, Goa, and Karnataka, the mangroves are predominantly scrubby and face degradation along estuarine intertidal regions. In Kerala, the mangrove vegetation tends to be sparse. In Gujarat's Gulf of Kutch and Kori Creek, species such as /textbf, Avicennia marina, Avicennia officinalis, and /textbf, Rhizophora mucronata, establish themselves amid soft clayey mud, characterized by stunted growth and discontinuous patches. Encouragingly, the condition of mangroves in the Kori Creek area is seeing improvement, showcasing the potential for ecological rehabilitation in previously degraded regions. Conversely, on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, small tidal estuaries, neritic inlets, and lagoons continue to sustain a rich and diverse mangrove flora, largely undisturbed. 4.7.3 The role of mangroves. Mangrove plants possess specialized roots, such as prop roots and pneumatophores, which play a fundamental role in stabilizing coastal areas. By impeding water flow, these roots foster sediment deposition and contribute to the stabilization of coastlines. Additionally, mangroves serve as crucial breeding grounds for various fish species and moderate the impact of monsoonal tidal floods, significantly reducing the risk of coastal inundation. Mangroves act as natural barriers, preventing coastal soil erosion and safeguarding lands against tsunamis, hurricanes, and other natural disasters. They also enhance the natural recycling of nutrients in coastal ecosystems and provide habitats for a plethora of flora and avifauna. Offering a nurturing environment, mangroves are essential for breeding, spawning, and rearing numerous fish species. They also play a protective role for coastal inland areas against adverse climatic conditions. Beyond their ecological significance, mangroves fulfill vital needs for local communities, supplying wood, firewood, and medicinal plants while serving as a source of edible plants. Furthermore, mangroves create employment opportunities for local populations, bolstering community livelihoods and economic resilience. Did you know? The king cobra, contrary to popular belief solely based on their terrestrial prowess, is a fantastic swimmer inhabiting forested regions near streams. In a twist of nature's design, the anoxic sediments beneath mangroves act as sinks for heavy metals, absorbed from the overlying seawater through colloidal particles in the sediment. By absorbing carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, mangroves contribute to climate regulation, sequestering carbon in their root systems, branches, and surrounding silt, while releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, alongside small amounts of methane gas. 4.7.4 Threats to mangroves. Despite their ecological importance, mangroves face significant threats. The conversion of mangrove areas for agricultural purposes, fuel collection, fodder extraction, and salinization pressures the existence of these vital ecosystems. Other threats include mining activities, oil spills, the expansion of aquaculture, particularly shrimp farming, and the indiscriminate use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, all of which contribute to the degradation of this precious coastal resource. The survival of mangroves depends on concerted conservation efforts and sustainable management practices to preserve these fragile ecosystems for future generations. Coral reefs. Coral reefs, enigmatic underwater structures, are truly fascinating entities within our oceans. At the heart of these vibrant ecosystems is coral, a living animal that engages in remarkable symbiosis with microscopic algae known as zooxanthellae. Unlike other forms of marine life that settle on the sea floor, zooxanthellae inhabit the tissues of coral, thriving in the sunlit waters near the ocean's surface where they receive ample light necessary for their photosynthetic processes. In this intricate relationship, the algae support coral's nutrient production, supplying it with fixed carbon compounds that serve as energy sources, while also enhancing the calcification process and facilitating elemental nutrient exchange. Interestingly, the vivid colors one associates with coral reefs do not originate from the corals themselves, rather, they come from the living zooxanthellae residing within these corals. Though coral tissues appear clear and white, it is the symbiotic algae that lend them their striking hues. In return, coral polyps provide a secure environment for these algae, along with a continuous source of carbon dioxide for their life-giving photosynthesis. Corals fall into two categories: hard corals, which contribute to reef building, and soft corals like sea fans and gorgonians that do not. These resilient builders of coral reefs, called polyps, are tiny creatures that, through growth, reproduction, and eventually death, leave behind limestone, calcium carbonate, skeletons. These skeletons form the foundational structure of coral reefs, layering upon one another and ultimately covered by living coral, creating a complex, biodiverse habitat that supports myriad marine organisms. Hermatypic corals, or reef-building corals, can manifest in diverse shapes, whether branched, table-like, or massive formations resembling cups or boulders. While the majority of coral reefs flourish in warm, tropical waters, notably in regions like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, there are also cold water corals living at depths in chillier waters, like the expansive Rost Reef of Norway, which, surprisingly, encompasses more cold water reefs than tropical ones. These coral ecosystems are incredibly productive and complex, fostering high biological diversity. In the nutrient-poor waters in which corals thrive, they possess an extraordinary ability to recycle limited nutrients, aided by the zooxanthellae. This collaboration allows for robust energy production and sustains vibrant life forms. The interdependence within coral reef ecosystems extends to numerous invertebrates, vertebrates, and flora that maintain tight resource cycles, making coral reefs often referred to as the tropical rainforests of the oceans. Coral reefs are categorized based on their geographical formations into four main types: fringing reefs, patch reefs, barrier reefs, and atolls. Fringing reefs grow adjacent to shorelines and are the most common, as observed in the Andaman Islands. Patch reefs exist as scattered, isolated formations found in areas like Polk Bay and the Gulf of Mannar, while barrier reefs, appearing off coastal lines as linear structures, create lagoons between themselves and shorelines. Examples can be seen in Nicobar and Lakshadweep. Atolls represent circular or semicircular reefs that arise from subsiding platforms, often viewed in the shores of Lakshadweep and Nicobar. These ecosystems support various marine life, including diverse species of sea grasses on Kavratti Atoll and mangroves on Andaman and Nicobar coral reefs. Coral reefs are not only aesthetically delightful, they serve critical ecological functions. Acting as natural barriers, they protect coastal zones from erosion and severe storm surges. Their intricate structures harbor a variety of marine organisms, helping to maintain ecological balance and providing vital shelter for many species. However, these invaluable ecosystems face continual threats, both natural and anthropogenic. Natural threats include phenomena like bleaching, a stress response that occurs when corals expel their zooxanthellae due to adverse conditions, resulting in color loss and potentially leading to coral death. Additionally, environmental disturbances such as storms, temperature variations, and sedimentation can also jeopardize reef integrity. Human-induced threats stem from activities such as chemical pollution, excessive tourism, overfishing, and damage from shipping and dredging. The degradation of coral reef ecosystems has escalated alarmingly in recent decades. Disturbances from both human exploitation and unpredictable natural events have led to heightened coral reef decline, with symptoms manifesting as bleached coral. Coral bleaching is particularly alarming. It marks a time when coral tissues experience significant loss of zooxanthellae, often ranging from 60% to 90%, and becomes a harbinger of reef death if conditions fail to improve. While short-term stress can allow for recovery, prolonged loss of symbiotic algae can lead to the demise of coral hosts, given the essential role zooxanthellae play in coral health. Among the various stressors, temperature fluctuations are particularly influential. Corals thrive within specific temperature ranges, and excessive warmth or sudden cool changes can trigger bleaching events. Excessive solar irradiance during summer months can also exacerbate the stress, as shallow corals are particularly vulnerable to both types of temperature shocks. Other environmental pressures that have been linked to coral bleaching range from sedimentation and freshwater dilution after heavy rains to adverse conditions promoted by nutrient loading. Surprisingly, while elevations in nutrients can enhance zooxanthellae growth temporarily, it may lower corals' overall resilience, making them more susceptible to diseases. The interconnectedness of life within coral reefs demonstrates resilience but also precariousness in facing ecological pressures. Conservation efforts have become increasingly critical to preserving these unique ecosystems. The updated National Biodiversity Action Plan, NBAP, in India, developed in 2014 to align with global biodiversity targets, highlights a commitment to protecting biodiversity through scientific channels and strategic management practices. Thus, understanding and safeguarding coral reefs is vital. They are not just home to a plethora of marine organisms, they are essential to maintaining ecological balance and providing invaluable services to coastal communities and our planet. Protecting these ecosystems, investing in their study, and fostering sustainable practices is a collective responsibility towards safeguarding their existence for future generations. Conservation initiatives for mangrove forests and coral reefs. In the vast and diverse landscape of India, the intricate interplay of land and sea gives rise to some of the most critical ecosystems on the planet, notably the mangroves and coral reefs. Recognizing the immense ecological, economic, and cultural significance of these habitats, the Indian government has taken robust steps to protect, sustain, and even enhance these vital ecosystems through a blend of regulatory and promotional measures. At the heart of these protective efforts lies the Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ, notification of 2011, alongside the Island Protection Zone, IPZ, notification, also established in 2011. These regulations were crafted to govern development activities along the delicate shores and tidal waters of the Indian coastline. Areas classified as CRZI, designated as ecologically sensitive, are granted the highest level of protection. Here, the construction of new buildings is strictly prohibited, with a few exceptions. Activities such as those related to the Department of Atomic Energy, certain pipeline installations, and weather radar systems aimed at cyclone monitoring can proceed, but all must abide by stringent guidelines that ensure the tidal flow of water remains undisturbed. The implementation and enforcement of these regulations are overseen by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, which has established both national and state union territory coastal zone management authorities. These bodies are charged with the crucial task of ensuring compliance with the CRZ and IPZ notifications, ensuring the delicate balance of these ecosystems is preserved. Highlighting the government's commitment to marine biodiversity, the Ministry of Environment and Forests has partnered with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in a groundbreaking global initiative known as the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, BioFin. This collaboration aims to bolster the financial resources available for the conservation of biodiversity, ensuring that mangroves and coral reefs receive the attention they merit. Moreover, the ministry extends financial assistance to interested coastal states and union territories through a centrally sponsored scheme dedicated to the conservation and management of these ecosystems. This support plays a crucial role in empowering local governments to execute preservation projects effectively. In addition to these initiatives, the Indian coral reefs enjoy a high degree of protection under Schedule I of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. This legislative framework not only safeguards coral habitats but has also led to the establishment of various protected areas throughout the country. Currently, there are 4 national parks, 96 wildlife sanctuaries, and 3 marine biosphere reserves dedicated to the conservation of marine life, including these magnificent coral ecosystems. To ensure the enforcement of wildlife protection laws, the government has also launched the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. This dedicated body focuses on curbing poaching and the illegal trade of wildlife and its byproducts, thereby strengthening the protective measures surrounding India's unique ecological heritage. In conclusion, the government's multifaceted approach combines legislative action, community support, and international partnerships, demonstrating a profound commitment to safeguarding the essential ecosystems that not only support biodiversity but also sustain the livelihoods of countless communities dependent on these natural resources. Through the ongoing efforts to protect mangroves and coral reefs, India is paving the way for a more sustainable coexistence of nature and humanity. Essential actions for safeguarding marine and coastal ecosystems. Chapter: Aquatic Ecosystem. Section: Key Initiatives to Protect Marine and Coastal Environments. The intricate relationship between land and sea, where civilizations flourish and ecosystems thrive, has never been more critical than in today's fast-paced world. Recognizing the pressing need to safeguard this dynamic environment, various initiatives have emerged to ensure the sustainable management of coastal and marine resources. This section delves into significant programs aimed at protecting India's marine and coastal environments, illustrating a meticulous effort to balance ecological health with human activity. 4.10.1 Coastal Ocean Monitoring and Prediction System, COMAPS. Since its inception in 1991, the Coastal Ocean Monitoring and Prediction System, COMAPS, has played a pivotal role in assessing the health of India's coastal waters. It serves not just as an observatory but as a proactive mechanism for managing pollution-related challenges. By offering a framework for continuous monitoring, COMAPS has facilitated timely responses to pollution events and has promoted strategies for restoration and mitigation. In the year 2000, the program underwent a significant restructuring and enhancement, reframing its scope to include comprehensive pollution monitoring, as well as establishing better liaison protocols, regulatory frameworks, and legislative measures. The revamped COMAPS integrates consultancy services to assist local authorities in implementing findings effectively, thereby ensuring that coastal ecosystems are preserved for future generations. 4.10.2 Land-Ocean Interactions in the Coastal Zone, LOCS. Launched in 1995, the Land-Ocean Interactions in the Coastal Zone, LOCS, initiative stands at the forefront of research investigating the profound effects of global change on coastal regions. This program emphasizes understanding the complexities of interactions between terrestrial and marine domains, highlighting how human-induced alterations, be it through climate change, urbanization, or unsustainable fishing practices, can profoundly reshape coastal ecosystems. One of the primary objectives of LOCS is to craft scientific approaches for the integrated management of these vital coastal environments. By fostering collaboration between scientists, policymakers, and local communities, LOCS aims to harmonize development with ecological protection, ensuring that both the marine life and the livelihoods dependent on it can coexist sustainably. 4.10.3 Integrated Coastal and Marine Area Management, ICMAM. The Integrated Coastal and Marine Area Management, ICMAM, program, which commenced in 1998, further advances this comprehensive approach to managing coastal and marine areas. This initiative focuses on developing model plans tailored for crucial regions, such as Chennai, Goa, and the Gulf of Kutch. By analyzing these diverse coastal landscapes, ICMAM seeks to implement best practices that can be replicated in other regions, creating a more unified and effective strategy for managing coastal resources across the nation. 4.10.4 Society of Integrated Coastal Management, SICAM. In 2010, the Society of Integrated Coastal Management, SICAM, was established as a major national initiative aimed at protecting coastal ecosystems. SICAM is composed of a consortium of experts who specialize in various facets of coastal science and management. By pooling their knowledge and resources, the society works to address challenges that threaten coastal areas, such as habitat degradation, pollution, and climate change impacts, promoting sustainable practices that can mitigate these threats. 4.10.5 Institutions for Coastal Management. At the heart of these initiatives lies the Notification on Coastal Regulation Zone, CRZ, originally enacted in 1991. This legislative framework is designed to protect coastal stretches in India, ensuring the preservation of biodiversity and the livelihoods of coastal communities. To enforce and monitor the CRZ effectively, institutional mechanisms such as the National Coastal Zone Management Authority, NCZMA, and the State Coastal Zone Management Authority, SCZMA, have been established. Empowered by the Environmental Protection Act of 1986, these authorities wield significant powers to implement measures that enhance the quality of the coastal environment. Their responsibilities include preventing, controlling, and mitigating pollution in coastal areas, thereby safeguarding these ecosystems for the future. Through their diligent efforts, they create a balanced framework where environmental health and socio-economic development can thrive harmoniously. In this tapestry of initiatives, we observe a multifaceted approach to environmental stewardship. These efforts illustrate not only the commitment of India to protect its marine and coastal ecosystems but also the recognition that a robust ecological framework is essential for the well-being of communities dependent on these resources. By fostering collaboration, promoting sustainable practices, and engaging local populations, India is paving the way towards a resilient coastal future. Ganga Rejuvenation Initiative. The Ganga, revered as a sacred river in India, has been central to the cultural and spiritual fabric of the nation for centuries. However, the beauty and purity of this majestic river became increasingly compromised by the rapid industrialization and urbanization that swept across the country in the 20th century. Recognizing the pressing need to safeguard this national treasure, the Government of India took a decisive step on 14 January 1986, launching the Ganga Action Plan. This initiative aimed primarily at abating pollution, focusing on improving the river's water quality. The plan was designed to tackle the growing crisis of contamination by intercepting, diverting, and treating domestic sewage and the toxic industrial chemical waste that flowed from numerous identified polluting units depositing directly into the Ganga. The vision was not merely to restore the river's health but to ensure that the communities dependent on it could do so safely. As years rolled by, the Ganga Action Plan was scrutinized for its effectiveness, and while some measures showed promise, it soon became apparent that a more robust approach was essential. Thus, on 31 December 2009, the government unveiled the ambitious Mission Clean Ganga project. Set against the backdrop of a national commitment to environmental stewardship, this new mission aimed to eradicate the direct release of untreated municipal sewage and industrial waste into the sacred waters by the target year of 2020. With a sweeping budget of approximately 15,000 crore rupees allocated for this initiative, the mission sought not only to rectify past oversights but also to inspire a collective responsibility toward preserving the river for future generations. In alignment with this mission, the government took an important step by establishing the National Ganga River Basin Authority, NGRBA. Chaired by the Prime Minister, this authority was tasked with a critical objective to ensure the effective abatement of pollution and the comprehensive conservation of the Ganga River. By adopting an integrated river basin management approach, the NGRBA aimed to embrace a holistic strategy that would encompass planning, implementation, and monitoring to manage the river resources effectively. The endeavor was not without its challenges. The Ganga River Basin spans over several states, each with its own set of socio-economic dynamics, industrial activities, and regulatory frameworks. Nonetheless, the commitment to conservation and cleanup resonated widely, garnering support from various stakeholders, including local communities, governmental bodies, and non-governmental organizations. Through public awareness campaigns and local engagement, Mission Clean Ganga fostered a sense of ownership among citizens, urging them to take part in conservation efforts. Events like cleanliness drives and awareness sessions about the impacts of pollution served to galvanize public support and involvement. The journey of cleaning the Ganga is ongoing, representing a synthesis of tradition and modernity, where ancient customs coexist with contemporary conservation science. As the river flows, it carries with it the hopes and aspirations of millions. The ongoing efforts encapsulated by the Ganga Action Plan and Mission Clean Ganga reflect a broader understanding that the health of the river is intrinsically linked to the health of the people living in its basin. In this way, the saga of Ganga is not just about a river, it is about the revival of an ecosystem that sustains life, the protection of a sacred heritage, and a unified movement towards achieving sustainability for one of the world's most vital water sources. Namami Gange Initiative. In response to the pressing challenges posed by pollution and degradation of one of the most revered rivers in India, the Ganges, the government has initiated a transformative plan known as the Namami Gange program. With an ambitious investment of rupee 2,037 crores earmarked for its implementation, this integrated Ganga conservation mission is set to embark on a comprehensive journey towards the rejuvenation and sustainable management of the Ganga River. This sweeping initiative is not just about cleanup, it's a holistic approach that aims to merge ongoing efforts with strategic planning for an environmentally accountable future. As part of its broader vision, an additional rupee 100 crores has been specifically allocated for the development of ghats and the beautification of river fronts across key locations such as Kedarnath, Haridwar, Kanpur, Varanasi, Allahabad, Patna, and Delhi in the current financial year. These enhancements will serve to deepen citizen engagement while promoting a river-centric urban planning framework. The Namami Gange program outlines numerous interventions designed to restore the Ganga's health and vibrancy. At its heart lies the initiative known as Nirmal Dhara, which focuses on sustainable municipal sewage management. In collaboration with the Ministry of Urban Development, the program prioritizes projects that ensure efficient sewage management. States are incentivized to take up projects along the Ganga mainstem with additional central grants specifically allocated for improving sewerage infrastructure. To ensure accountability and longevity, the initiative mandates uniform standards for sewage management, with a decade-long requirement for operations and maintenance by the same service provider. This aligns with the objectives of the National Ganga River Basin Authority (NGRBA) program and embraces public-private partnerships (PPP), coupled with a crucial mandate for the reuse of treated water. The plan envisions an expanded coverage of sewerage systems in 118 urban habitations along the river bank, with the Ministry of Urban Development estimating a cost of /rupee 51,000 crores for this task. Addressing the issue of rural sanitation, the Nirmal Dhara initiative also encompasses efforts to manage sewage in rural areas through a collaboration with the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. The ambitious goal aims for all Gram Panchayats along the Ganges, totaling 1,632, to be free from open defecation by the year 2022, backed by a central share of /rupee 1,700 crores. Industrial discharge also remains a focal point under Nirmal Dhara, where regulations will be put in place to mandate zero liquid discharge. The initiative will incorporate rational water tariffs that encourage the reuse of water, bolstered by real-time monitoring of water quality to ensure compliance. The everlasting flow of the Ganga is supported by another key component known as Aviral Dhara. This segment stresses the importance of establishing river regulatory zones along the river banks, implementing rational agricultural practices, and utilizing efficient irrigation methods. The restoration and conservation of wetlands will further contribute to the ecological balance, ensuring the river supports a diverse aquatic life and biodiversity. Tourism and shipping, vital components of the region's economy, will also be promoted, yet guided by a sustainable framework that respects the ecological integrity of the river. Moreover, a Ganga Knowledge Center is set to emerge, leading to the establishment of a Ganga University of River Sciences, dedicated to fostering research and education about the Ganga. Recognizing the invaluable role that non-resident Indians, NRIs, play in the development of India across various sectors, a special NRI Ganga Fund is proposed. This fund aims to channel their passion and resources towards the conservation of the Ganga, financing targeted projects under its management. The fund could function under the auspices of the Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs or the Ministry of Finance, focusing on effective fundraising and corpus management. In sum, the Namami Gange program is a landmark initiative that seeks not merely to clean the Ganga but to orchestrate a comprehensive and integrated approach for its rejuvenation, promoting ecological health while uplifting local communities and fostering economic development. As India looks forward to a sustainable future for its lifeblood, the story of the Ganga, its challenges, solutions, and the active participation of its people continues to unfold. Ganga Cleanliness Initiative. The Clean Ganga Fund, CGF, is an initiative designed to garner widespread support and participation from individuals both within India and the global diaspora. With increasing awareness of the urgent need to restore and maintain the health of one of India's most sacred rivers, the Ganga, this fund aims to leverage voluntary contributions to drive significant improvements in the river's cleanliness and vitality. At its core, The CGF is committed to enhancing the cleanliness of the Ganga by pooling resources from grateful residents, non-resident Indians, NRIs, persons of Indian origin, PIO, and a diverse array of international friends. This collective effort underscores the shared responsibility to protect and preserve this crucial waterway that supports millions of lives and ecosystems. Operational management of the CGF will be entrusted to a trust led by the country's finance minister, ensuring that the fund is handled with the utmost integrity and accountability. This trust will function under the auspices of the Ministry of Water Resources, River Development, and Ganga Rejuvenation, with its secretariat managed by the Mission Director of the Clean Ganga Initiative. The establishment of this structured governance model is intended to maximize transparency and effectiveness in resource allocation. For domestic contributors, generous tax benefits will be made available, similar to those provided under the Swachh Bharat Kosh, which incentivizes charitable giving. International donors will also find avenues for tax exemptions according to the regulations of their jurisdictions, particularly in countries like the USA, UK, Singapore, and the UAE. These strategies aim to aggregate more contributions by making philanthropic giving as appealing as possible. The CGF is not merely a passive fund, it will actively seek to identify, fund, and implement specific projects geared toward revitalizing the Ganga. The projects may range from pilot initiatives and research and development efforts to groundbreaking innovations and other focused strategies. Each investment will be characterized by clear, measurable objectives to facilitate effective planning, funding, and rigorous evaluation. Key activities slated to receive funding from the Clean Ganga Fund include initiatives under the comprehensive Namami Gange program, which focuses on multiple facets of Ganga's cleaning efforts. Strategies aimed at mitigating non-point source pollution from various human activities, including agricultural runoff, human defecation, and cattle interaction with the river. The establishment of waste treatment and disposal facilities in towns and cities adjacent to the river. Efforts to protect and enhance the biodiversity of the Ganga's aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. Community-oriented programs designed to lessen human-induced pollution, fostering a more respectful engagement with the river. Infrastructure development for public amenities, including the beautification and redevelopment of bathing ghats. Research and innovation projects to discover new technologies and methods for river cleaning. Commitment to independent oversight through thorough monitoring and real-time reporting mechanisms to ensure accountability. In light of recent developments, the Union Environment Ministry has embarked on a transformative strategy aimed at the conservation and rejuvenation of major river systems. This new approach takes into consideration entire river basins rather than just localized efforts, recognizing that the health of the river is substantially influenced by conditions in the upstream areas. Previously, river conservation efforts primarily tackled pollution from household wastewater and regulated industrial effluents. However, the latest framework adopts a more integrative perspective by aligning water management activities with environmental strategies, thereby fostering a restored ecology in the Ganga and its polluted stretches. This holistic philosophy aims not only to cleanse the river but also to renew the ecological balance and cultural significance that the Ganga holds for the people of India and beyond. Through the collective commitment embodied in the Clean Ganga Fund and the associated initiatives, there lies a profound hope for the revival of the Ganga, ensuring it remains a source of life, spirituality, and cultural richness for future generations. As citizens rally together to contribute, the vision of a cleaner, healthier Ganga can transform from aspiration to reality. Environmental pollution. Introduction. Pollution, a term that has become alarmingly commonplace in our conversations, can be defined as the introduction or excessive presence of harmful substances into our physical environment, specifically our water, air, and soil. These substances, originating from a myriad of sources, industrial discharges, agricultural runoff, vehicular emissions, and even household waste, interact with the natural elements in ways that compromise their purity and, ultimately, their ability to sustain life. At its core, pollution signifies an imbalance, a disruption of the delicate ecosystems that have thrived for millennia. Water, for instance, is not merely a vital resource, it is the lifeblood of our planet. Yet, when pollutants like plastics, heavy metals, and pesticides find their way into our rivers and oceans, the consequences are dire. Aquatic life suffers, drinking water becomes tainted, and the entire food chain is jeopardized. The air we breathe, too, is intricately woven into the fabric of life on Earth. Yet, the increasing emissions of carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter from factories and vehicles have turned the once clear skies into a hedge of pollutants, contributing to health problems such as respiratory diseases and cardiovascular issues. The quality of the air we breathe directly influences not only our well-being but also the climate itself, leading to broader environmental challenges such as global warming. Moreover, our lands, the very ground upon which we build our homes and cultivate our food, face a similar fate. The contamination of soil with hazardous waste, agricultural chemicals, and litter has rendered large portions of Earth less productive, less capable of nourishing crops, and even unsafe for habitation. This pollution disrupts the natural processes that sustain life, leading to a cascade of negative effects on biodiversity, food security, and overall health. In essence, pollution transforms our vibrant world into one that is increasingly hostile to life. The excessive addition of these harmful materials not only diminishes the quality of our environment but makes it increasingly unfit for all living beings. To safeguard our planet, a shared home that nurtures countless species, including our own, it is imperative that we acknowledge the impact of pollution and commit to reversing its effects. It involves a collective effort where individuals, communities, and nations come together to clean our waterways, purify our air, and rejuvenate our lands, ensuring that they remain vibrant and hospitable long into the future. Only then can we hope to restore the balance that has been so profoundly disrupted. Contaminants. Understanding environmental pollutants. Pollutants are substances or factors that negatively affect the natural quality of any component of the environment, leading to unforeseen consequences for health and ecosystems. Many kinds of pollutants exist in our environment today, including smoke emitted from industrial activities and vehicles, hazardous chemicals released from factories, radioactive materials from nuclear facilities, residential sewage, and discarded household items. Each of these pollutants interacts with our surroundings in different ways and their cumulative impact can be severely detrimental. Classification of pollutants. Pollutants can be categorized based on various criteria. 1. /TBF, by form after release. /TBF, primary pollutants, these are pollutants that remain in their original form once discharged into the environment. Examples include substances such as DDT and plastics. /TBF, secondary pollutants, these are formed when primary pollutants undergo chemical reactions. One well-known secondary pollutant is peroxyacetyl nitrate, PAN, produced from the interaction of nitrogen oxides and hydrocarbons. 2. /TBF, by existence in nature. /TBF, quantitative pollutants, naturally occurring substances that turn into pollutants when their concentration exceeds a certain threshold, such as carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxides. /TBF, qualitative pollutants, these are man-made, synthetic substances that do not naturally occur and can be harmful, like fungicides and herbicides. 3. /TBF, by nature of disposal. Text TBF, biodegradable pollutants, waste products that can be broken down by microbial action, such as sewage. Text TBF, non-biodegradable pollutants, these persist indefinitely and do not decompose easily, including plastics, glass, and heavy metal compounds. 4. Text TBF, by origin. Text TBF, natural pollutants originating from natural events like volcanic eruptions and forest fires. Text TBF, anthropogenic pollutants resulting from human activities such as industrialization, urbanization, and population growth. Causes of environmental pollution. Pollution is often driven by several interrelated factors. Rapid, uncontrolled population growth. Accelerating industrialization leading to increased emissions. Urbanization transforming landscapes and increasing waste. Unchecked exploitation of natural resources, including deforestation and mining activities. Natural events like wildfires, radioactivity, and geological eruptions that further add to pollution levels. Air pollution, a major concern. Air pollution has reached alarming levels due to factors such as swelling urban populations, economic expansion, and the rise of industrial activities. Defined as the presence of harmful substances in the atmosphere that can adversely affect human health, animal life, and even climate, air pollution poses a significant threat. Common air pollutants and their sources include Text TBF, carbon monoxide, CO, a colorless, odorless gas resulting from incomplete combustion of fuels, affecting oxygen transport in the blood and impairing cognitive functions. Text TBF, carbon dioxide, CO2, the principal greenhouse gas predominantly produced by energy generation and transportation, contributing to global warming. Text TBF, chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, emitted from refrigeration and air conditioning systems. CFCs damage the ozone layer, exposing us to harmful ultraviolet rays. Text TBF, lead, found in petrol and industrial emissions. Lead exposure is particularly harmful to children, causing various health issues. Text TBF, ozone, beneficial in the upper atmosphere but harmful at ground level, where it can cause respiratory problems and irritate the eyes. Text TBF, nitrogen oxides, NOx, resulting from fuel combustion. NOx compounds create smog and acid rain, posing risks to respiratory health, especially among vulnerable populations. Text TBF, suspended particulate matter, SPM, comprising various solid particles in the air. SPM can lead to health complications, including lung damage. Text TBF, sulfur dioxide, SO2, produced by coal burning in power generation and certain industrial processes, SO2 contributes to smog and respiratory illnesses. The issue of smog. The term smog, a blend of smoke and fog first coined in 1905, refers to air pollution characterized by a combination of smoke, fog, and pollutants. Photochemical smog, the more severe form, occurs when sun rays interact with pollutants like nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds, creating ground-level ozone that is harmful to human health. Smog can create breathing difficulties and reduces visibility, especially under conditions of heavy traffic and stagnant weather patterns. Indoor air pollution, a growing hazard. Indoor air quality is often overlooked but equally important. In rural areas, reliance on traditional fuels for cooking and heating introduces significant air pollutants into homes. Conversely, urban areas face challenges from sealed buildings and the use of synthetic materials that can emit harmful volatile organic compounds. Common indoor pollutants include tobacco smoke, formaldehyde, and biological allergens that can result in health complications ranging from irritation to severe respiratory diseases. Fly ash, a consequence of combustion. Fly ash, a byproduct of burning solid fuels, travels far upon release. If not properly managed, fly ash contributes to air and water pollution and poses health risks. However, if collected effectively, fly ash can be repurposed in construction, improving material properties and reducing costs. The impact of air pollution on health and environment. Air pollution significantly affects human health, causing a myriad of problems ranging from respiratory disorders to long-term diseases. Moreover, it adversely impacts vegetation, disrupts photosynthesis, and leads to harmful effects on wildlife. The deterioration of materials and aesthetic losses further emphasize the need for urgent action against pollution. Control measures and government initiatives. To combat pollution, various measures can be implemented, including policy initiatives to ensure sustainable fuel use and effective manufacturing practices. Technological advancements such as arresters and scrubbers can assist in reducing particulate matter in the air. The government has also instituted programs like the National Air Quality Monitoring Program and the National Ambient Air Quality Standards to ensure compliance and address pollution at its source. Conclusion: the need for collective action. India faces an environmental crisis that is multifaceted, demanding a holistic approach involving scientific advancements and legislative reforms. As citizens, industries, and governments work together to innovate eco-friendly technologies and promote sustainable practices, it remains crucial to address both indoor and outdoor air pollution effectively. Only through collective action can we aspire to restore the natural balance of our environment and secure a healthier future for generations to come. Aquatic contamination. Water is one of our most precious resources. Yet, its vital essence is threatened by pollution from a variety of sources. Water pollution occurs when harmful substances, be they organic, inorganic, biological, radiological, or thermal, are added to natural water bodies, rendering them unfit for human use, wildlife, and aquatic ecosystems. This issue extends beyond surface waters like rivers and lakes. It has infiltrated groundwater, seas, and oceans, making it a pressing global concern. Sources of water pollution. Water pollution can be sourced from two primary types: point sources and diffuse or non-point sources. \TBF, point sources, refer to identifiable and direct discharges of pollutants into water systems. For example, a single factory's wastewater outlet can be monitored and regulated effectively to minimize its environmental impact. On the other hand, \TBF, diffuse sources, encompass a variety of ill-defined origins of pollution. These pollutants often vary spatially and temporally, making them much harder to regulate. Rainwater runoff from agricultural fields or urban areas often carries with it a cocktail of contaminants. Major contributors to water pollution. 1. \TBF, community wastewater. Urban households, commercial entities, and industries connected to a public sewerage system are significant contributors to water pollution. Sewage often contains a range of substances, including human and animal excreta, food particles, detergents, and a plethora of cleaning agents. Biological processes, like putrescibility, where microorganisms decompose organic matter, draw oxygen from the water, reducing its quality. 2. \TBF, industrial effluents. Industries release both inorganic and organic pollutants that can be highly toxic. This includes discharges from mining operations, steel mills, chemical plants, pharmaceutical manufacturers, and food processing facilities. These sectors contribute various contaminants that pose significant threats to aquatic life and human health. 3. \TBF, agricultural practices. The excessive use of fertilizers leads to nutrient runoff, predominantly nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium that contaminates both ground and surface waters. Pesticides also contribute significantly, introducing a wide array of chemical substances that are often persistent in the environment. 4/TBF Thermal pollution. Power plants, especially thermal and nuclear facilities, require vast amounts of water for cooling purposes. This results in the release of heated water back into natural bodies, leading to increased water temperatures that can be lethal to aquatic organisms. 5/TBF Groundwater pollution. In many regions, particularly in parts of India, groundwater is becoming increasingly contaminated through seepage from industrial, municipal, and agricultural runoff. The dangers posed by this can be severe, as groundwater often serves as a primary source of drinking water. 6/TBF Marine pollution. Oceans are often seen as a dumping ground for both natural and anthropogenic pollutants. Rivers carry waste directly to the sea, while coastal cities discharge their sewage and garbage into these waters. Pollutants from oil spills, agricultural runoff, and waste from offshore drilling operations create a toxic environment for marine life. The perils of oil spills. Oil spills represent some of the most catastrophic forms of water pollution. These incidents, whether from leaking tankers or damaged pipelines, can quickly spread across large areas, leading to dire consequences for both terrestrial and marine environments. Oil floating on the water's surface disrupts oxygen transfer and can severely harm wildlife. Additionally, the toxic components of crude oil can lead to further land and air pollution. Impacts of water pollution. Water pollution can have devastating effects on both aquatic ecosystems and human health. 1/TBF Effects on aquatic ecosystems. Polluted waters often contain reduced levels of dissolved oxygen, DO, which is crucial for the survival of aquatic life. Sensitive species, including many fish and invertebrates, cannot withstand low DO levels and diminish in number, while some more tolerant species may proliferate, indicating worsening water quality. Pollutants like heavy metals and biocides further threaten aquatic ecosystems by causing direct harm to sensitive organisms, with hot wastewater from industries exacerbating oxygen depletion. Measuring water pollution typically involves assessing its biological oxygen demand, BOD, and chemical oxygen demand, COD. High BOD reflects elevated levels of organic waste, indicating a strained ecosystem where beneficial bacteria consume available oxygen. Understanding BOD and COD helps gauge water quality and the extent of contamination. 2/TBF Effects on human health. Contaminated water is a breeding ground for diseases, as it harbors dangerous pathogens such as bacteria and viruses. Common waterborne diseases, including cholera, typhoid, and amoebiasis, can lead to severe health issues and fatalities, particularly in vulnerable populations. Additionally, exposure to heavy metals in polluted water, such as mercury and cadmium, can lead to debilitating diseases. For example, mercury can transform into methylmercury, an extremely toxic compound, causing neurological impairments and severe health problems, like the infamous Minamata disease in Japan. Further, groundwater pollution with substances like arsenic has led to alarming health crises, including skin cancers and systemic diseases, particularly in regions like West Bengal, India. 3/TBF Groundwater vulnerabilities. Excessive nitrate and fluoride levels in drinking water present serious health hazards, particularly for infants and children. Nitrate impairs oxygen transport in the blood, leading to a condition known as methemoglobinemia, or blue baby syndrome. Fluoride poses risks of skeletal fluorosis and bone hardening. Control measures to combat water pollution. Combating water pollution requires a multifaceted approach. 1/TBF Effluent treatment. Industries must treat sewage and effluents to remove harmful substances before discharging into natural water systems. 2/TBF Temperature management. Power plants should ensure that heated water is cooled before returning it to the environment to prevent thermal shock to aquatic life. 3/TBF Regulation of agricultural chemicals. Limiting the use of fertilizers and pesticides can significantly reduce agricultural runoff, protecting both surface and groundwater from contamination. 4/TBF Promoting organic farming. Moving towards organic farming practices and utilizing animal waste as natural fertilizers reduces dependence on chemical substances. 5/TBF Natural solutions. Utilizing natural methods such as planting water hyacinth can purify water bodies by absorbing toxic materials and heavy metals. 6/TBF Responsible spill management. Cleanup strategies, like using bragoli, a byproduct of the paper industry, should be deployed to mitigate the impacts of all spills and restore aquatic health. 7/TBF Government initiatives. The government plays a crucial role in managing water pollution through action plans and monitoring systems. Measures such as the implementation of zero liquid discharge policies and the installation of online effluent monitoring systems can significantly enhance water quality across water bodies. By raising awareness and fostering community participation, we can protect the precious water resources of our planet. With dedicated efforts to combat water pollution, we can ensure a healthier future for both our environment and our societies. Soil contamination. Soil, often seen as a mere foundation for plant life, is a complex and delicate layer of organic and inorganic materials that blankets the Earth's rocky crust. More than just dirt, soil forms the basis of our ecosystem, providing essential nutrients for plants, sustaining wildlife, and supporting human life. However, this invaluable resource faces a formidable threat through the insidious process known as soil pollution. Defined as the addition of harmful substances to the soil that negatively impact its physical, chemical, and biological characteristics, soil pollution can significantly decrease its productivity and affect all life forms depending on it. This accumulation of persistent toxic compounds and chemicals, such as salts, radioactive materials, or disease-causing agents, poses grave risks not only to plant health but also to human beings and animals. A soil pollutant deteriorates the quality, texture, and mineral composition of soil and disrupts the biological equilibrium that governs the soil's diverse organisms. /TBF Causes of soil pollution. The roots of soil pollution can often be traced back to various practices and activities. Key among these is the indiscriminate use of fertilizers, pesticides, insecticides, and herbicides in agriculture. While these substances may boost crop yield in the short term, their excessive application ultimately disrupts the soil's natural ecosystem. The overwhelming dumping of solid waste, whether from industrial processes or urban centers, adds to the problem, further contaminating the soil. Additionally, practices like deforestation and soil erosion exacerbate the situation, leading to a loss of topsoil and a decline in land productivity. Urbanization also introduces new sources of pollution, where the rapid expansion of cities results in sprawling waste dumps and untreated industrial discharges infiltrating the soil. /TBF Sources of soil pollution. 1/TBF Industrial wastes. Factories release hazardous chemicals, including heavy metals like mercury, lead, and cadmium, directly into the environment. These toxic elements seep into the soil, creating long-lasting detrimental effects. 2/TBF Pesticides, designed to combat pests. These chemicals, including insecticides, fungicides, and herbicides, can have adverse effects on soil biology as they can decimate beneficial organisms and reduce biodiversity. 3/TBF Fertilizers and manures. Chemical fertilizers are regularly used to boost agricultural productivity. However, when used excessively, they can lead to a negative feedback loop, wherein soil quality diminishes, leading to increased salinity and nutrient loss. 4/TBF Discarded materials. Waste such as plastics, glass, leather, and food remains contribute to soil pollution when improperly disposed of, hindering natural processes that maintain soil health. 5/TBF Radioactive wastes. Mining and operations from nuclear power plants can leak radioactive elements into groundwater, which often leads to further contamination of soil. 6/TBF Other pollutants. Air pollutants, such as those resulting from acid rain, and contaminants washed from urban environments also find their way into the soil, complicating the issue. /TBF Types of soil pollution. Soil pollution can manifest in various forms. /TBF Agricultural soil pollution, resulting from the overuse of pesticides and fertilizers that diminish soil vitality. /TBF Industrial effluent pollution, direct consequences of industrial waste discharge that introduces dangerous chemicals. /TBF Urban activity pollution, the byproduct of urban development that leads to waste accumulation and contamination. /TBF Effects of soil pollution. The ramifications of soil pollution are extensive and multifaceted, impacting agriculture, health, the environment, and urban living. 1/TBF Impact on agriculture. Reduced soil fertility compromises crop production. Decreased nitrogen fixation affects the natural nutrient cycling within the soil. Increased erosion leads to loss of valuable topsoil and nutrients. Salinization decreases the arability of affected lands. The deposition of silt can clog reservoirs and tanks. 2/TBF Health risks. Dangerous chemicals can infiltrate groundwater sources. Biomagnification effects can lead to accumulation of harmful substances in the food chain. Release of pollutant gases can compromise air quality. Exposure to radioactive waste may lead to serious health complications. 3/TBF Environmental degradation. Vegetation suffers, resulting in decreased biodiversity. Ecological imbalances occur that disrupt the harmony of life within these ecosystems. Disruption to soil fauna and flora alters the entire ecosystem structure. 4/TBF Urban consequences. Drains become clogged, exacerbating flooding during rain events. Areas may suffer from persistent foul odors and gas emissions. Waste management challenges mount as volumes of refuse grow. /TBF Mitigation strategies. Addressing soil pollution requires decisive and informed action. Key control measures include reducing chemical fertilizer and pesticide reliance, embracing organic farming and implementing the use of biopesticides and biofertilizers, adhering to the principles of the 4 Rs: refuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle, advocating for afforestation and reforestation initiatives, developing solid waste treatment facilities and minimizing construction waste. /TBF Connecting to nature. One way individuals can engage with the environment is by learning about wildlife and their habitats. For instance, every year, the Amur falcon undertakes a remarkable migration, stopping at Doyang Lake in India as it travels from Mongolia to South Africa. This journey, recognized as one of the longest for any raptor's species, highlights the intricacies of ecological balance that human activities can disrupt. In response to prior hunting practices, a conservation campaign launched among the Naga tribesmen has led to their commitment to protect these migratory birds, exemplifying a positive shift toward environmental stewardship. /TextBF, embracing sustainable habits. To foster a healthier planet, individuals can adopt simple yet effective habits. /TextBF, refuse unnecessary purchases to minimize waste. /TextBF, reuse household items creatively, turning them into functional decor. /TextBF, recycle, by utilizing reusable bags and ensuring waste is sorted for recycling. /TextBF, reduce consumerism by bringing personal bags to stores, directly eliminating excess packaging. In essence, understanding the urgency of tackling soil pollution can guide us toward not only protecting the environment but ensuring a brighter future for generations to come. Taking both collective and personal responsibility is vital in preserving the rich tapestry of life that soil nurtures. Auditory pollution. Noise pollution, an overlooked environmental challenge. In our bustling world, the sounds that fill our daily lives often go unnoticed until they become a cacophony that disrupts our peace. Noise pollution, defined as disruptive or unpleasant sounds produced by human activities or machines, can be incredibly annoying, distracting, and at times even physically painful. Its presence is felt in many forms, whether it's the honking of vehicles in heavy road traffic, the roar of jet planes soaring overhead, the rumbling of garbage trucks, or the relentless hum of construction equipment. Other contributors include the unyielding noise from manufacturing processes, the blaring of leaf blowers, and the thumping bass of portable speakers often referred to as boom boxes. Sound is measured in decibels, dB, a unit that helps quantify how loud a noise is. Interestingly, an increase of about 10 decibels approximately doubles what we perceive as loudness. This means that environments with sound levels exceeding 75 decibels can pose serious risks to our hearing if we are exposed for prolonged periods. In fact, the World Health Organization advocates that sound levels indoors should ideally remain below 30 decibels for a healthier living atmosphere. The quest for sound awareness. Recognizing the pressing need to address green resource management and associated challenges, the Indian Resource Panel intends to develop a strategic roadmap for the sustainable utilization of secondary resources. India leads the way as the first nation to establish a national resource panel aimed at effective resource management. Monitoring ambient noise levels. To combat noise pollution, the Indian government enacted the Noise Pollution, Control and Regulation rules in 2000, which define acceptable ambient noise levels for various areas throughout the country. Described in terms of decibel limits for day and night activities, these rules distinguish between different zones. /TextBF, industrial areas, up to 75 decibels during the day and 70 decibels at night. /TextBF, commercial areas, up to 65 decibels during the day and 55 decibels at night. /TextBF, residential areas, up to 55 decibels during the day and 45 decibels at night. /TextBF, silence zones, encompasses a minimum area of 100 meters around designated sites, including hospitals and educational institutions, with noise limits capped at 50 decibels by day and 40 decibels at night. In March 2011, India took a significant step by launching a real-time ambient noise monitoring network. During Phase 1 of this initiative, 5 remote noise monitoring terminals were installed across diverse noise zones in 7 major metros, including Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Future expansions in Phase 2 aim to install an additional 35 stations, while Phase 3 plans to reach 18 more cities encompassing Kanpur, Pune, and more. The ripple effects of noise pollution. The detrimental impacts of noise pollution are not confined merely to discomfort, they extend into several health-related concerns. The annoyance from fluctuating sound levels can detract from mental peace and lead to significant psychological stress. This aperiodic sound, often occurring without warning, can induce a sense of displeasure that sours everyday experiences. Physiologically, the toll of noise is considerable. Continuous exposure can disturb key bodily functions such as breathing, blood pressure, heart rate, and even cholesterol levels. Hearing loss is a gradual process, usually unnoticed until it reaches a critical point. Additionally, work productivity can sharply decline due to the constant distractions from sound, interfering with focus and overall human performance. The nervous system also bears the brunt of this auditory assault, experiencing effects like pain, persistent ringing in the ears, and an overwhelming feeling of fatigue, known medically as tinnitus. Furthermore, noise pollution disrupts sleep patterns, leading to increased restlessness and diminished attentional capacities during waking hours. The integrity of buildings and materials is not spared either, as exposure to excessive noise, particularly infrasonic and ultrasonic waves, could result in irreversible structural damage. Mitigating noise pollution, a step forward. Effectively addressing noise pollution requires a multifaceted approach. Primarily, we can target noise at the source. This involves tactics such as maintaining automobiles to ensure they run quietly, controlling vibrations in industrial environments, and enforcing prohibitions on loudspeaker usage to minimize disturbances. Proper machinery selection and maintenance is another critical avenue for reducing noise output. Second, we can focus on controlling the transmission of sound. Implementing physical barriers, designing buildings to absorb sound, and establishing green belts through tree planting can all mitigate the spread of noise. Finally, protective measures wear a crucial role in safeguarding individuals, including job rotation to limit exposure time and the use of hearing protection devices. Feedback loops of continual monitoring and documentation of noise levels are essential, alongside raising public awareness about the consequences and control of noise pollution. A collective responsibility. To emphasize the urgency of these measures, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has called upon the Chief Secretaries of Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and the National Capital Territory of Delhi to enforce bans on burning waste in urban areas, highlighting the need for responsible environmental stewardship. As everyday citizens, there is a collective responsibility to foster awareness about the effects of noise pollution, advocate for regulatory measures, and actively engage in efforts to protect our auditory environment. By addressing this often overlooked aspect of pollution, we can enhance our quality of life, safeguard our health, and create harmonious urban landscapes where peace can be restored amidst the chaos. Radioactive contamination. Chapter 5.6 Radioactive Pollution. 5.6.1 Understanding Radioactivity. Radioactivity is a remarkable phenomenon that involves the spontaneous emission of particles and energy from the atomic nuclei of certain elements. This disintegration process results in the release of what are known as alpha particles, protons, beta particles, electrons, and gamma rays, high-energy electromagnetic waves. Such emissions can contribute significantly to what we define as radioactive pollution, a form of environmental contamination that can have serious repercussions for both nature and human health. The essence of radioactivity lies in its unpredictable nature. Certain elements, including radium, thorium, and uranium, possess this property. As these elements undergo disintegration, they release energy in the form of these radiation particles, which can introduce contaminants into various ecosystems. 5.6.2 Radiation Types. Radiation can broadly be classified into two categories based on its impact on matter. 1/TBF, non-ionizing radiation. These types of radiation have low energy and do not possess the capability to ionize atoms. Instead, they interact with matter by affecting those components that can absorb them, primarily causing localized thermal effects. Examples include ultraviolet rays and some radio waves. Non-ionizing radiation can lead to immediate effects, such as skin burns or eye damage. Example, snow blindness from reflections. 2/TBF, ionizing radiation. In contrast, ionizing radiations have significant energy, allowing them to penetrate various materials, even human tissues. They can disrupt atomic bonds and break macromolecules, potentially leading to serious health issues. Common sources of ionizing radiation include X-rays, cosmic rays, and alpha and beta particle emissions from radioactive decay. 5.6.3 Types of radiation particles. Among the various radiation particles, each type has unique characteristics and implications. 1/TBF, alpha particles, relatively large and heavy. These particles can be effectively blocked by simple materials such as paper or even the outer layer of human skin. While they are less penetrating, they can still be hazardous if ingested or inhaled. 2/TBF, beta particles, smaller and lighter than alpha particles. Beta particles can penetrate the skin but can be obstructed by materials like glass or thin sheets of metal, making them somewhat hazardous with more significant exposure levels. 3/TBF, gamma rays, the most penetrating of all radiation types. Gamma rays can easily traverse human skin and tissues, potentially causing significant cellular and genetic damage. Only very thick and dense materials, such as concrete, can effectively block them. 5.6.4 Sources of radioactive pollution. Radioactive pollution can originate from both natural and human-made sources. /TBF, natural sources, cosmic rays from outer space and terrestrial radiation from naturally occurring radionuclides in the Earth's crust contribute to ambient radiation levels. Elements like radium-224, uranium-238, thorium-232, potassium-40, and carbon-14 are primary contributors. /TBF, human-made sources, activities born out of technological advancement, such as nuclear power generation and weaponry, might release radioactive particles into the environment. Notable sources include atomic explosions, which introduce radionuclides such as strontium-90 and iodine-131 into the atmosphere. Nuclear power plants, where radioactive isotopes are utilized to produce energy. Transportation of nuclear materials and disposal of radioactive waste, requiring meticulous management to prevent leakage. Uranium mining and processing, which can disturb contaminated soil and groundwater. Medical applications such as radiation therapy, which require stringent safety measures to mitigate exposure. 5.6.5 Effects of radioactive pollution. The repercussions of radioactive pollutants vary greatly, influenced by several factors. /TBF, half-life. Each radionuclide has a distinct half-life, the duration it takes for half of its atoms to decay. This can range from mere seconds to thousands of years, determining its longevity and potential for environmental harm. Long-lived isotopes typically pose greater risks as they persist in ecosystems. /TBF, energy release and diffusion rates. The electromagnetic energy and diffusion rates of radioactive substances can significantly affect their concentration and toxicity in the environment. /TBF, environmental conditions. Factors such as wind, temperature, and rainfall can influence how radioactive contaminants spread and deposit, affecting human health and ecological structures. Radioactive particles generate immediate and delayed effects on living organisms. Immediate effects might include burns, metabolic disruption, or even mortality, while long-term consequences could manifest as increased risks of cancers, genetic mutations, developmental anomalies, and a longer-term shortening of lifespans. Due to the sensitivity of rapidly dividing cells, such as those in embryos, skin, and bone marrow, certain organisms are particularly vulnerable to radiation damage. 5.6.6 Control measures to combat radioactive pollution. Addressing radioactive pollution requires comprehensive prevention strategies, as remediation of radiation damage remains a challenge. Recommended control measures include /TBF prevention. Focusing on avoidance is crucial, as once exposure occurs, there is little recourse for damage control. /TBF enforcement of safety protocols. Stringent measures must be taken to prevent leaks of radioactive substances. Various industries must implement regular reporting and monitoring systems to maintain safety. /TBF safe disposal practices. The management of radioactive waste is critical. Safe and secure disposal methods must be developed to minimize any possibility of contamination. /TBF monitoring, regular sampling, and quantitative analysis of environmental radioactivity are essential for rapid response to contamination. /TBF nuclear safety. Patrons of nuclear technology must prioritize safety measures against potential accidents and hazardous spills. /TBF global cooperation. The enforcement of international treaties to ban nuclear weapons test explosions is essential in reducing global radioactive risks. To illustrate the potential for innovation in sustainable energy practices, consider that solar power panels installed on railway coaches could save approximately 1,700 liters of diesel per year. If widely adopted, this technology could lead to substantial reductions in diesel usage, enhancing both environmental protection and energy efficiency. In conclusion, while radioactive pollution poses significant threats, understanding its sources, effects, and the means to mitigate its impact is fundamental in creating strategies for a safer, healthier environment. Electronic waste. In a rapidly advancing technological age, the issue of electronic waste, commonly known as e-waste, has emerged as a significant environmental concern. E-waste refers to the discarded electronic products that often litter our landscapes and fill our landfills, ranging from obsolete computers and information and communication technology (ICT) devices to household appliances, audio and video equipment, and all their associated peripherals. Each year, as new electronic models emerge and technology advances, the sheer volume of e-waste continues to grow, presenting challenges that demand urgent and comprehensive solutions. The handling of e-waste is critical, as it presents both opportunities and dangers. When managed properly, stored safely, recycled through scientific methods, or transported according to regulations, e-waste can be processed without causing harm to the environment or human health. However, the reality is starkly different in many cases. In many regions, particularly where regulations are lax, e-waste is recycled using primitive methods that can release toxic substances into the air, soil, and water, creating significant health risks for individuals and communities alike. Interestingly, environmental challenges sometimes mirror complexities found in the natural world. For example, did you know that the sex of crocodilians, a class of reptiles that includes alligators, is determined by incubation temperatures? Such nuances in nature remind us of the interconnectedness of our ecosystems and the profound impact our actions, including how we handle e-waste, can have on the environment. The sources of e-waste contain an array of hazardous materials, each with its own health effects. For instance, lead, a heavy metal commonly found in computer glass panels and circuit boards, can wreak havoc on the nervous and reproductive systems and can impede brain development in children. Chronic exposure not only accumulates in the environment but also poses severe risks to animals, plants, and microorganisms. Likewise, cadmium, frequently found in digital components, is known to accumulate in the human body, particularly in the kidneys, leading to various health issues. Mercury is another symptom of this electronic age. Used predominantly in displays and batteries, mercury's health risks are profound, particularly for developing vulnerabilities like fetuses, where even low levels of exposure can lead to irreversible damage. The spread of mercury in the environment, especially through water sources, creates a cycle of bioaccumulation, reaching hazardous levels in fish that are then consumed by humans. Hexavalent chromium, a highly toxic chemical used to treat steel, also poses severe biological threats, including genetic damage. Meanwhile, plastics, a major component of e-waste, when burned, produce dioxins that are highly harmful to human health and ecosystems alike. Materials like brominated flame retardants are used to prevent fire hazards in electronics but introduce hazardous chemicals into the environment. Barium, beryllium, and toners, often overlooked, pose their own unique health threats. Barium exposure can lead to serious neurological issues, while beryllium is linked to lung cancer and a debilitating skin condition. The inhalation of toner dust can irritate the respiratory system, and some toner products may contain heavy metals that have potential carcinogenic properties. Turning our attention to India provides a sobering insight into the scale of the e-waste crisis. According to the Global E-Waste Monitor 2014, the country generated a staggering 1.7 million tons of e-waste in just that 1 year, and troublingly, there remains an absence of comprehensive state-wise data on e-waste generation. Major cities like Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore top the list, with unorganized recycling units handling the bulk of this waste, often through hazardous practices. The challenges that present themselves are multifaceted. Improper recycling processes can lead to severe health risks due to the inhalation of toxic gases, skin contact with harmful substances, and exposure to acid treatments used during metal recovery. To tackle these pressing issues, it is imperative to foster proper education and a strong awareness campaign that highlights the dangers of unsafe e-waste practices. A holistic approach is essential for addressing the pressing e-waste management crisis in India. This means developing an integrated system that unites both small-scale unorganized sectors and larger, organized operations into a cohesive value chain. By providing cost-effective alternatives and promoting sustainable practices, we can safeguard not only local communities and environments but also contribute to a healthier planet for future generations. As we move forward, it will require concerted efforts from governments, industries, and the public to shift our approach to technology and waste. Our choices today regarding electronic waste will significantly shape the health of our world for tomorrow, emphasizing the moral imperative to treat our planet with care. Waste management in India. Solid waste represents an urgent environmental concern that has emerged as a consequence of industrialization, urbanization, and consumerism. Defined broadly, solid waste encompasses discarded materials, regardless of whether they are solid, liquid, semi-solid, or gaseous, that accumulate from various sources including industrial processes, commercial activities, mining, agriculture, and general community operations. Importantly, it excludes materials from domestic sewage, irrigation return flows or industrial discharges, thereby highlighting the complexity of waste management in today's world. The plight of plastic waste. One of the prevalent factors in the solid waste dilemma is plastic. Heralded as one of the marvels of the 20th century, plastics revolutionized packaging due to their affordability and convenience. However, what was once celebrated is now viewed as a significant environmental hazard, largely fueled by a pervasive throwaway culture. The ease of disposing of plastic products has led to their ubiquitous presence in landfills, waterways, and urban spaces, creating not only visual pollution but also severe ecological consequences. Sources of plastic waste. Plastic waste is generated from numerous sectors. \TBF households contribute significantly through everyday items like packaging, bags, and containers. \TBF healthcare facilities generate plastic waste through disposable syringes, gloves, and other medical equipment. \TBF hotels and catering services contribute through packaging and single-use items. \TBF air and rail travel also add to plastic waste through carry-on bags and food containers. Consequences of plastic pollution. The environmental impact of plastic waste is profound and multifaceted. Land is often littered with plastic debris, leading to unsightly urban landscapes and posing a threat to public health. Certain conventional plastics have been linked to reproductive issues among both human populations and wildlife. The manufacturing of plastic releases dioxin, an extremely toxic byproduct that can leach into breast milk, endangering nursing infants. Incineration of plastics, particularly polyvinyl chloride, PVC, emits dioxin and furan into the atmosphere, compounding these risks. Moreover, when plastic waste contaminates food items, it can transfer toxic dyes or pathogens that pose direct health risks. The careless disposal of plastic bags can choke drainage systems, block soil filtration, and hinder groundwater recharge, exacerbating water shortages. Additionally, terrestrial and aquatic wildlife can mistake plastic debris for food, resulting in fatal ingestion. The longevity of plastic in the environment further deteriorates soil quality, causing long-lasting effects on agricultural productivity. The need for biodegradable solutions. The exponential growth in plastic waste has underscored the urgent necessity for the production of eco-friendly, biodegradable alternatives. Transitioning away from traditional plastics to sustainable materials can play a critical role in mitigating these environmental hazards. Classifying solid waste. Solid waste is extensively categorized based on its origin. 1\TBF Municipal solid waste, MSW, comprising household refuse, construction debris, street waste, and sanitation residues. Municipal waste has seen a rapid increase in volume with urbanization. In India, for instance, it escalated dramatically from an estimated 6 million tons in 1947 to about 48 million tons by 1997. However, more than a quarter of this waste remains uncollected, and many cities lack the infrastructure to manage it effectively. 2\TBF hazardous waste. This includes waste from industrial facilities and healthcare sectors that contain toxic substances. Hazardous materials range from old batteries and paint tins to chemical residues from manufacturing processes. In India, approximately 7 million tons of hazardous waste are generated annually, primarily concentrated in states like Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. Exposure to these substances poses dire health risks and threats to ecosystems. 3\TBF biomedical waste generated through medical activities. This category includes soiled materials, disinfectants, and various potentially infectious items that must be handled with extreme caution. The management of biomedical waste has improved since the enactment of the Biomedical Waste Handling and Management Rules in 1998, promoting proper segregation and disposal practices among healthcare establishments. Approaches to solid waste treatment. Addressing solid waste effectively requires adopting various treatment and disposal options. Among these methods are \TBF open dumps, uncovered areas where solid waste is indiscriminately deposited. These sites serve as breeding grounds for pests and are notorious for leaching toxic substances into nearby soil and water. /TBF, landfills, these are engineered sites designed to bury waste to reduce exposure. However, many landfills face issues related to improper sealing, leading to contamination of the surrounding environment. /TBF, sanitary landfills, more organized compared to traditional landfills, they utilize impermeable liners to mitigate leaching risks. Despite being a better option, constructing these facilities is expensive. /TBF, incineration, a method involving burning waste at elevated temperatures. While it helps reduce waste volume, incineration produces harmful emissions and residual ash, making it a less desirable choice for waste management. /TBF, pyrolysis, an alternative to incineration, this process decomposes organic material in the absence of oxygen, creating usable fuels from waste. It can effectively convert diverse types of biomass waste into valuable resources. /TBF, composting, this biological process uses microorganisms to decompose organic material like food waste into nutrient-rich compost. This method fosters soil health, conserves water, and reduces the volume of waste sent to landfills. /TBF, vermiculture, this innovative method incorporates earthworms, which enrich compost with vital nutrients, enhancing its effectiveness as a soil additive. Embracing the 4Rs. The philosophy of reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover encapsulates a holistic approach to waste management that encourages sustainability at its core. Waste Minimization Circles, WMC. A promising initiative aimed at addressing these waste management challenges comes in the form of Waste Minimization Circles, WMC. This collaborative project, supported by the World Bank and implemented through India's Ministry of Environment and Forests, strives to foster waste reduction practices within small and medium industrial clusters. It champions the objectives of the Policy Statement for Abatement of Pollution, 1992, educating citizens about environmental degradation and empowering local communities to monitor and improve their environmental performance. In conclusion, as we navigate through the complexities of solid waste, it is evident that collective action, innovative solutions, and genuine commitment to sustainable practices are essential to overcoming the global waste crisis. Each individual, business, and governmental stakeholder holds a critical role in this endeavor, underscoring the need for an integrated approach to designing a cleaner, healthier environment for future generations. Heat pollution. In the realm of environmental issues, thermal pollution has emerged as a pressing problem, marked by significant fluctuations in the temperature of natural aquatic environments due to human activities. This environmental concern is not only a consequence of industrial growth and urbanization but also a reflection of the broader trends of globalization that permeate our societies. Thermal pollution occurs primarily when hot water is discharged from factories and power plants directly into waterways or when deforestation leads to a reduction of tree cover along rivers and streams. The lack of shade allows sunlight to increase water temperatures, while the discharge of excessively cold water from reservoirs disrupts the delicate thermal balance of rivers. Much like other forms of water pollution, thermal pollution is a pervasive issue that impacts various lakes, rivers, and streams across the globe. /TBF, primary culprits behind thermal pollution. The major contributors to thermal pollution include 1. /TBF, power plants. Fossil fuel power plants rely on large volumes of water for cooling, resulting in substantial amounts of heated water being released into nearby bodies of water. 2. /TBF, industrial facilities. Many industries use water as a coolant, contributing to elevated temperatures in effluents. 3. /TBF, deforestation. The removal of trees from shorelines not only increases sunlight exposure but also leads to erosion and habitat degradation. 4/TBF Soil erosion. Disturbed soils alongside waterways can lead to sedimentation, further affecting water quality and temperature regulation. /TBF The ecological consequences of warmer waters. The impact of thermal pollution on aquatic organisms is profound. A notable consequence of elevated water temperatures is the reduction of dissolved oxygen levels. Warmer water holds less oxygen, which is critical for the survival of marine life. As oxygen levels dip, the rate of decomposition slows, fostering the growth of less desirable organisms such as blue-green algae, while native green algae diminish. The imbalance can hinder reproduction in aquatic species and lead to population declines. Moreover, increased temperatures elevate the metabolic rates of aquatic organisms, driving them to consume more food in a shorter time frame. This can lead to food shortages as resources become strained. Such shifts might also prompt species migrations toward cooler, more hospitable environments. Invasive species adapted to warmer waters may then compete with local populations, disrupting traditional food chains and further jeopardizing biodiversity. Even minor temperature fluctuations of 1 to 2 degrees Celsius can invoke severe physiological stress within aquatic creatures. Key cellular functions can become impaired, resulting in reduced survival rates and challenges in reproduction. Temperature changes can render cell membranes less permeable, denature proteins essential for life, and disrupt necessary enzymatic processes. /TBF Effects of cold water discharge. Conversely, thermal pollution is not solely about elevated temperatures. The release of cold water from dam reservoirs into warmer rivers can also adversely impact local ecosystems. Such temperature shocks can be particularly harmful to fish populations, especially their eggs and larvae, macroinvertebrates, and the overall productivity of river systems. /TBF Strategies for mitigating thermal pollution. To combat thermal pollution, a variety of strategies can be employed. Power plants and industrial facilities can be equipped with cooling towers or ponds that allow heated water to cool through evaporation before being released into natural waterways. Additionally, enhancing the efficiency of power plants can lead to reduced waste heat production from the outset. Cogeneration is another innovative approach where the residual heat generated during electricity production is repurposed for heating in other industrial processes or nearby buildings. This technique is gaining traction in several parts of the world, such as Scandinavian countries, and has shown great potential for implementation in developing nations like China. Moreover, preserving natural vegetation along waterways can significantly mitigate thermal pollution. Maintaining strips of trees can provide shade, regulate water temperatures, and safeguard aquatic habitats. Efforts to curb soil erosion are also vital, as they contribute to clearer water, ultimately preserving aquatic ecosystems. /TBF A Moment of Awareness, Wildlife Week. As we strive to protect our environment, it's essential to foster awareness and appreciation for nature. One such initiative is Wildlife Week, celebrated annually in the first week of October. This week serves as a reminder of the importance of wildlife conservation and aims to cultivate a sense of empathy towards the myriad life forms that share our planet. First observed in 1957 with the establishment of the National Zoological Park, Wildlife Week continues to be an important tradition, encouraging communities to engage with and protect their natural surroundings. In conclusion, the challenge of thermal pollution underscores our responsibility to maintain the delicate balance of nature. Through conscientious action and a commitment to sustainable practices, we can strive to preserve our aquatic environments for future generations. Plastics in the Indian environment. Environmental pollution. The Perils of Plastic Pollution. Covering a staggering 70% of the Earth's surface, the marine resource is undeniably one of our planet's most vital assets. Home to around 1.5 million known species, nearly 250,000 of these thrive in the depths of our oceans. The oceans do not merely host an extensive array of life, they play a crucial role in sustaining the Earth's ecosystems. Approximately 50% of global primary production, the process by which organisms convert light energy into chemical energy, occurs within the upper layers of the sea. Moreover, seafood contributes around 20% of the global protein intake, forming a significant component of countless diets worldwide. The intricate web of life within the ocean, from the microscopic phytoplankton, often referred to as the primary producers, to the zooplankton, which feeds on these algae, highlights the delicately balanced food pyramid sustaining marine ecosystems. The health of fishery resources and the wider marine food web heavily relies on the continuous viability of these autotrophic organisms and their consumers. The rise of plastic pollution. In recent years, plastics have emerged as a prominent and distressing contaminant in marine settings, largely due to an exponential increase in their consumption and disposal. The impact of plastic pollution is profound, with toxic materials now infecting the very foundations of the marine food web. The delicate equilibrium of the ecosystem is disrupted as plastics infiltrate the habitats of plankton and other vital organisms, leading to devastating consequences for marine biodiversity. Did you know? In a bid to raise awareness about critical environmental issues, including plastic pollution, the Science Express has been developed. This innovative mobile science exhibition, spanning 16 coaches and carefully designed for the Department of Science/and Technology, DST, is a collaborative initiative involving the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOE FCC, and the Indian Railways. Launched in October 2007, the Science Express has undergone various thematic updates, showcasing India's rich biodiversity and addressing pressing issues like climate change, emphasizing the urgent need for awareness and action. Plastics in the marine environment. While precise statistics regarding the annual influx of plastic waste into marine environments remain elusive, it is widely recognized that fishing activities and littering on beaches are the primary culprits. Unlike terrestrial environments, where waste can be retrieved and sorted, the ocean poses distinct challenges that exacerbate the issue of plastic pollution. Two critical factors complicate the environmental fate of plastics in the ocean compared to land. 1/TBF, slow degradation. The rate of UV-induced photooxidative degradation of plastics is significantly diminished when submerged in seawater or floating on its surface. This delay results in plastics persisting in marine environments for extended periods. 2/TBF, absence of recovery. Once plastic waste enters the ocean, retrieval and recycling become nearly impossible. The unique nature of ocean currents and vast expanses of water mean that plastics tend to remain undisturbed. Due to these factors, an overwhelming majority of plastic waste accumulates in the oceans, largely intact and unbroken down. Over the years, studies have suggested that many of these plastics are gradually disintegrating into microparticulate debris, with their numbers reportedly rising alarmingly over the past 2 decades. The impact of microparticles. Experiments have shown that organisms like Antarctic krill and other zooplankton readily ingest microparticles, including plastic beads of approximately 20 microns in size. This indiscriminate ingestion raises concerns, as these organisms may not be able to differentiate between their natural food and synthetic debris. The rates at which they consume these particles are closely linked to the concentration of plastics in their environment. Although plastics are inert and not conventionally toxic, the potential dangers lie in the physical and physiological effects they may impose on marine creatures. For example, seabirds often become satiated after ingesting plastics, leading them to miss out on vital nutrients. The implications for the food web extend further. Plastics in seawater can absorb and concentrate toxic compounds present in low concentrations, including polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, DDT, and nonyl phenols. These substances possess high partition coefficients and can become efficiently integrated into plastic materials, worsening the toxicological impact on marine species. An alarming statistic emerges from global studies indicating that plastic-related distress has been documented in over 250 species. Most research has concentrated on the larger species inhabiting surface waters or coastal regions, neglecting the 99% of marine species found in the benthos, organisms living on or in the ocean floor. The impact of negatively buoyant plastics, such as fragments of nylon nets, on these benthic populations remains largely overlooked, presenting a critical gap in our understanding. Despite the pressing evidence of the detrimental effects of plastics on marine life, relatively little action has been taken by governmental bodies or the plastics industry to confront the pervasive issues surrounding plastic pollution. Plastics as a waste material in land environments. Plastic pollution extends far beyond our oceans and poses significant challenges within terrestrial environments as well. The absence of effective waste management practices has led to widespread issues, including 1/TBF, drain blockages, uncollected plastic waste clogs drains and water channels, creating unhygienic conditions that can foster waterborne diseases, endangering public health. 2/TBF, animal health risks. Animals that inadvertently consume plastic waste may suffer serious health consequences, including illness or death, underscoring the need for greater awareness and urgency in addressing plastic litter. 3/TBF, soil contamination. The non-biodegradable and impermeable nature of plastics disrupts the natural filtration of soils, hindering the recharge of vital groundwater aquifers. 4/TBF, toxic additives. Many plastic products contain harmful additives, such as plasticizers, flame retardants, and pigments, which carry the potential to harm human health and contaminate groundwater sources. Conclusion. In summation, the consequences of plastic pollution are far-reaching, affecting marine and terrestrial ecosystems alike. Whether in the vast depths of the ocean or the soils beneath our feet, the effects of plastic waste cannot be overlooked. To preserve the delicate balance of nature, collaborative action is critical. This includes promoting recycling, enhancing public education, and implementing robust policies aimed at reducing plastic waste and protecting both our oceans and land environments for future generations. The time to act is now, and every effort counts in the battle against plastic pollution. Bioremediation techniques in Indian environments. Chapter: Environmental pollution. Section: Bioremediation. In the relentless pursuit of a cleaner environment, the strategy of bioremediation has emerged as a beacon of hope. At its core, bioremediation harnesses the power of microorganisms, particularly bacteria and fungi, to degrade environmental contaminants into less toxic substances, sculpting a pathway toward ecological restoration. By transforming hazardous pollutants into innocuous forms, this innovative technique showcases nature's ability to amend the damage human activities have inflicted upon the planet. /TBF, the role of microorganisms in bioremediation. Microorganisms play a pivotal role in the bioremediation process. They can either be indigenous species, naturally occurring organisms that thrive in specific environments, or they could be carefully selected strains extracted from other locations and introduced to a contaminated site. This flexibility allows bioremediation to be tailored to the unique conditions of each contaminated area. Monitoring the bioremediation process is crucial for understanding its effectiveness. This can be achieved indirectly by evaluating the oxidation reduction potential, redox, in the soil and groundwater. Additionally, parameters such as pH levels, temperature, oxygen content, electron acceptor donor concentrations, and the abundance of breakdown products, such as carbon dioxide, provide vital insights into the ongoing degradation processes. Bioremediation strategies. /TextBF, in situ techniques. In situ bioremediation involves treating contaminants directly at the site of pollution. Several techniques have evolved in this area. /TextBF, bioventing. This method involves aerating the contaminated soil by supplying air and nutrients through wells. By stimulating the growth of indigenous bacteria, bioventing is particularly effective for breaking down simple hydrocarbons situated deep beneath the surface. /TextBF, biosparging. Here, air is injected under pressure below the water table. This increase in groundwater oxygen levels enhances the biological degradation of contaminants by naturally occurring bacteria, leading to a more efficient cleanup process. /TextBF, bioaugmentation. When the native microbial population is insufficient for degradation, microorganisms from other environments can be imported to enhance the biodegradation process at the contaminated site. Each of these techniques represents a powerful utilization of nature's own mechanisms for environmental cleanup. /TextBF, fun fact. Did you know that snake jaws are not fused together? This unique anatomical feature allows snakes to consume prey much larger than their own heads, showcasing the incredible adaptability of wildlife. /TextBF, ex situ techniques. When it is not possible to remediate contaminants on site, ex situ techniques are employed. /TextBF, land farming. In this approach, contaminated soil is excavated, spread over a specially prepared bed, and periodically tilled. This method encourages indigenous microbes to thrive, facilitating the aerobic degradation of pollutants. /TextBF, biopiles. This method combines elements of both land farming and composting. Aerated compost piles are constructed to treat surface contamination, particularly for petroleum hydrocarbons. /TextBF, bioreactors. These engineered systems process contaminated solids, like soil, sediments, or sludge, or water, creating an optimized environment for microbial degradation. /TextBF, composting. Although discussed in the context of solid waste management, composting also plays a role in bioremediation by providing a natural setting for microbial activity. Technological advancements have led to innovative solutions like Allzapper, a mixture of bacteria developed by Thierry. This unique formulation effectively degrades pollutants in all contaminated sites, leaving no harmful residues in its wake. This approach is not only environmentally friendly but also cost-effective, demonstrating that sustainability and practicality can go hand in hand. Genetic engineering and phytoremediation. As we delve deeper into the realm of bioremediation, genetic engineering has opened new avenues for remediation techniques, particularly phytoremediation, the use of plants to extract or neutralize contaminants from soil and water. There are several forms of phytoremediation. /TextBF, phytoextraction. Plants absorb contaminants into their roots and store them in their leaves and shoots. This process is essential for the cleansing of heavy metals from soils. /TextBF, phytotransformation. Here, plants uptake organic contaminants and convert them into less toxic forms, significantly reducing environmental risks. /TextBF, phytostabilization. This technique involves plants binding leachable contaminants, thereby reducing their mobility and preventing their migration into surrounding ecosystems. /TextBF, Phytodegradation, rhizodegradation. This involves the breakdown of contaminants through biological activities within the plant's rhizosphere, facilitated by enzymes and proteins produced by plants, as well as by soil organisms like bacteria and fungi. Another intriguing technique is /TBF, rhizofiltration, which utilizes plant roots to filter and detoxify contaminants from water, a method often applied in natural wetlands and estuary areas. For instance, the bacterium /Textate, Deinococcus radiodurans, has demonstrated remarkable efficacy in detoxifying harmful substances such as toluene and ionic mercury commonly found in radioactive nuclear waste. /TBF, mycoremediation and mycofiltration. Fungi have also found their place within bioremediation strategies, particularly through processes known as mycoremediation and mycofiltration. Mycoremediation specifically uses fungi to break down and decontaminate polluted areas, while mycofiltration employs fungal mycelia to filter out toxic waste and harmful microorganisms from contaminated water and soil. Advantages and disadvantages of bioremediation. Bioremediation stands out among remedy strategies for numerous reasons. /TBF, advantages. It is capable of completely destroying a wide array of contaminants. The technique is often less expensive than conventional cleanup methods. It is environmentally friendly, relying on natural processes instead of harsh chemicals. However, it is not without its challenges. /TBF, disadvantages. Bioremediation is limited to compounds that are biodegradable. Not all pollutants are amenable to this process. The biological degradation processes can be highly specific, which means that they may not affect all contaminants equally. Scaling up from research and pilot studies to full-scale applications can pose difficulties. In many cases, bioremediation can take longer than other remediation methods to achieve desired results. In conclusion, as our understanding of bioremediation and its applications continues to evolve, it is clear that integrating these sustainable practices into environmental management is crucial for healing our planet. By employing the ingenuity of microorganisms, plants, and fungi, we are moving toward a future where nature aids in its own restoration, allowing ecosystems to recover and thrive once more. Pollution and its impact on health. Environmental pollution and health, a complex interplay. In the intricate tapestry of urban life, environmental pollution stands out as a formidable adversary to public health. Although there are numerous pollution inventory and apportionment studies conducted worldwide, an unsettling trend emerges. These studies often evaluate the contributions of various pollution sources in isolation. They overlook a more coherent and comprehensive framework that prioritizes health protection. When it comes to crafting policies surrounding environmental pollution, it is imperative to shift the focus from mere emission statistics to the potential health impact of different pollution sources. It's not only the quantity of pollutants released that matters, but also which sources of pollution pose the most significant threat to human health. Research conducted across the globe indicates that vehicular emissions contribute between 25% to nearly 50% of particulate matter found in urban areas. These figures are not just statistics, they are a loud alarm that calls for immediate action. Moreover, there is a misconception that within urban environments, the levels of health-damaging pollutants to which people are exposed are similar to what is typically found in ambient air conditions. This is a dangerous simplification. While ambient air may have its polluted moments, each breath we take often contains 3 to 4 times more pollutants than what is measured in the surrounding atmosphere. This disparity is particularly pronounced in proximity to major thoroughfares. Studies have shown that exposure to toxic vehicular fumes peaks on the road and extends up to 500 meters from bustling traffic. Alarmingly, a significant portion of urban populations resides within this hazardous zone. Addressing the health risks posed by air quality is further complicated by the diverse array of pollutants present in our atmosphere. Individuals are not only exposed to single harmful agents, but rather a noxious cocktail of pollutants whose synergistic effects may considerably amplify health risks. This reality underscores the benefits of a multi-pollutant regulatory approach when devising solutions for air quality management. Take, for example, the air in Delhi, a city known for its thick haziness marked by particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, ozone, and various airborne toxins. In this context, the National Green Tribunal's (NGT) heightened focus on regulating diesel emissions deserves commendation, as diesel fumes contain a multifaceted mixture of pollutants classified as a Group 1 carcinogen due to its indisputable association with lung cancer. Efforts to eliminate exposure to such toxins are not just warranted, they are vital. However, despite the critical nature of this issue, current air quality policies often remain disconnected from the realities experienced within the health sector. India is grappling with a rapid health transition characterized by a growing burden of chronic diseases. Data indicates that more than half of all deaths and significant years lost to illness can be attributed to these diseases. Among the most concerning public health implications are cancer, stroke, and chronic respiratory diseases, all significantly influenced by the pervasive presence of air pollution. The urgent need for a robust, health-centered approach to environmental policy is clear. As we navigate the complexities of urban living, let us not forget that the air we breathe is intricately tied to our well-being. Crafting informed policies that reflect this interconnectedness could pave the way toward healthier, more sustainable urban environments where clean air becomes a reality rather than a distant aspiration. Acid rain in India. /TextTBF, acid rain, an ecological challenge. Acid rain, a term that generates concern among environmentalists, is not simply a metaphorical phrase but an environmental reality. It refers to precipitation that has been acidified, typically through the reactions of sulfur and nitrogen oxides with atmospheric moisture. When rainwater's pH drops below 5.6, it becomes acidic, posing threats not just to human health, but more critically, to lakes, rivers, forests, and the myriad organisms that inhabit these delicate ecosystems. /TextTBF, understanding acid deposition. Acid rain can be viewed as a consequence of a broader chemical process, which encompasses both wet and dry deposition. To unravel this concept, let's explore the types of acid deposition. 1/TextTBF, wet deposition. In humid regions, acid-laden air is blown into areas where precipitation occurs. Here, the acids can manifest as rain, snow, fog, or mist. As this acidic moisture travels over the landscape, it interacts with various flora and fauna, leading to significant ecological disruptions. The impact of wet deposition varies based on factors such as water acidity, soil chemistry, and the buffering capacity of the grounds it permeates. Precipitation is instrumental in removing airborne pollutants through processes known as rainout and washout, wherein particulates and gases are captured within raindrops or swept down by precipitation. 2/TextTBF, dry deposition. Conversely, in arid regions, sulfur and nitrogen oxides integrate into dust or smoke particles that settle on surfaces as dry deposition. This accumulation of acidic materials can later be washed away during rainstorms, resulting in runoff that contributes to the overall acidity of local water bodies. Alarmingly, approximately half of the acidity present in the atmosphere may return to Earth via this dry deposition path. /TextTBF, sources of acid rain. Acid rain is the byproduct of a mix of natural phenomena and human activities. /TextTBF, natural sources include Oceans and seas. Volcanic eruptions. Biological processes in soil, particularly the decomposition of organic matter. /TBF, human-made sources, stem largely from the burning of fossil fuels, which releases around 90% of sulfur oxides into the atmosphere from coal and petroleum products. Additionally, industrial processes, particularly in metallurgy, chemical manufacturing, and fertilizer production, yield substantial sulfuric acid as a byproduct. Nitrogen oxides, another primary contributor to acid rain, are generated from similar anthropogenic events such as forest fires and the combustion of oil, coal, and gas. Surprising sources include organic burning, where biomass combustion emits formic acid and formaldehyde, further intensifying the problem. It's crucial to note that sulfur oxides, SOx, and nitrogen oxides, NOx, can travel vast distances from their points of origin before returning to Earth, meaning that the effects of acid rain may be felt far from industrial hubs. /TBF, common characteristics of acid rain-prone areas. Regions vulnerable to acid rain typically share several traits. They are predominantly located in the industrial belts of the Northern Hemisphere and are often found in upland or mountainous areas rich in moisture. This combination creates environments brimming with lakes and streams, alongside dense vegetative cover. Unfortunately, these areas often have thin soils underlaid by glaciated bedrock, making them particularly sensitive to ecological changes. Globally, certain locations such as Scandinavia, Canada, and parts of the northeastern United States experience elevated levels of acid rain, showcasing how far-reaching this issue can be. In India, reports of acid rain date back to 1974, with increasing occurrences in metropolitan regions, primarily due to rising emissions from the burning of fossil fuels. Soil acidity is notably on the rise in multiple states, highlighting a dangerously evolving ecological landscape. /TBF, the chemistry of acid rain. The formation of acid rain involves a series of chemical transformations, wherein oxides of sulfur and nitrogen produced from both natural and anthropogenic activities enter the atmosphere. Here, with the aid of sunlight, they undergo oxidation, resulting in harmful sulfuric, H2SO4, and nitric acids, HNO3. The resultant acid rain, laden with sulfate, nitrate, and ammonium ions, is then released back to the earth as precipitation, significantly influencing local ecosystems. /TBF, the ecological consequences of acid rain. The impacts of acid rain are pervasive and alarming. /TBF, soil, acid rain can lead to detrimental exchanges between hydrogen ions and essential nutrient cations like potassium and magnesium, causing nutrient leaching. The result is a decrease in soil fertility as the respiratory activity of soil organisms diminishes. However, it is noteworthy that because Indian soils tend to be more alkaline, they exhibit a certain resilience against these effects. /TBF, vegetation, acid rain can trigger abnormal growth patterns in trees, including discoloration and a loss of biomass, particularly affecting coniferous species. Symptoms include premature aging of leaves and increased susceptibility to pathogens, culminating in the death of some trees. This shift in plant health can precipitate shifts in the microbial communities within the soil, often favoring fungi over bacteria and leading to a host of further ecological imbalances. /TBF, wildlife, the consequences for fauna are not easily visible but are nonetheless significant. Acid rain affects the reproductive success of amphibians, and when heavy metals are released due to acidic conditions, they can accumulate in the tissues of aquatic organisms, posing serious risks to predators, including birds. /TBF, human health, the implications for human well-being are multiple, ranging from respiratory irritations to more severe consequences like chronic health conditions. With the increase in toxic heavy metals such as cadmium and lead in the water supply, the risks associated with acid rain extend beyond ecological damage. Text TBF Mitigation Strategies. Fighting against the detrimental effects of acid rain requires an array of control measures designed to reduce pollution sources. These include Text TBF buffering. This process involves adding neutralizing agents, like lime, to acidic waters to restore equilibrium. Text TBF emission reductions, transitioning from fossil fuels to renewables, adopting low-sulfur fuels, and implementing desulfurization technologies in power stations are critical steps. Through community awareness, reduced industrial emissions, and a collective commitment to environmental justice, societies can begin to counter the ongoing threat posed by acid rain. In conclusion, acid rain represents a complex interplay of atmospheric chemistry and ecological impact, ultimately serving as a reminder of the consequences of human action and the urgent need for sustainable practices. This challenge is not limited to any one region but is a global concern, calling for cross-border cooperation and innovative solutions to protect our planet's delicate ecosystems. Classification of industrial sectors. In the vast landscape of India's industrial progress, where the balance between economic development and environmental preservation hangs delicately, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoE FCC, has taken significant steps to ensure that industries are held accountable for their environmental impact. To achieve this, the ministry has devised a comprehensive system for categorizing various industrial sectors into 4 distinct categories: red, orange, green, and white. This categorization is anchored in the Pollution Index, PI, an essential metric designed to assess an industry's environmental footprint. The pollution index is a numerical value ranging from 0 to 100, where a higher score indicates a larger pollution contribution from that sector. This index takes into account a variety of factors, including air emissions that degrade air quality, effluents that contaminate water bodies, the generation of hazardous waste that poses threats to health and safety, and the consumption of natural resources that drives unsustainable practices. By establishing this framework, the MoE FCC aims to create a clearer understanding of pollution levels across industries and guide them toward more environmentally responsible practices. The revision of industry categorization through this pollution index is not merely an administrative task, it is a systematic and scientific endeavor aimed at fostering an industrial ecosystem that prioritizes sustainability. Previously, the categorization process often resulted in confusion and challenges for many industries. The old model failed to accurately reflect the pollution contributions from specific sectors, leaving a gap that needed to be addressed. With the new approach, the MoE FCC aims to eliminate these discrepancies and present a truthful representation of each industry's environmental impact. Among the most noteworthy updates in this categorization is the introduction of the white category, which embodies industries that are virtually non-polluting. Companies falling within this category will enjoy specific advantages. Most significantly, they will not require environmental clearance, EC, and consent, thus streamlining regulatory processes. This change not only encourages industries to adopt cleaner technologies but also facilitates access to funding from lending institutions eager to support environmentally conscious initiatives. Conversely, the categorization also emphasizes the need for stringent regulation regarding industries that fall into the red category. These industries, known for their high levels of pollution, will face strict restrictions, particularly concerning their operation in ecologically fragile or protected areas. The overarching intention is to safeguard biodiversity and ensure that industrial development does not come at the cost of environmental integrity. In a world increasingly aware of the necessity for sustainable development, the MEFCC's recategorization efforts resonate with a broader commitment to fostering environmental stewardship. It reflects a recognition that industry and environment must coexist harmoniously, with each entity respecting the limits imposed by the planet's ecosystems. Through this innovative framework, India steps boldly into a future where the path of industrial progress aligns seamlessly with the principles of ecological responsibility. Renewable energy. Introduction. In our journey through the modern world, we have increasingly relied on known renewable sources of energy such as coal, oil, and natural gas. While these resources accelerated industrial growth and modern convenience, they have also wrought unprecedented environmental destruction. The burning of fossil fuels not only generates electricity but also releases a cocktail of harmful gases into the atmosphere, significantly contributing to climate change and a host of health issues that afflict our societies today. The alarming rise in air pollution, respiratory diseases, and environmental degradation can be largely traced back to our dependence on these finite resources. Recognizing the urgent need for change, the pursuit of alternative energy sources has taken center stage. This is where renewable energy shines as a beacon of hope. Defined as energy derived from natural resources that are continuously replenished, renewable energy represents a sustainable path forward. These resources include sunlight, geothermal heat, wind, tides, water, and various forms of biomass. Unlike the depleting reserves of fossil fuels, these energy forms are inexhaustible and consistently replenished by the Earth's natural processes. Transitioning to renewable energy offers a myriad of environmental benefits. Utilizing these sources can drastically lower emissions, curbing pollution levels significantly when compared to traditional non-renewable energy. For instance, solar energy harnesses the sun's rays, wind energy captures the power of breezes, and hydel energy generates electricity from flowing water, all while producing little to no emissions. However, it is essential to approach renewable energy with a critical eye. While biomass, energy from organic materials like firewood, animal dung, and waste, contributes to energy sustainability, it can also be a source of indoor pollution if not managed properly. The intricate spectrum of renewable energy sources encompasses diverse types, each with unique avenues for generation. \TBF, solar energy, a clean and abundant source captured through photovoltaic cells that convert sunlight into electricity. \TBF, hydel energy, this form draws power from water flow and is often produced through dams or river systems. \TBF, biomass energy, generated from organic materials, it serves not only as a valuable energy source but also presents challenges related to air quality. \TBF, geothermal energy, derived from the Earth's internal heat, tapping into hot rocks, magma, and hot springs, it offers a reliable energy supply. \TBF, ocean thermal energy, this innovative approach utilizes the temperature difference between surface ocean water and deeper water to produce energy from tides and waves. Additionally, the practice of cogeneration, which involves producing two forms of energy from a single fuel source, illustrates the versatility of renewable technologies. The advent of fuel cells exemplifies another promising avenue in cleaner energy solutions, offering efficiency and minimal environmental impact. Electricity, as one of the most widely consumed forms of energy globally, plays a crucial role in daily life, powering homes, businesses, and industries alike. Within the broader energy landscape, there exist primary sources, renewable options like solar, wind, and geothermal, and secondary sources, primarily based on non-renewable fossil fuels. Recognizing the significant potential for growth in the renewable energy sector, the Indian government has set ambitious targets, aiming for a renewable energy capacity of 175 gigawatts (GW) by 2022. This comprehensive plan includes lofty goals: 100 gigawatts from solar power, 60 gigawatts from wind, 10 gigawatts from biopower, and 5 gigawatts from small hydropower projects. As of April 2016, India had made significant strides with a total installed renewable energy capacity of approximately 42,800 megawatt. The contribution to this capacity is diverse. The state sector has led the way with around 39%, followed by the private sector at approximately 31%, and the central government contributing around 29%. This collective effort reflects a growing recognition that a sustainable energy future is not only necessary but attainable. As we move forward, nurturing the growth of renewable energy sources will be vital in our pursuit of a cleaner, healthier planet. Every step taken towards harnessing these natural power sources brings us closer to reducing our environmental footprint and safeguarding the health of future generations. The commitment to renewable energy is not just an environmental imperative, it is a moral one, an investment in the collective well-being of our planet and its inhabitants. Together, we can illuminate the path to a sustainable future, powered by the boundless energy of nature itself. Solar Energy /TextTBF, Chapter, Renewable Energy, Solar Energy. India is a country graced by the gift of abundant sunshine, where long, radiant days stretch across the sky, providing a perfect canvas for harnessing solar power. As the world shifts its focus towards sustainable energy solutions, India stands at the forefront, leveraging its natural resources to counter energy crises and combat climate change. The potential of solar energy in India is vast, and it can be harnessed primarily through two innovative methods: photovoltaic electricity and solar thermal electricity. /TextTBF, Solar Electricity Generation Methods. 1. /TextTBF, Photovoltaic electricity. This method employs photovoltaic cells that directly convert sunlight into electricity. When sunlight strikes the solar panels, which are securely mounted on aluminum frameworks, these PV cells, with their intricate layers of positive and negative semiconductors, kick into action. Photons, the tiny packets of light, interact with these cells in three fundamental ways: they can be reflected, pass through, or be absorbed. When sufficient photons are absorbed by the negative layer, they instigate the release of electrons from the semiconductor material. This movement of electrons toward the positive layer creates a voltage differential. When connected to an external load, these electrons flow through the circuit, generating direct current, DC, electricity. However, because most appliances require alternating current, AC, the generated DC is converted to AC using inverters. 2. /TextTBF, Solar thermal electricity. This method harnesses sunlight through solar collectors that reflect and concentrate the sun's rays onto a receiver. The receiver heats a fluid, creating steam that powers a conventional generator to produce electricity. Among the various types of solar collectors, parabolic troughs are the most common. In these setups, a curved, mirrored trough collects direct solar radiation and focuses it on a glass tube containing the heat-absorbing fluid. The concentrated heat raises the temperature of the fluid, generating steam that drives a turbine to produce electricity. Fluids such as synthetic oil, molten salt, and pressurized steam are often used in these systems. Just like in photovoltaic systems, the power generated is converted from DC to AC with the help of inverters. /TextTBF, the unbounded potential of solar energy in India. India, with its sweeping landscapes receiving over 5,000 trillion kilowatt-hours (kWh) of solar energy annually, possesses the potential to generate an astounding 35 megawatts per square kilometer megawatt kilometer superscript 2, using both solar photovoltaic and solar thermal technologies. Most regions in the country enjoy a solar radiation of 4 to 7 kilowatt-hours per square meter each day. This significant solar irradiance presents a compelling case for both solar thermal and photovoltaic technologies, offering massive scalability and the promise of a robust solar power infrastructure. States such as Rajasthan, northern Gujarat, the Ladakh region, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh are particularly endowed with high solar radiation, making them prime candidates for solar energy projects. /TextBF, installed capacity and growth initiatives. As of 2017, India's installed capacity for grid-connected solar power surpassed 10,000 megawatt, according to estimates from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE. This landmark achievement was bolstered by a key initiative known as the National Solar Mission, launched by the Government of India in collaboration with state governments. The mission is ambitious, aiming to position India as a global leader in solar energy. The target set forth an impressive 100 gigawatts (GW) of solar generation capacity by 2022 is a testament to the government's commitment to expanding renewable energy resources. /TextBF, international cooperation and the way forward. On the global stage, the International Solar Alliance, ISA, was inaugurated during the COP21 climate conference in Paris on 30th November, providing a unique platform for collaboration among 121 solar-rich countries situated between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. The ISA focuses on addressing the energy needs of its member nations through cooperation and significant collective action. Renamed International Agency for Solar Policy and Application, ISPA, the ISA has set up its secretariat at the National Institute of Solar Energy in Gurgaon. It carries specific goals, including driving demand to reduce prices, standardizing solar technology across member nations, and fostering innovation through research and development. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has affectionately termed these nations as Surya Putra, or Sons of the Sun, emphasizing the shared vision of a sustainable and solar-driven energy future across tropical countries. The term Sunshine Countries reflects a collective aspiration toward clean energy solutions. Furthermore, the IES's 2047 India Energy Security Scenarios 2047 initiative has been introduced, serving as a strategic calculator designed to explore diverse energy scenarios for India's future, thereby ensuring a secure and sustainable energy landscape. As the sun continues to rise, so too does India's ambition to harness its power, illuminating the path toward a greener tomorrow. Luminescent solar concentrators. In the quest for sustainable energy solutions, one innovative technology that has emerged is the luminescent solar concentrator, LSC. At its core, an LSC is a remarkable device that cleverly employs a thin sheet of specialized material to capture solar radiation over a vast area. This brilliant approach allows the harnessed solar energy to be redirected via luminescent emission towards solar cells that are strategically mounted along the thin edges of the material layer. The composition of this thin sheet is key to its functionality. Typically made from polymers such as polymethyl methacrylate, PMMA, it is enhanced by the introduction of luminescent substances. These may include organic dyes, quantum dots, or rare earth complexes, all selected for their ability to effectively absorb sunlight and subsequently re-emit it. But what drives the need for such sophisticated technologies like LSCs? Foremost, the motivation lies in the pressing quest to reduce the costs associated with photovoltaic (PV) systems. Traditional flat-plate solar panels rely on large, expensive solar cells which can inflate the overall expenditure significantly. By substituting some of these costly solar cells with the more economical LSCs, we not only see a reduction in the cost per watt of solar energy but also in the cost of energy produced per kilowatt-hour. This cost effectiveness is crucial for making solar energy more accessible and appealing to a broader range of consumers and industries. Moreover, LSCs present a significant advantage over conventional concentrating systems by their ability to collect both direct and diffuse solar radiation. This feature means that the complex and often costly solar tracking systems, which orient panels to follow the sun's trajectory, become unnecessary. Instead, LSCs can efficiently capture sunlight, even on cloudy days, making them particularly well-suited for regions with less consistent sunlight. The adaptability of LSCs shines in the realm of building integrated photovoltaics, BIPV. With their elegant design, they can be seamlessly integrated into the architecture of buildings, harmonizing functionality with aesthetic appeal. This characteristic, combined with their effectiveness in cloudier climates, positions LSCs as a shining star in urban renewable energy solutions. Envisioning the ideal LSC involves prioritizing several critical factors. An effective LSC should boast a broad absorption range, allowing it to fully utilize the solar spectrum. Moreover, it is essential that these systems achieve a complete emission of light from the absorbed luminescent materials for maximum efficiency. This necessitates a significant shift between the absorption and emission spectra, which minimizes energy losses that can occur during the conversion process. Long-term stability is also a vital attribute, ensuring that the system can withstand the rigors of environmental conditions over time. Despite the tremendous potential of LSC technology, challenges persist in its development. Researchers aim to refine and enhance these structures to reach efficiencies that closely align with theoretical maximums, pushing the boundaries of what is currently achievable in solar technology. Further reinforcing the global push for renewable energy is the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, an influential intergovernmental organization that comprises 150 member nations, with its headquarters located in Abu Dhabi. IRENA's core mission is to facilitate countries as they transition towards sustainable energy futures. It serves as a principal platform for international collaboration, as well as a repository of invaluable resources encompassing policy frameworks, technological advancements, financial insights, and much more within the realm of renewable energy. IRENA actively promotes the adoption of diverse forms of renewable energy, including bioenergy, geothermal energy, hydropower, ocean energy, solar energy, and wind energy. In pursuing its goals, IRENA addresses vital issues such as sustainable development, energy access, energy security, and fostering low-carbon economic growth that benefits societies worldwide. In conclusion, luminescent solar concentrators represent an exciting advancement in solar technology, embodying the innovative spirit necessary for a sustainable energy future. Coupled with the strategic efforts of organizations like IRENA, the widespread implementation of LSCs holds the promise to drive down costs, expand energy accessibility, and contribute to a greener, more prosperous planet for generations to come. Harnessing wind power. Wind energy, harnessing nature's gift. In the ever-evolving landscape of renewable energy, wind energy stands as a remarkable testament to mankind's ability to harness the forces of nature. Defined as the kinetic energy generated by the movement of air in the atmosphere, wind energy is transformed into mechanical power through the ingenious design of wind turbines. These turbines not only convert wind's dynamic force into mechanical energy but also further facilitate its transformation into electrical power, thereby contributing to the generation of electricity. Remarkably, just 5 nations, Germany, the USA, Denmark, Spain, and India, collectively account for a staggering 80% of the world's installed wind energy capacity. Understanding wind farms. At the heart of wind energy production are wind farms, which are clusters of wind turbines situated in specific locations, strategically designed to produce electricity. These farms can be classified as \TBF onshore or \TBF offshore, based on their geographical placement. \TBF onshore wind farms, these facilities thrive on land, where wind speed is typically stronger and more consistent. Onshore wind farms boast lower construction and maintenance costs, making them more accessible and practical for energy production. Their establishment often involves fewer logistical challenges, promoting quicker turnaround times from conception to operation. \TBF offshore wind farms, conversely, offshore wind farms are constructed in larger bodies of water, tapping into the powerful winds that sweep unimpeded over the ocean. While they harness tremendous wind energy and generally produce more electricity than their onshore counterparts, the costs related to construction and maintenance are significantly higher. This investment in offshore technology opens new horizons for wind energy but requires careful planning and robust infrastructure. The mechanics of wind turbines. Wind turbines serve as the nexus of energy conversion, transforming the kinetic energy within the wind into usable mechanical energy. This mechanical energy can be employed for specific tasks such as grinding grain or pumping water, or it can be converted into electricity through a generator. Most modern wind turbines feature 3 aerodynamically designed blades. As wind currents flow, these blades turn around a rotor connected to a main shaft, which, in turn, spins a generator to produce electricity. These turbines are elevated on towers that rise to about 100 feet, 30 meters, or more above ground level, optimizing their ability to capture high-energy, less turbulent winds. Notably, 3 crucial factors determine the quantity of electricity a turbine can produce. 1. \TBF wind speed. Stronger winds correlate with increased energy production. Wind turbines can effectively generate energy when wind speeds range from 4 to 25 meters per second. 2. \TBF blade radius. The radius of the blades significantly affects energy output. An increase in blade radius can theoretically result in a 4-fold increase in power generation. 3. \TBF air density. The density of the air contributes to lift on the rotor. Factors such as altitude, temperature, and pressure affect air density. Locations at sea level provide denser air, enhancing turbine efficiency compared to sites at high altitudes. Varieties of wind turbines. Wind turbines are primarily classified into 2 categories based on their design and orientation. 1. \TBF horizontal axis turbines. This common design comprises 2 or 3 blades rotating on an axis parallel to the ground. Positioned to face the wind, they maximize energy capture and yield substantial electricity production rates. 2. \TBF vertical axis turbines. Characterized by their vertically oriented blades, these turbines rotate on an axis perpendicular to the ground. While they move more slowly and produce high torque, making them suitable for tasks like grinding grain, their design limits their efficiency in electricity production compared to their horizontal counterparts. They do not benefit from the increased wind speeds found at higher elevations. Wind energy potential in India. As a burgeoning player on the global stage, India has tremendous wind energy potential, recently quantified by the National Institute of Wind Energy, NIVE, through its Wind Energy Resource Map. The map highlights an impressive potential of over 302 gigawatts, GW, at 100 meters above ground level. States like Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh emerge as the frontrunners in harnessing this natural resource. The Indian government has set ambitious targets for wind energy production, establishing a goal of achieving 60 gigawatts by 2022, with a long-term vision of reach 200 GW by 2022. Installed capacity across states. Several Indian states have made significant strides in wind energy capacity. Tamil Nadu leads with an installed capacity of 7,200 megawatts. Maharashtra follows with 4,000 megawatts. Karnataka and Rajasthan each boast 2,700 megawatts. States like Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Kerala contribute with lesser capacities, each below 1,000 megawatts. Strategic policies for advancement. In light of the growing demand for wind energy, the National Offshore Wind Energy Policy, enacted in 2015, empowers the Ministry of and Renewable Energy, MNRE, as the nodal ministry for utilizing offshore areas within India's exclusive economic zone, EEZ. The National Institute of Wind Energy, NIFE, assumes the role of authority for the development of offshore wind energy. This policy encourages offshore wind energy projects and promotes research and development, supported by a commitment to equitable opportunities for domestic and international investors. Moreover, a proposed national wind energy mission aspires to streamline efforts to meet renewable energy targets laid out in India's 12th five-year plan. This mission will focus on overcoming existing challenges in the wind sector, which include effective resource assessment, integrating wind power into the electricity grid, and enhancing technology and manufacturing capabilities. Conclusion. The journey to leverage wind energy epitomizes both a commitment to sustainable practices and an acknowledgement of nature's bountiful gifts. As wind energy technologies evolve and expand, they promise not only to meet energy demands but also to foster economic growth and environmental preservation. With India poised to take significant strides in this arena, the future of wind energy holds endless possibilities, ensuring that the wind continues to blow favorably for generations to come. Hydropower. Harnessing the power of water, an insight into hydropower. Hydraulic power represents one of nature's most formidable forces. It escapes unnoticed until we learn how to channel it effectively. The descent of water from high altitudes to lower levels is the foundation upon which hydropower builds its majestic reputation. This movement drives turbines that convert the kinetic energy of flowing water into mechanical energy, ultimately producing electricity through generators. Recognized as one of the most cost-effective and environmentally friendly forms of energy, hydropower also faces significant challenges. Many large dam projects, such as Tehri and Narmada, have raised serious environmental and social concerns, highlighting the complex interplay between energy development and ecosystem health. However, the promising realm of small hydropower systems, which largely sidestep these issues, has emerged as a practical solution. Types of hydropower stations. Understanding how hydropower operates requires an appreciation for its various station types. Broadly, hydropower facilities fall into three categories: impoundment, diversion, and pumped storage. Each of these systems harnesses the energy of moving water, but they do so in distinct ways. 1/TBF, impoundment facilities. As the most prevalent form of hydropower station, impoundment facilities typically involve large-scale hydropower systems. Dams play a central role in these setups, creating reservoirs that store river water. When water is released from these reservoirs, it flows down through turbines, spinning them and activating generators, ultimately producing electricity. This method can generate vast amounts of energy but often comes with significant ecological footprints and social consequences. 2/TBF, diversion facilities. Also known as runoff river facilities, diversion stations work by channeling a portion of the river's flow through a canal or penstock directly to turbines. This approach often eliminates the need for a large dam. The river's natural flow is utilized, making it a less intrusive option that can minimize disruptions to local ecosystems while still generating renewable energy. 3/TBF pumped storage. This unique hydropower system functions akin to a battery, facilitating energy storage for future use. During low-demand periods, excess electricity generated by other power sources such as solar, wind, or nuclear energy is used to pump water from a lower reservoir to an upper one. When electricity demand surges, the stored water is released back into the lower reservoir, flowing through turbines to generate power on demand. This flexibility makes pumped storage a vital component of a reliable energy future. Small hydropower, SHP. Small hydropower is defined as any hydroelectric project with an installed capacity of less than 25 megawatts, megawatt. Typically operating as run-of-river facilities, SHP projects often consist of modest structures like weirs, which cause minimal water storage. This feature significantly reduces their ecological impact compared to large-scale hydropower projects. As a result, small hydro plants are especially well-suited for meeting the energy needs of remote and rural communities, offering a path towards energy independence. In the realm of SHP, India and China have emerged as major players, boosting the highest investments and the largest number of installed projects. The vast potential of small hydro in India. India harbors an extraordinary potential for small hydro projects, with an estimated 5,415 identified sites capable of generating around 19,750 megawatts of energy. The Himalayan regions, with their plentiful river systems, are well-suited for small hydro developments. Additionally, irrigation canals across other states present significant opportunities for harnessing this renewable resource. According to targets set in the Exide 5-year plan, India aims to add 2.1 gigawatts of capacity from small hydro projects within the 2011 to 2017 period. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is actively promoting the development of SHP through both public and private sectors, with the goal of tapping at least 50% of the existing potential over the next decade. Current installed capacity. As of now, the cumulative installed capacity of small hydropower projects in India stands at 3,726 megawatts. This figure represents exciting progress in exploiting renewable energy resources while underscoring the importance of a diversified energy strategy that embraces both small-scale and large-scale solutions. Conclusion. The exploration of hydropower, especially through small projects, reveals how we can harness the Earth's natural gifts with minimal ecological disruption while addressing the growing demand for clean energy. With continued investment and innovation, small hydropower stands not just as a bridge to sustainable energy, it offers a pathway towards social betterment, economic growth, and environmental stewardship in our ever-evolving quest for energy independence. Ocean thermal energy. The vast expanse of the Earth's oceans and seas is a treasure trove of solar energy. Covering an impressive 60 million square kilometers, the tropical oceans serve as immense collectors of solar radiation, absorbing energy equivalent to a staggering 245 billion barrels of oil. This unrelenting capture of sunlight lays the groundwork for innovative energy technologies that seek to harness this resource sustainably. One such technology is ocean thermal energy conversion, commonly known as OTEC. This ingenious system exploits the significant temperature differences found between the warm surface waters and the cooler depths of the ocean, typically around 1,000 meters deep. By leveraging this thermal gradient, OTEC systems operate heat engines that generate electric power, providing a promising means of replenishable energy. In addition to ocean thermal energy, the dynamic forces of the sea give rise to wave energy. Waves are formed through the interaction of wind with the sea's surface, effectively transferring energy from the atmosphere to the water. Recognizing the potential of this power, India has established its first wave energy project at Vizhinjam near Trivandrum, boosting a capacity of 150 megawatts. This groundbreaking initiative marks a pivotal step in utilizing the energy captured from the undulating waves. Tidal energy offers another exciting opportunity for energy generation. By building reservoirs or basins behind tidal barrages, engineers can create mechanisms to harness the energy produced by tides. Water flowing in and out of these basins can be directed through turbines, generating electricity in the process. A significant tidal power project is proposed in the Hanthal Creek in the Gulf of Kutch, Gujarat, with an impressive budget of 5,000 crores rupees, illuminating the potential for large-scale energy solutions derived from natural tidal movements. Biomass is yet another valuable resource in the renewable energy landscape. It encompasses a wide array of organic materials, including agricultural residues, forestry byproducts, oil-rich algae, and municipal and industrial waste. What makes biomass particularly appealing is that it serves as an alternative to conventional fossil fuels, capable of fulfilling necessary heating and energy generation needs. When biomass is burned, it releases a comparable amount of carbon dioxide as fossil fuels. However, unlike fossil fuels, which emit carbon captured during millennia of geological processes, biomass carbon release is largely balanced by the carbon dioxide it absorbs while growing. This cyclical process means that, when managed sustainably, biomass does not contribute additional carbon emissions to the atmosphere. The conversion of biomass into useful energy products can occur through various chemical processes, including combustion, gasification, and pyrolysis. Combustion is the most common method, where biomass is ignited in the presence of oxygen at high temperatures, around 800 degrees Celsius, producing heat, inert gases, and ash. This process effectively recovers 65-80% of the heat content contained in the organic matter, converting it into steam or hot air for electricity generation. Another method, anaerobic digestion or biomethanation, involves anaerobic microorganisms breaking down biodegradable material in an oxygen-free environment, yielding methane-rich biogas and other byproducts. This three-stage process, hydrolysis, acidogenesis, and methanogenesis, demonstrates yet another way to tap into the energy stored in organic materials. Pyrolysis and gasification represent advanced thermal processes that convert organic waste into useful gases. Pyrolysis involves heating organic matter in the absence of air, leading to thermal decomposition and producing syngas, a mixture of smaller molecules. Gasification, on the other hand, occurs with partial combustion in a limited oxygen environment, resulting in producer gas. Both processes yield gases rich in carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and hydrocarbons, which can be captured and purified for subsequent combustion in engine generator sets or turbines to generate electricity efficiently. By exploring these pathways, ocean thermal energy, wave and tidal energy, and the utilization of biomass, we open doors to a future where energy is not only abundant but also sustainable. The potential to generate power from natural, continually replenished resources represents a compelling stride toward a cleaner, greener energy landscape. The ongoing development and investment in these technologies signal a profound transformation in our approach to energy that promises not just to meet our needs, but to do so in harmony with the environment. Cogeneration. Cogeneration, often referred to as combined heat and power, CHP, represents an innovative and efficient approach to energy production by generating two forms of energy from a single fuel source. In every cogeneration system, one of the outputs is invariably heat, while the other can either be electricity or mechanical energy, highlighting its dual-purpose capabilities. This stands in stark contrast to traditional power plants, where fuel is burned within a boiler to produce high-pressure steam. The steam typically powers a turbine, with the turbine in turn driving an alternator to generate electric power. After this process, the exhaust steam is generally condensed back into water, which is then redirected to the boiler for reuse. However, a significant drawback of conventional power plants is their low efficiency, which hovers around 35%. This inefficiency is primarily due to the vast amounts of heat energy lost when low-pressure steam is condensed back into water. Cogeneration plants address this inefficiency by repurposing the low-pressure exhaust steam for heating purposes in industrial settings or residential homes. This innovative approach enables cogeneration systems to achieve impressively high efficiency levels, often ranging from 75% to 90%. The benefits of cogeneration extend far beyond mere efficiency. They also include substantial cost savings for energy producers and a reduction in harmful emissions resulting from lower fuel consumption. In India, even conservative estimates suggest that the potential for electricity generation through cogeneration exceeds 20,000 megawatt. Given that India stands as the world's largest producer of sugar, there has been a concerted push to promote bagasse-based cogeneration systems. The prime beneficiaries of cogeneration technologies are facilities with intertwined needs for heat and electricity, including sugar mills, rice mills, distilleries, and sectors like petrochemicals, fertilizers, steel, chemicals, cement, pulp and paper, and aluminum. Examining the potential of biomass energy in India, we find it to be a critical component of the nation's energy landscape. Biomass accounts for approximately 32% of total primary energy usage in the country, and over 70% of the Indian population relies on it as an energy source. The current availability of biomass is estimated to be between 450 to 500 million tons annually, which translates into a substantial energy potential of around 18,000 megawatts. Additionally, it is projected that approximately 5,000 megawatts of power could be generated through bagasse-based cogeneration within the nation's roughly 550 sugar mills. The financial impact of these systems is noteworthy. They attract an annual investment of over 600 crore rupees and generate rural employment equivalent to more than 10 million man-days while producing over 5 billion units of electricity. In India, the installed capacity for biomass power and cogeneration projects exceeds 3,700 megawatts, with about 300 initiatives currently operational and an additional 30 biomass power projects, totaling approximately 350 megawatts, at various implementation stages. The leading states in the advancement of bagasse cogeneration projects include Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. For biomass power generation, key players have emerged from Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, which collectively illustrate the widespread adoption of this renewable technology. Recognizing the urgency of diversifying energy sources, the Indian government has ambitious plans to meet 20% of the country's diesel requirements by 2020 through biodiesel. Potential biodiesel sources include native plants such as Jatropha curcas, neem, mahua, karanj, and the exotic simroba tree. To encourage this shift, several incentive schemes have been introduced to rehabilitate wastelands through the cultivation of Jatropha. Furthermore, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, provides central financial assistance, CFA, in the form of subsidies and financial incentives aimed at promoting biomass energy projects across India. In conclusion, the transformation towards cogeneration within India's energy landscape not only holds the promise of enhanced efficiency and reduced emissions but also serves as a pivotal pathway to greater energy independence and sustainable economic growth. As both industries and communities benefit from this dual-use model, the future of energy production in India looks brighter than ever. Waste of energy. In today's rapidly evolving world, the surge in waste generation has become an alarming consequence of urbanization, industrialization, and changing lifestyles. As cities expand and industries grow, the amount and complexity of waste have reached critical levels, posing significant threats to the environment. However, recent advancements in technology hold promise, helping us tackle waste management more effectively and enabling the generation of electricity from waste materials. Waste to energy, WTE, technology emerges as a beacon of hope in this scenario, presenting a sustainable solution to divert waste from overflowing landfills while producing clean energy. Unlike traditional waste disposal methods, which often contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, waste-to-energy systems can convert refuse into valuable power sources, markedly reducing the amount of waste requiring disposal. Innovative technologies such as pyrolysis and gasification are gaining traction, supplementing conventional methods like incineration and biomethanation to help us achieve more efficient waste-to-energy conversion. Unleashing the potential of waste-to-energy in India. India's waste-to-energy potential is remarkable and needs to be harnessed more effectively. Estimates suggest that approximately 225 megawatt could be generated from sewage alone, while municipal solid waste, MSW, could contribute about 1,460 megawatts, cumulatively offering around 1,700 megawatts of power. Moreover, the potential for recovering energy from industrial waste is substantial, currently estimated at 1,300 megawatts, with projections hinting at an increase to 2,000 megawatts in the near future. Despite these numbers, the installed capacity of grid interactive power from waste-to-energy plants is still relatively low, reported at 99.08 megawatts for grid power and 115.07 megawatts for off-grid systems. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, is taking active strides towards promoting energy generation from waste by providing incentives and subsidies for various projects, encouraging investment in this sustainable sector. Overcoming challenges in the waste-to-energy sector. However, the path to maximizing the benefits of waste-to-energy technologies in India faces several formidable challenges. First and foremost is the issue of technology choice. The waste-to-energy concept is still in its infancy in India, meaning that much of the proven technology needed for efficient urban waste processing must be imported, thus complicating the implementation process. Furthermore, the financial implications of these technologies cannot be overlooked. Many projects, particularly those focused on biomethanation, have high upfront costs due to the necessity of importing specialized equipment. Without significant investment and financial backing, many prospective waste-to-energy initiatives may struggle to take off. Another significant hindrance is improper waste segregation at the source. India suffers from a lack of effective source-separated waste streams, largely due to the non-compliance of municipal solid waste (MSW) rules established in 2000 by local governing bodies. The mixing of organic waste with other types renders the process of converting waste to energy more complex and inefficient. This operational inconsistency hampers the viability of waste-to-energy projects, often resulting in short-lived attempts at innovation. Lastly, there is a glaring absence of conducive policy support from state governments. Without clear guidelines regarding land allocation, consistent garbage supply, and assured power purchase agreements, the growth of the waste-to-energy sector remains stifled. To realize the true potential of waste-to-energy projects in India and create a greener, more sustainable future, it is essential to address these constraints holistically. By doing so, we can unlock a powerful solution that not only mitigates waste-related environmental issues but also generates a significant source of clean power that will serve the nation for generations to come. Building a strong partnership among governments, industries, and communities will be crucial in transforming waste into a valuable resource, paving the way for a brighter and cleaner future. Harnessing geothermal energy in India. Geothermal energy, tapping into Earth's heat for a sustainable future. Geothermal energy represents an innovative frontier in our quest for renewable energy sources. At its core, geothermal generation entails harnessing the immense and often untapped heat stored beneath the Earth's crust. This heat originates from a layer of molten rock known as magma, situated far beneath the surface. This geothermal heat is continuously generated from the decay of naturally occurring radioactive materials, such as uranium and potassium, which maintain the Earth's internal temperature. The mechanism of harnessing geothermal energy. To understand how geothermal energy is captured, one must first grasp the concept of the geothermal gradient. This term refers to the gradual increase in temperature as one descends deeper into the Earth's crust, typically averaging around 2.5 to 3 degrees Celsius for every 100 meters. Regions with a normal or above normal geothermal gradient, particularly those near tectonic plate margins, are prime locations for geothermal energy extraction. These areas, often characterized by high geothermal gradients, create ideal conditions for tapping into geothermal systems. The prevailing method for capturing geothermal energy involves accessing hydrothermal convection systems. This natural process occurs when cooler water seeps deep within the earth, becomes heated, and subsequently rises back to the surface, bringing with it steam that can be harnessed to drive electrical generators. Such systems are an environmentally friendly alternative, contributing to sustainable electricity generation. India's geothermal potential. India, with its diverse geological formations, holds significant promise for geothermal energy production, estimated at around 10,600 megawatts. Despite being one of the early adopters of geothermal projects since the 1970s, the country currently lacks operational geothermal plants. A plethora of natural hot springs, approximately 340, have been identified throughout the nation. These hot springs have been categorized into various geothermal provinces, classified based on geological and geotectonic criteria. /TextBF, orogenic regions. /TextBF, Himalayan geothermal province. /TextBF, Nagalushai geothermal province. /TextBF, Andaman Nicobar Islands geothermal province. /TextBF, non-orogenic regions. /TextBF, Kambai Graben. /TextBF, Sannarmada Tapi Graben. /TextBF, West Coast. /TextBF, Damodar Valley. /TextBF, Mahandi Valley. /TextBF, Godavari Valley. /TextBF, promising sites for development. /TextBF, Puga Valley, Jammu and Kashmir. /TextBF, Tattapani, Chhattisgarh. /TextBF, Godavari Basin, Manikran, Himachal Pradesh. /TextBF, Bakreshwar, West Bengal. /TextBF, Tuva, Gujarat. /TextBF, Unai, Maharashtra. /TextBF, Jalgaon, Maharashtra. In a significant stride toward harnessing this potential, India announced its first geothermal power plant in 2013, set to be established at Tattapani in the Balrampur district of Chhattisgarh. The implementation of satellite technology, such as the IRS-1, has greatly assisted in identifying prospective geothermal areas through detailed infrared imaging. Challenges ahead. Despite its potential, The path to successful geothermal energy production is accompanied by numerous challenges. \TBF, high generation costs. The investment required for geothermal power plants primarily involves the costs associated with resource exploration and plant construction. As these expenses mount, the financial feasibility of projects can become a deterrent. \TBF, drilling costs. Though the cost of geothermal electricity has gradually decreased by approximately 25% over the last 2 decades, exploration and drilling remain high-risk activities. The drilling equipment frequently needs replacement due to the extreme temperatures and hard rock conditions encountered in geothermal regions. \TBF, transmission limitations. Geothermal plants must be situated near their respective heat reservoirs, as transporting steam or hot water over extended distances proves impractical. Many geothermal resources are located in remote rural areas, which complicates the process of supplying electricity to the grid. Moreover, constructing new power lines entails significant expense, and existing transmission infrastructure may be maxed out, necessitating costly upgrades to accommodate additional power from new geothermal plants. \TBF, accessibility issues. Not all areas with sufficient geothermal resources are easily reachable. Many potential sites are in rugged terrains or mountainous regions, which can hinder access and increase the overall development costs. \TBF, execution challenges. The risks extend further. Harmful radioactive gases can escape from deep within the earth through boreholes drilled during construction. It is essential for geothermal plants to implement effective measures to contain any leaked gases and ensure their safe disposal. In summary, while the potential for geothermal energy in India is immense, effectively harnessing this resource requires overcoming significant technological, economic, and environmental hurdles. As the global focus on renewable energy intensifies, India has the opportunity to lead in geothermal energy development and contribute substantially to a sustainable energy future. The exploration of geothermal resources promises to be a vital component of the nation's energy mix, paving the way for cleaner, more reliable energy sources. Fuel cells in the Indian environment. In a world increasingly threatened by climate change, the search for sustainable energy solutions has never been more critical. Among these solutions, fuel cells stand out as a beacon of innovation and hope, offering a cleaner alternative to traditional fossil fuel sources. But what exactly are fuel cells, and how do they work to reshape our energy landscape? Fuel cells are electrochemical devices that convert the chemical energy from a fuel, typically hydrogen, directly into electricity through a chemical reaction with oxygen. This process is remarkably efficient, allowing for a cleaner production of energy. Unlike conventional combustion methods, which release harmful pollutants into the atmosphere, fuel cells emit only water vapor and heat as byproducts, making them an environmentally friendly option. Imagine a bustling city in India, where air pollution clogs the streets and the cries of children suffering from respiratory ailments echo through the alleys. In the pursuit of a healthier environment, researchers turn to fuel cell technology, envisioning a future where cities are powered by hydrogen and oxygen, creating a cleaner, more vibrant atmosphere for all. The journey of fuel cells began in the early 19th century, but it wasn't until the space race of the 1960s that their potential truly took flight. NASA utilized fuel cells to power spacecraft, illustrating their reliability and efficiency even in the harshest conditions. Fast forward to the present day, and fuel cells have broken free from the confines of space exploration, finding applications across various sectors, from transportation to stationary power generation. In the transportation realm, fuel cell vehicles, FCVs, are emerging as a viable solution to combat urban pollution. cities are witnessing the rollout of buses, cars, and even trains powered by hydrogen fuel cells, offering a zero-emission alternative to the conventional combustion engine. Imagine the joy of commuters as they board a sleek, silent bus, knowing that their mode of transport contributes to cleaner air and a healthier planet. But the benefits of fuel cells extend beyond transportation. In industrial settings, fuel cells can provide reliable backup power and facilitate cogeneration, where heat and electricity are produced simultaneously, maximizing energy efficiency. For rural communities, particularly in India's remote areas, fuel cells can revolutionize access to electricity, providing a renewable, off-grid power solution that fosters development and enhances quality of life. Despite their promising potential, the widespread adoption of fuel cells faces challenges, primarily related to infrastructure and cost. Hydrogen production, storage, and distribution systems are still in the nascent stages of development. However, governments and private sectors worldwide are recognizing the importance of a robust hydrogen economy and are investing in research to overcome these hurdles. As we look to the future, the integration of renewable energy sources, including solar and wind, with fuel cell technology offers a compelling glimpse into a sustainable energy ecosystem. Together, these innovations can help generate hydrogen through electrolysis, producing fuel cells that are even more environmentally friendly. In a country as diverse and dynamic as India, embracing fuel cells could signify a monumental shift towards sustainability. Imagine rural villages powered by local hydrogen production, industries thriving on clean energy, and urban centers bustling with zero-emission public transport. Harnessing the potential of fuel cells could hold the key to unlocking a cleaner, more sustainable future. With a collective effort from scientists, policymakers, and communities, fuel cells can transform into the lifeblood of our energy systems, paving the way for a resilient and vibrant Indian environment where the air is pure and the potential for growth knows no bounds. Fuel cells inspire a vision where humanity works hand in hand with nature, creating not just energy, but a harmonious relationship that nurtures the planet for generations to come. This journey is not merely about energy, it is about a commitment to a healthier world, an embrace of innovation, and a collective aspiration for sustainability. Fuel cells. Environmental issues. Environmental challenges of the Indian Himalayan region, IHR. The Indian Himalayan region, IHR, is a breathtaking expanse that cradles a significant part of India's northern and northeastern boundaries. This picturesque region spans across 10 states in their entirety, namely Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, and Meghalaya, while also partially encompassing the hilly districts of Assam and West Bengal. Beyond its stunning landscapes, the IHR holds immense ecological and socio-economic value, serving as a crucial lifeline not only for the communities nestled within its majestic mountains but also for millions beyond its borders. /TextTBF, Ecological and Socio-Economic Services of IHR. The Himalayan region is not just a home to diverse flora and fauna, it acts as a grand provider of essential services. With vast stretches covered in permanent snow and a plethora of glaciers, this area serves as a critical water reservoir, supporting numerous perennial rivers that are lifelines for many Indian states and communities downstream. Serve as a colossal carbon sink, the thick forests of the IHR play a vital role in mitigating climate change and enhancing air quality. Moreover, the IHR is recognized as a global biodiversity hotspot, hosting a wealth of unique species and ecosystems that contribute to the world's ecological treasures. However, the increasing anthropogenic pressures threaten to unravel this ecological marvel, making it imperative to address the pressing environmental challenges faced by the region. /TextTBF, Urbanization, a double-edged sword. As urban settlements expand and tourists flock to the IHR to drink in its natural beauty, the pressure on this pristine environment continues to mount. This influx has led to a significant increase in solid waste, with improper waste disposal practices creating a visible blight on the landscape. Untreated sewage and vehicular pollution have further compounded this environmental stress, highlighting the urgent need for robust management practices and infrastructure improvements. Alongside the growth in tourism, the unplanned development and inadequate town planning have resulted in severe ecological impacts. With construction activities often devoid of proper guidelines, the fragile ecosystems of the Himalayas face threats such as soil erosion, drying water sources, and unsettling socio-cultural dynamics. Furthermore, deforestation exacerbates ecological instability in surrounding areas, leading to even greater vulnerabilities. /TextTBF Initiatives for Sustainable Management. Recognizing the urgent need for sustainable management, innovative measures have been introduced to address these escalating environmental issues. 1. /TextTBF Ban on plastics in Himachal Pradesh. The state has made significant strides by enacting the Himachal Pradesh Non-Biodegradable Garbage Control Act of 1995. This law aims to curb the disposal of non-biodegradable materials, with subsequent amendments increasing the minimum thickness requirement of plastic bags and leading towards a complete ban on plastics since 2009. 2. /TextTBF Participatory conservation projects. Community-driven initiatives such as Mission Butterfly in Nainital exemplify proactive steps towards conserving vital water bodies. Through organized garbage collection and waste management efforts, residents have united to protect their ecosystem while also generating income through composting initiatives. 3. /TextTBF Dal Lake Conservation. As a site of cultural heritage and ecological significance in Jammu and Kashmir, the lake has garnered attention through comprehensive conservation programs launched by the Lake and Waterways Development Authority, LORA. Through collaboration with NGOs and educational institutions, awareness campaigns and strict regulations on pollution have been instituted to stabilize the lake's ecosystem. 4. /TextTBF Assam Hill Land and Ecological Sites Act. In a bid to safeguard local ecosystems, the Assam Hill Land and Ecological Sites Act of 2006 prohibits indiscriminate land clearing and development. This regulatory framework emphasizes the importance of preserving the region's natural resources while allowing for sustainable growth. /TextTBF Urban Development and Infrastructure Improvement. The Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission aims to foster planned urban development, focusing on efficient infrastructure and community participation in the Himalayan states. This initiative acknowledges the urgent necessity of comprehensive guidelines and infrastructural solutions to mitigate the adverse effects of urban expansion. /TextTBF Strategies for Waste Management. To counter the unsustainable pattern of development, several recommendations have been outlined to bolster solid waste management within the IHR. Establish stringent guidelines that prohibit the indiscriminate disposal of waste, with targeted measures for biodegradable waste recycling. Promote awareness about the ecological footprint of waste and encourage community participation in cleanup and waste management efforts. Foster the 4 rupees, refuse, reuse, reduce, and recycle, providing platforms and educational resources to make these principles actionable at the community level. Implement waste collection points, providing clean drinking water facilities and raising awareness about hygiene to bolster communal health and environmental responsibility. /TextTBF Sustainable Town Planning. Encouraging sustainable development in the Himalayan towns requires a paradigm shift in how urban landscapes are designed. Some recommendations include prevent habitat fragmentation and designate specific areas for urban and rural development. Enforce zoning laws that prohibit construction in ecologically sensitive areas such as hazard zones and spring lines. Ensure that all constructions are equipped with features for earthquake resistance and sustainable architecture. /TextTBF, Tourism Management and Regulation. The Himalayas' sacred status draws countless pilgrims, but inadequate infrastructure and regulatory oversight have placed immense pressure on these sensitive ecosystems. Increased pilgrimage tourism necessitates development of adequate infrastructure for transportation and accommodation in pilgrimage hotspots while ensuring waste management practices are robustly implemented. Regulation of the daily influx of visitors to sacred sites to mitigate congestion and pollution. Creative solutions like ecotourism, where the local communities engage with visitors for cultural sharing while protecting the delicate ecosystems. /TextTBF, engaging the community for conservation. Harnessing the religious sentiments of visitors can transform perceptions towards conservation. Collaborative initiatives that encourage community participation in environmental protection can foster a sense of ownership and mutual responsibility among local and visiting populations. The Himalayan Homestays Initiative illustrates how community-managed tourism can prosper. By empowering locals and enhancing visitor experiences through cultural exchange, the program aligns economic benefits with conservation goals, ensuring the continued protection of the region's invaluable heritage. Efforts such as Sikkim's ecotourism policy further set a precedent for sustainable tourism practices, where entry regulations into pristine areas and environmentally friendly operations are encouraged. /TextTBF, the path ahead. As the reality of climate change converges with the pressures of urbanization and tourism, the need for sustainable management within the Indian Himalayan region has never been clearer. Through collective action, community involvement, and strategic planning, the IHR can aspire not just to protect its natural beauty but to ensure that its ecological integrity continues to sustain future generations. From rejuvenating springs to creating eco-friendly roads, the path ahead lies in harmonizing human activity with the delicate balance of nature. The IHR is not just a region, it is a heritage that calls for responsible stewardship today, for a sustainable tomorrow. Environmental concerns of sand mining in India. In the vibrant tapestry of Indian society, sand emerges as an invaluable mineral, serving multiple essential functions. It not only acts as a natural buffer against fierce tidal waves and storms but also provides crucial habitats for various crustacean species and marine organisms. Moreover, sand is the backbone of the construction industry. It's a vital component for producing concrete, constructing roads, and manufacturing bricks and glass. Equally important is its role in tourism, enhancing the allure of beach destinations where people flock to experience nature's beauty. However, the rising demand for sand, primarily driven by construction and industrial activities, has amplified the scope of sand mining. This practice involves the extraction of sand and gravel from riverbeds and beaches, and while economically relevant, it has provoked serious environmental concerns. In India, the issue has become alarming to the extent that even a Supreme Court ruling prohibiting all forms of sand mining without necessary clearance has been flouted. The stark reality is that enormous quantities of sand are being mined illegally to satiate the insatiable demand of the construction sector, with little regard for the ecological consequences. The reasons compelling the bans on sand mining across various states in India are extensive and compelling. Sand functions as an aquifer and provides a natural layer along riverbeds, facilitating groundwater recharge and maintaining ecological balance. When this natural layer is stripped away, it leads to disastrous consequences including downstream erosion, alteration of river channels, deepening of rivers and estuaries, and the widening of river mouths. The ecological balance of these river systems faces disruption, with local groundwater tables dropping, creating water shortages that severely impact agriculture and the livelihoods of local communities. Legally, groundwater scarcity has emerged as the most apparent issue resulting from river sand mining. This concern is frequently highlighted, yet many ecological and habitat-related problems often go unnoticed in legal pursuits. Experts point out substantial implications such as the direct loss of stream habitats, disturbance to species reliant on streambed deposits, diminished light availability, reduced primary production, and fewer feeding opportunities for aquatic life. The economic consequences of rampant sand mining leave a stain on the nation's finances as well. For instance, the exchequer suffers a blow in Noida and Greater Noida, with estimated losses reaching approximately 1,000 crore rupees. This figure merely scratches the surface. The potential ecological theft associated with illegal sand mining defies quantification. The environmental damage wrought by sand extraction is equally troubling. 1/TBF, changing river courses, natural sand and boulders serve as resistance against the shifting course of rivers. Their removal speeds up this process, causing a host of consequences, including the disruption of aquatic habitats. 2/TBF, water theft. Excessive mining results in the loss of substantial water carried within sand, meaning that not only is sand stolen, but water vital for surrounding ecosystems is compromised in the process. 3/TBF, depleted groundwater tables. In regions such as Karnataka's Pabni catchment area, illegal sand mining has led to marked drops in groundwater levels, adversely affecting local communities reliant on this vital resource. 4/TBF, habitat loss for microorganisms, integral yet often overlooked. Microorganisms that contribute to soil fertility find their habitats disrupted due to extensive sand dredging. 5/TBF, enhanced erosion rates. Unregulated use of heavy machinery in sand extraction increases the river's erosion potential, further destabilizing the ecological fabric of these water bodies. 6/TBF, infrastructure damage. Incidents such as the damage caused by boulders in Vishnuprayag's dam, due to river water alterations, illustrate the tangible threats to infrastructure originating from sand mining. 7/TBF, impact on agriculture. In fertile regions like Kerala's Bhartpujha, unchecked sand mining has caused water tables to plummet, threatening agricultural yield and causing water scarcity in a land historically abundant in rice production. 8/TBF, coastal ecosystem degradation. Illegal sand mining along beaches like Kihim near Aliboig has resulted in substantial shoreline erosion. This destruction not only dismantles the intertidal ecosystems but also endangers fresh water supply by facilitating saline water intrusion. 9/TBF, reduced water supply. The consequences extend to diminishing water availability for agricultural, industrial, and drinking purposes, severely impacting daily lives. 10/TBF, losses in employment and livelihoods. The nexus of economic opportunity tied to sand mining comes with the paradox of job losses among agricultural workers whose livelihoods are marred by environmental degradation. Recognizing these multifaceted challenges, various states in India have enacted policies gunning sand mining. For example, Kerala employs the Kerala Protection of River Banks and Regulation of Removal of Sand Act of 2001, aimed at permitting mining in controlled sections managed by local committees. In contrast, Tamil Nadu has oscillated between government-led and private mining policies, with the latter permitting mechanized mining, a process fraught with environmental risks. Karnataka's regulation aims to eliminate mechanized mining and eliminate practices harmful to coastal regulation zones. Similarly, Andhra Pradesh's policy prioritizes manual labor in sand extraction, explicitly prohibiting machinery usage to emphasize sustainable practices. As we look towards potential solutions, there is a growing advocacy for alternatives to river sand, such as manufactured sand or M-sand produced in stone crushing plants. M-sand not only proves to be a better and more sustainable option but also is cost-effective. Furthermore, the incorporation of fly ash from industries presents another viable alternative for construction needs. Prudent management of riverbed leasing for mining activities is paramount. It is essential to clearly delineate areas for sand extraction, accompanied by rigorous monitoring systems utilizing technology to track mined materials and ensure compliance with regulations. Ongoing assessments of how much sand can safely be mined need to become routine, as sustainability determinations must be made on a case-by-case basis, individual to the characteristics of each river and its ambient ecosystem. To counteract destructive mining practices, particularly in mountainous regions, manual and sustainable methods should be enforced. Advocacy groups must lobby for stringent legislation while ensuring that these laws are implemented fairly and consistently, pushing for meaningful solutions to address the ecological crisis initiated by excessive sand mining. To encapsulate these guidelines, comprehensive strategies for sustainable sand and minor mineral mining must be established. This entails defining mining locations through district survey reports, maintaining a sustainable mining ratio that aligns with annual deposits, and involving district authorities in environmental assessments. The urgency behind effectively curbing illegal sand mining practices cannot be overstated. Where immediate and considered actions are taken, they can safeguard the delicate balance of our ecosystems, protect livelihoods, and promote economic stability for future generations. The intertwined realms of policy, technology, and community engagement remain pivotal in reshaping our approach towards one of the world's most exploited resources, sand. Environmental impact of palm oil and India's involvement. /TextBF, when forests shrink, so does the home of endangered species. The tale of palm oil serves as a poignant reminder of our complex relationship with natural resources. Once regarded primarily as a cooking oil in many households, palm oil has transcended its humble beginnings to become the dominant global source of vegetable oil. Its rise to prominence can be attributed to its abundant availability, remarkable versatility in various applications, superior yield, and comparatively low cost. These factors have combined to elevate palm oil's profile, with the vast majority marketed under the broad umbrella of vegetable oil. Today, palm oil constitutes 33% of the world's vegetable oil production, with Indonesia and Malaysia holding powerful positions as the primary producers, contributing an astonishing 87% of global output. On the other hand, countries like China and India find themselves among the largest importers, collectively accounting for 34% of palm oil consumption. The global appetite for edible oil has seen exponential growth, from 123 million metric tons in 2007 to an impressive 158 million metric tons by 2012. This surge is driven largely by burgeoning populations and rising incomes in developing nations, including India and Indonesia, which has propelled palm oil to the forefront. It currently ranks as the largest consumed edible oil in the world, with consumption hitting 48.7 million metric tons. However, at what cost does this insatiable demand come? With the soaring necessity for palm oil, vast stretches of tropical forests are decimated to pave the way for expansive plantations. As estimated by the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, the relentless expansion of oil palm plantations threatens to erase 4 million hectares of forests, a staggering area more than twice the size of Kerala, by the year 2020. Such deforestation predominantly impacts regions rich in biodiversity, notably Borneo, Papua New Guinea, Sumatra, and the Congo Basin in Africa. The grim consequences of these actions are not limited to lost trees, they reverberate throughout the ecosystem. The populations of endangered species, like the Sumatran tiger, rhino, and orangutan, are severely threatened. Beyond the damage to wildlife, the consequences bleed into human communities, adversely affecting health and disrupting livelihoods. Moreover, on a global scale, the ramifications of forest loss escalate the climate crisis, releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and exacerbating global warming. A closer look at palm oil uses. Palm oil finds its way into a multitude of applications, both in food and non-food arenas. In the culinary world, it serves as cooking oil, a substitute for butter, vanaspati, margarine, and is integral in confectionery, baked goods, ice creams, and emulsifiers. According to U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, estimates a staggering 75% of palm oil consumption globally is food-related, while 20% is directed toward industrial applications. The remaining proportion, though currently minimal, is utilized for biodiesel production. Environmental impacts of palm oil production. 1/TBF, deforestation. As the demand continues to surge, substantial areas of tropical forests are sacrificed to make way for ever-expanding palm oil plantations. The story of Borneo exemplifies this. Forest cover plummeted from 73.7% in 1985 to a mere 50.4% by 2005, with projections suggesting a further decline to 32.6% by 2020. The alarming rate of forest loss in Sumatra, Indonesia, adds to this ecological tragedy. 2/TBF, loss of biodiversity. The consequences of rampant deforestation are most acute for biodiversity. This is especially true for orangutan populations, which have been pushed to the brink due to habitat destruction. In 1900, roughly 315,000 orangutans roamed the lush landscapes of Indonesia and Malaysia. Today, fewer than 50,000 exist, fragmented into isolated groups. Unless immediate action is taken to halt habitat destruction, the palm oil industry could drive orangutans to extinction within the next dozen years. Additionally, the encroachment of palm plantations into natural forests not only harms wildlife but also precipitates conflicts between humans and animals, notably elephants. 3/TBF, climate change. Deforestation contributes significantly to human-induced greenhouse gas emissions, upwards of 15%. As productive land becomes scarce, palm oil cultivation is increasingly encroaching on peatlands. When these areas are drained, they release significant amounts of CO2 due to oxidation, resulting in a long-term greenhouse gas burden. The practices associated with palm oil, including land clearing fires and methane emissions from palm oil mills, exacerbate these environmental challenges. 4/TBF, pesticide and fertilizer use. The reliance on pesticides and fertilizers in palm oil cultivation raises concerns. While generally lower in usage compared to many other crops, the application of certain harmful chemicals poses risks to health and the environment. Among these, paraquat stands out due to severe health hazards it presents to those applying it. The Pesticides Action Network, Asia and the Pacific has repeatedly called for a ban on paraquat, highlighting the uphill battle for safer agricultural practices. India's role in oil palm production. The impacts of palm oil production extend beyond the tropics to encompass countries like India. Indonesian palm oil firms often clear virgin rainforests, which in turn depletes taiga habitats, further complicating conservation efforts. As a large importer of palm oil, India's growing demand is undeniably tied to the degradation of Indonesian rainforests. In India, palm oil has surged in popularity over the past 2 decades, dominating imports due to its logistical advantages, competitive pricing, and changing consumer habits. As of 2012, palm oil constituted 74% of all edible oils imported into the country, with nearly 90% of this palm oil going towards food applications. Even though India stands as the world's fourth largest oilseed producer, its contribution to palm oil production remains minuscule, only amounting to 0.2% of global output. Despite achieving a remarkable growth rate of 22.7% in palm oil production during the past 5 years, India continues as a net importer. Challenges in domestic palm oil cultivation. The journey toward bolstering domestic palm oil production faces numerous hurdles. The geographical ideal for oil palm geographically constrains its growth to regions within 8 degrees latitude from the equator. Additionally, while oil palm thrives with consistent rainfall, it requires significant irrigation efforts in regions such as Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, which places intensive pressure on local water resources. Long gestation periods also deter growth. Farmers must wait 4 years for yields, a challenging scenario, especially with the predominance of small holdings among Indian farmers. Moreover, investment in infrastructure and technology lags behind that of countries like Malaysia and Indonesia. Government initiatives and sustainable practices. The Indian government's Ministry of Food has recognized the pressing need for sustainable practices by offering subsidies for imported palm oil under the Public Distribution System (PDS), aiming to alleviate the burdens of rising edible oil prices on economically disadvantaged households. A scheme introduced in 2008-9 provided up to 10 lakh tons of imported oil at subsidized rates. The Oil Palm Development Program, OPDP, initiated in 1991, further underscores India's commitment to cultivating oil palm sustainably across various states, from Andhra Pradesh to Kerala and Tamil Nadu. This year, an ambitious initiative aims to expand the acreage devoted to oil palm cultivation significantly. One noteworthy movement is the establishment of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, RSPO, in 2004, which advocates sustainable practices among growers, processors, and consumers. The 8 principles for RSPO certification emphasize transparency, legal compliance, financial viability, ecological responsibility, and community welfare, among others, demonstrating that palm oil can serve as a tool for positive change. Conclusion. Ultimately, while palm oil itself isn't the antagonist of this narrative, the methods and practices associated with its production pose significant environmental challenges. When harvested responsibly, palm oil can act as a catalyst for economic development, improve livelihoods, and even contribute to biodiversity conservation. To ensure a sustainable future for palm oil, one that does not involve sacrificing the planet's precious remnants of tropical forests, there is an urgent need for collective action. As forests continue to shrink, we risk not just the loss of vital ecosystems but also the homes of endangered species that rely on these habitats for survival. The time for change is now. Our choices can shape a sustainable future for both people and the planet. Colony collapse disorder. In the grand tapestry of nature, bees occupy a vital thread, intricately woven into the lives of countless other organisms, such as birds, bats, beetles, and butterflies, collectively known as pollinators. These remarkable creatures play an indispensable role in our ecosystem by carrying pollen and seeds from flower to flower, facilitating the fertilization necessary for plant growth. Their contribution is monumental. Approximately 30% of the world's food crops and an impressive percentage of our wild flora thrive thanks to the crucial act of cross-pollination initiated by them. A world devoid of bees would not only deplete our food supply but also witness a drastic decline in the diversity of plant life, ultimately leading to a much bleaker environmental landscape. Significantly, bees are not mere summertime nuisances. they are diligent and industrious insects responsible for the bounty that graces our tables. Many beloved foods, such as apples, almonds, and pumpkins, owe their existence to these small, hard-working pollinators. However, we find ourselves confronting a significant crisis. A condition called colony collapse disorder, CCD, is wreaking havoc on bee populations, imperiling the very foods we cherish. Colony collapse disorder, a term that has emerged in contemporary discourse, denotes a bewildering phenomenon exemplified by an unexplained and sudden decline in the adult population of bee colonies. The alarming aspect of CCD is that entire colonies can abruptly lose their worker bees, with scant traces of dead bees nearby. While the queen and her brood remain intact and food supplies, both honey and pollen, appear sufficient to sustain the hive, the absence of worker bees means that the colony cannot persevere independently and is ultimately doomed. This unsettling pattern showed up repeatedly throughout history, leading to terms like disappearing disease, spring dwindle, May disease, autumn collapse, and fall dwindle disease, all of which speak to the enigmatic nature of bee population declines. /text TBF, symptoms of colony collapse disorder. Recognizing the signs of CCD is crucial for addressing this issue effectively. Common symptoms include a colony with no adult bees and few or none dead in the vicinity. The presence of capped brood, indicating a lack of adult bees to care for the developing bees. A food store that remains untouched by neighboring colonies or pests. Worker bees failing to return to their hives after foraging flights. /text TBF, exploring the causes of CCD. The underlying causes of colony collapse disorder are multifaceted and, unfortunately, do not point to a single culprit. Instead, a confluence of factors contributes to this distressing phenomenon. 1. /text TBF, global warming. The effects of climate change are exacerbating mismatches in timing between the blooming of flowers and the emergence of pollinators from dormancy. As flowers bloom earlier or later than expected, bees may struggle to find sustenance when they most need it. 2. /text TBF, pesticides. Neonicotinoids, pesticides, particularly a class known as neonicotinoids, pose a severe threat to honeybees. While these chemicals aren't killing bees outright, sublethal exposure can disrupt their navigation abilities, hindering effective foraging and safely returning to the hive. 3. /text TBF, varroa mites. These parasitic mites have become notorious for degrading hive health. They invade and feed on honeybees, weakening their immune systems. 4. /text TBF, European foul brood. This bacterial disease increasingly manifests in US bee populations, stressing their already vulnerable colonies. 5. /text TBF, microsporidian fungus, Nosema, affecting many bees. This fungus can lead to nutritional deficiencies and increased mortality. 6. /text TBF, malnutrition. The practice of beekeepers harvesting honey, an essential food source for bees, and substituting it with high fructose corn syrup leaves bees malnourished and more susceptible to diseases. Essential nutrients found in honey are irreplaceable, impacting bees' overall health and vitality. The intricate lives of honeybees involve more than just collecting nectar. They also gather pollen and a sticky resin called propolis. These substances contain vital compounds that bolster their detoxification processes, serving as shields against pesticides and microbes. In response to the growing concerns surrounding environmental challenges, initiatives have been set forth by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in India to protect ecosystems, including the vital role of bees in pollination. Funding for environmental conservation schemes is wholly supported by the Government of India, with designated allocations to various regions to ensure sustainable forest management and wildlife protection. 7. /text TBF, metal pollution. the pollutants that seep into the soil from modern machinery and vehicle emissions eventually find their way into flowers, from which bees collect nectar, exposing them to harmful metals. 8/TBF Stress from transportation. The pressures of commercial beekeeping often necessitate moving hives across vast distances, subjecting bees to unnatural stressors that leave them vulnerable to CCD. 9/TBF Habitat loss. Urban development, abandoned agricultural lands, and the cultivation of crops without leaving areas for wildlife contribute to an ever-decreasing habitat essential for bees to thrive. /TBF Protecting bees, a call to action. The urgent need to safeguard bee populations cannot be overstated. Policymakers and stakeholders must collaborate on effective measures to protect pollinators. Some essential actions include implementing policies aimed at conserving bee habitats and promoting ecological balance, encouraging farmers to adopt practices that are beneficial to wild bee populations, offering incentives for those who diversify their crop pollination strategies, investing in bee research and expanding studies to encompass all forms of pollinators, not just honey bees, employing integrated pest management (IPM) techniques to minimize pesticide usage, thereby reducing risk to bees, engaging urban communities to practice IPM at home, in workplaces, and in gardens to enhance the health of pollinators. Should colony collapse disorder persist unchecked, the repercussions for agriculture, and indeed, in our ability to sustain ourselves, will be severe. The stark reality is encapsulated in the chilling words, no more bees, no more pollination, no more plants, no more animals, no more man. /TBF The impact of neonicotinoids. Neonicotinoids are a concerning class of insecticides, chemically related to nicotine and notorious for their influence on insects. While they offer pest control advantages, their environmental impact raises significant concerns. Acting on neuroreceptors in the insect's central nervous system, these compounds can cause paralysis and death, with bees especially affected. Their popularity stems from their water solubility, allowing them to be effectively applied to soil and taken up by plants. However, while reducing insecticide drift and targeting pests, they also pose long-term risks to the health of pollinators. Research, particularly studies from the late 1990s, has underscored the potential risks associated with the accumulation of neonicotinoid residues in pollen and nectar. The ongoing decline of pollinators has raised alarm bells about their use in agriculture. Notably, European authorities imposed a moratorium on certain neonicotinoid compounds due to their perceived acute risk to honeybees, a testament to the urgent need for balanced and considerate use of pesticides in agricultural practices. In conclusion, bees are indispensable to our ecosystem and food security. Protecting their populations must be a global priority, requiring concerted efforts across various sectors. If we fail to act, we risk not only the survival of bees but also the delicate balance of our environmental systems, agriculture, and ultimately, our future. Train collisions and wildlife fatalities. In recent years, the plight of our wildlife has come under a shadow as accidents involving trains and animals have escalated, posing a looming threat not only to individual species but to the fabric of our national biodiversity. Each collision raises alarm bells about our ability to coexist harmoniously with the diverse fauna that grace our lands. These incidents are not mere statistics. They signify the urgent need for robust protective measures and foster a dialogue about our crucial responsibility towards environmental preservation. The Indian Constitution, a cornerstone of our democratic framework, reflects this responsibility. Article 48, listed among the directive principles of state policy, emphasizes that the state shall strive to protect and enhance the environment, enabling us to safeguard the forests and wildlife that enrich our nation. Similarly, Article 51 articulates the fundamental duties expected from each citizen, calling for the protection and improvement of our natural environment, which includes forests, lakes, rivers, and the wildlife that resides within them. This article compels us to embrace compassion for living creatures, thus placing the onus of wildlife conservation squarely on our shoulders. It is imperative that we embrace these responsibilities wholeheartedly, particularly when thousands of wildlife species face the relentless pressures of habitat destruction, poaching, and now, perhaps more perilously, train collisions. These majestic creatures are often at the mercy of their environments, rendered vulnerable in the face of human development. As stewards of the earth, we must take action to preserve and nourish this invaluable wildlife heritage. To navigate this pressing issue and mitigate the impact of train collisions on wildlife, a number of proactive steps must be undertaken. First and foremost, there needs to be a fortification of cooperation between the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEF, and the railways to ensure wildlife safety is prioritized. A collaborative framework could allow railway schedules to consider wildlife crossing seasons, minimizing the risks of accidents. Secondly, it is crucial to identify known wildlife crossing routes, those vulnerable patches where animals are likely to encounter trains. Signage warning train drivers and railway personnel of these wildlife zones can facilitate a system where trains slow down and exercise heightened awareness. This can effectively turn perilous regions into safer passages. Updating the list of these sensitive wildlife spots must be an ongoing effort, ensuring that ever-evolving wildlife patterns are communicated to railway authorities. This proactive stance should be coupled with the technological innovation of electronically tagging prominent wildlife, such as elephants and leopards, particularly in high-traffic zones. By tracking their movements in real time, wildlife and forest personnel would be able to alert train crews ahead of time, allowing them to avert potential dangers. Moreover, enhancing infrastructure to support forest and railway staff is crucial. Equipping personnel with walkie-talkies and ensuring constant connectivity with control rooms can significantly improve response times and coordination during wildlife sightings. In areas where wildlife crossing is common, deploying forest officials in railway control rooms can facilitate dynamic communication, ensuring that any shifting patterns in wildlife movements are promptly relayed to train operators. This foresight can prove critical in preventing tragic accidents and protecting our majestic fauna. Education also plays a vital role. Strict directives must guide railway and forest personnel, underscoring the importance of wildlife conservation and the significant duty they bear in this noble endeavor. Ensure regular training programs that emphasize compassion and understanding towards wildlife will instill a culture of prioritizing animal safety. As we embark on these necessary measures, let us remember that preserving our wildlife is not just an obligation enshrined in constitutional articles but a moral imperative for the future of our environment and biodiversity. Together, as vigilant guardians of nature, we can advocate for practices that harmonize human activity with the intricate tapestry of life that surrounds us. In doing so, we not only uphold our duty but also ensure that generations to come inherit a planet teeming with wildlife and rich with the diverse ecosystems that sustain us all. Effects of mobile phone tower radiation on humans and wildlife. In recent years, the meteoric rise in mobile phone usage across India, combined with the exponential increase in mobile tower installations, has sparked pressing concerns regarding their effects on both human health and wildlife. This proliferation of technology, while heralding convenience and connectivity, raises critical questions about its environmental footprint and potential health repercussions. /TextTBF, the health implications of mobile towers. Each cell phone tower emits electromagnetic radiation, EMR, with the intensity of this radiation increasing proportionally with the number of antennas attached. A single tower can serve multiple operators, meaning that areas in close proximity to these towers experience heightened exposure to EMR. As one moves further away from the source, the radiation levels taper off, but the degree of impact is significant enough in nearby zones to warrant attention. What does this radiation mean for our avian counterparts and the tiny pollinators among us, like bees? /TextBF Impact on wildlife, birds and bees. Birds, in particular, may be at higher risk from mobile tower radiation for several reasons. Their body structure, specifically their larger surface area relative to their body weight, enables them to absorb more radiation compared to humans. Further complicating matters, the lower fluid content in their bodies, due to their smaller sizes, causes them to heat up more rapidly. This overheating can create physiological stress. Moreover, the magnetic fields generated by these towers interfere with birds' innate navigation systems. When exposed to EMR for extended periods, birds can become disoriented, leading to erratic flight patterns. Tragically, many birds fall victim to collisions with communication masts annually, underscoring the hidden dangers of our technological advancements. Bees, which play a pivotal role in pollination, are also negatively affected by electromagnetic radiation. Disruptions in their foraging behaviors and navigation abilities can significantly impact their populations and, by extension, the ecosystems dependent on their pollination activities. /TextBF Effects on human health. The repercussions of EMR aren't confined to wildlife. Humans face significant health risks as well. Research suggests that electromagnetic radiation can cause both thermal and non-thermal effects on human physiology. The thermal effects arise from the absorption of microwave radiation, leading to cellular changes and psychological disturbances. Long-term exposure is linked to serious health issues, such as genetic defects and complications in reproduction and development, as well as effects on the central nervous system. Additionally, non-thermal effects, resulting from radio frequency fields that do not cause significant heating, can disturb the movement of ions across cell membranes. Such disruptions can manifest as fatigue, nausea, irritability, headaches, and loss of appetite, not to mention serious psychological disorders. Yet, the current safety standards in place are predominantly based on thermal effects, leaving non-thermal implications largely underrepresented and raising alarms among health advocates and scientists. /TextBF The responsibilities of stakeholders. In light of these potential impacts, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEF, holds the critical responsibility to notify relevant agencies about the ramifications of communication towers on both human health and wildlife. This includes implementing regulations that define safe exposure limits to EMR. Local and state bodies must engage in rigorous monitoring and auditing of mobile tower installations, particularly in urban areas, educational institutions, hospitals, industrial zones, and ecologically sensitive regions. Conducting ecological impact assessments before approving new tower constructions in vital wildlife habitats is essential for preserving biodiversity. The State Environment and Forest Department plays a crucial role in educating the populace about the potential dangers associated with EMR from cell phone towers. They must invest efforts in raising awareness and establishing norms that promote safer tower placements and usage. Additionally, the Department of Telecommunications needs to actively manage the spatial distribution of mobile towers. New towers should not be permitted within a 1-kilometer radius of existing ones to mitigate the risk of overlapping radiation fields. Transparency regarding the locations and frequencies of EMR-emitting towers should also be ensured, allowing the public to make well-informed decisions. To track and monitor the health of bird and bee populations, GIS mapping of cell phone towers should be regularly updated. This information is crucial for assessing the ecological impacts of mobile tower proliferation. Furthermore, refining Indian standards regarding safe EMR exposure, based on an extensive review of scientific literature about its effects on various life forms, is imperative. A proactive approach toward minimizing exposure levels and enforcing stricter regulations will pave the way for a healthier environment. Lastly, research findings regarding the impact of electromagnetic fields on wildlife and human health must be disseminated widely. Collaborative efforts among scientific, governmental, and civil society organizations will not only promote awareness but facilitate the development of informed and effective policies that prioritize both human and animal welfare in the face of rapidly advancing technology. Through this concerted effort, it is possible to strike a balance between the benefits of connectivity and the preservation of human health and wildlife, ensuring a more sustainable future for all. Genetically modified trees. The promise and peril of genetically engineered trees. In the ever-evolving conversation surrounding environmental sustainability and resilience against climate change, genetically engineered (GE) trees have emerged as a controversial yet hopeful technology. Proponents of the biotechnology industry assert that these trees possess the ability to grow at accelerated rates, producing higher quality timber and thriving even in extreme climatic conditions. They argue that GE trees could serve as a crucial asset for the forestry sector in addressing the ongoing challenges posed by climate change. Historical journey into genetic engineering. The story of GE trees began in Belgium back in 1988, where pioneering researchers initiated the first field trials with poplar trees designed to resist herbicides and enhance growth speed. Fast forward to 2002, China took a significant stride by establishing commercial plantations of GE poplar trees as a proactive response to widespread deforestation. What started on a modest scale of 300 hectares has since burgeoned into extensive operations, with the Chinese forestry sector integrating GE technology comprehensively. In the Americas, countries like Brazil and Argentina, already known for their leadership in genetically modified (GM) food crops, are now delving into the development of GE trees aimed at boosting pulp and paper production. This cross-sectoral adoption highlights the potential commercialization of GE trees in addressing both economic and environmental issues. Assessing the safety of GE trees. The debate surrounding the safety of GE trees compared to GM crops presents two divergent perspectives. /TextBF, supporters' perspective. Proponents argue that GE trees present a safer alternative, free from the potential hazards perceived in traditional GM crops. The endorsement by the United Nations, recognizing plantations of GE trees as carbon sinks under the Kyoto Protocol's clean development mechanism, lends credence to this argument. With this official acknowledgement, numerous countries are expressing interest in adopting GE technology and establishing plantations, seeing it as a solution to climate woes. /TextBF, opponents' concerns. Conversely, environmentalists caution against glorifying GE trees, comparing their threats to those posed by GM crops. One key concern arises from their perennial nature. Trees live far longer than typical agricultural crops, giving genetic changes ample time to manifest. The unpredictability of how these introduced genes will behave in a natural ecosystem is daunting, as trees are wild entities that interact unpredictably with their environment. Furthermore, studies indicate that tree pollen can travel over 600 kilometers, creating the risk of contamination across vast areas of native forests. This possibility could disrupt local ecological balances and put existing biodiversity, especially in biodiverse regions like tropical forests in the global south, under threat. The potential for contaminated pollen to impact crucial species, such as honeybees, could derail pollination efforts not just in natural habitats but also within agricultural systems. Corporate stakeholders and their interests. Behind the scenes of this biotechnological evolution are corporate giants such as Arborgen, a subsidiary of Monsanto, along with oil magnates like British Petroleum and Chevron. For them, the promise of GE trees extends beyond environmental resilience. These trees represent a renewable alternative to fossil fuels, notably through the production of ethanol, a green fuel. As criticisms surrounding ethanol from food stocks rise, these companies anticipate a lucrative future in non-food cellulose feedstock, largely produced from GE trees. The Indian context. In India, the path of genetically engineered trees began with rubber trees developed by the Rubber Research Institute in Kerala. These genetically modified rubber trees have been designed to show greater drought resistance and stress tolerance, allowing cultivation in unconventional regions where traditional conditions may not be suitable. Ironically, despite the potential risks, the trials for these GE rubber trees were approved by the then Environmental Minister, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who argued that these genetically modified trees pose less of a threat compared to food crops. This assertion is contentious, rooted in the fact that the seeds of rubber trees are used as cattle feed, potentially infiltrating the food chain through dairy. Furthermore, Kerala, celebrated as a GM-free state, harbors concerns over the biodiversity threats posed by GE rubber, particularly given its significant production of rubber honey sourced from rubber plantations. Presently, the experimentation with GE rubber trees has shifted to Maharashtra, but skepticism remains prevalent. A broader reflected reality. These developments signify a growing trend in Western forestry science that prioritizes the commercial value of forests for timber and pulp over the preservation of biodiversity and ecological complexity. The simplification of diverse forests into monocultures, specifically plantations dominated by commercially valuable species like teak and eucalyptus, has already left environmental scars in India. The potential rise of GE tree plantations threatens to exacerbate this trend, leading to further degradation of natural habitats and undermining the livelihoods of local indigenous communities. The story of genetically engineered trees unfolds at a critical intersection between innovation and accountability. As we weigh the promise against the risks, the path forward requires a cautious yet informed approach, one that respects ecological integrity while navigating the complex landscape of technological advancement in forestry. The future of our forests may well depend on how we choose to balance these competing narratives today. MoF prohibits dolphin captivity. In a landmark decision, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, MoEF, has officially banned the captivity of dolphins in India, igniting a profound discussion about ethics within the realm of animal protection. This decision represents a significant shift in societal perspectives, signaling an evolving global acknowledgement of dolphins' intrinsic value, an understanding that emphasizes their identity as sentient beings deserving of thoughtful consideration and protection, rather than mere commodities for entertainment. /TextTBF, a brief history of dolphin captivity in India. India's engagement with dolphin captivity has been limited and tragic. In the late 1990s, the country exported 4 dolphins from Bulgaria to Chennai's Dolphin City, a facility touted as a marine-themed amusement park, yet marked by substandard conditions. Unfortunately, within 6 short months, all 4 dolphins met untimely deaths, illustrating the inherent challenges and ethical issues associated with keeping these intelligent animals in captivity. /TextTBF, potential dolphinariums, a new dawn or a misguided proposal? In recent years, amidst a growing fascination with marine life, several state governments proposed the establishment of dolphinariums to boost tourism. inspired by successful dolphin shows in international amusement parks, proposals emerged from entities like the Maharashtra Tourism Development Corporation, Kerala's Fisheries Department in Kochi, and several private hotels in the Noida region of the national capital. These plans sparked a wave of concern among animal rights activists and conservationists who argued that imposing captivity on dolphins is not only ethically problematic but also detrimental to the well-being of the animals. /TextBF, understanding the need for a ban. Dolphins, along with their cetacean relatives including whales and porpoises, are among the most intelligent creatures on the planet, possessing complex social structures and advanced cognitive abilities. The confinement of these animals leads to significant behavioral changes, often resulting in stress, depression, and a host of other issues that can be devastating both physically and psychologically. This exploitation by the captivity industry perpetuates a cycle of harm, where the true nature of the suffering inflicted upon these beings is often concealed from the public eye. Laws exist to mitigate animal cruelty, however, they often fall short in adequately addressing the plight of creatures like dolphins who are legally considered property. As a result, they are frequently denied fundamental rights, such as freedom from confinement and violence. Observing this ongoing struggle for rights, activists argue that animals should not be subjected to capture, confinement, or death for entertainment purposes, an act that is not only cruel but profoundly unjust. Countries around the world, including Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Chile, have taken the bold step of banning dolphins in captivity, showcasing a growing trend toward compassionate treatment of marine life. /TextBF, the ripple effect of MOF's decision. The catalyst for MOF's decisive action was the mounting protests against a proposed dolphin park in Kerala, alongside claims for additional marine mammal parks throughout the nation. In response, the MOEF issued a directive grounded in the belief that dolphins should be regarded as non-human persons due to their intelligence and sensitivity. The ministry emphasized that it is morally unacceptable to keep them captive for entertainment purposes, echoing the sentiments of those advocating for animal rights. In a circular released by the Central Zoo Authority, the MOEF mandated states to reject any proposals for dolphinariums, whether ensuing from private enterprises or governmental agencies. They urged authorities to refrain from permitting the import or capture of cetaceans for commercial use, be it in entertainment venues or exhibitions. In light of this new directive, it is important to recognize that certain species of dolphins, such as the Gangetic dolphin and snubfin dolphin, are already afforded protection under the Indian Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. Furthermore, the Gangetic dolphin has been declared the national aquatic animal of India, underscoring the country's commitment to preserving its biodiversity. Animal protection organizations, including the Federation of Indian Animal Protection Organizations, FIAPO, have played an instrumental role in advocating for this ban. Through their tireless campaigns and public awareness initiatives, they have mobilized support from citizens, researchers, and environmental advocates to protect these majestic creatures from lives of confinement and cruelty. As this ethical discourse continues to evolve, India stands at a crossroads, reevaluating its relationship with the natural world and its commitment to ensuring that all creatures, great and small, are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. Prohibition on shark fin removal in maritime waters. To address the urgent need to combat the brutal and inhumane hunting of sharks, a new policy has emerged aimed at protecting these vital creatures of our oceans. Recognizing the significant role that sharks, rays, and skates play in maintaining a balanced marine ecosystem, akin to the roles tigers and leopards serve in forest environments, the Minister for Environment and Forests has implemented regulations prohibiting the removal of shark fins aboard vessels operating in the seas. This policy is a crucial element in the broader struggle against illegal hunting, specifically targeting species listed in Schedule I of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Under this policy, the mere possession of shark fins that are not naturally attached to the shark's carcass is classified as hunting of a protected Schedule I species. This crucial legal definition empowers enforcement agencies to take decisive action against this cruel practice. It also calls for vigorous collaboration between state governments to ensure that enforcement mechanisms are robust, legislative measures are appropriate, and public awareness is heightened. India is renowned for its rich diversity of marine life, including approximately 40 to 60 species of sharks. However, the fate of many of these species hangs in the balance. Over the years, irresponsible and unsustainable fishing practices, coupled with an insatiable demand for shark fins, particularly in the lucrative shark fin soup industry, have led to alarming declines in their populations. Reports have surfaced of captured sharks suffering horrific fates at the hands of fishermen who remove their fins while still on the vessel. This grisly act leaves the mutilated sharks to be discarded back into the ocean, often still alive but unable to survive due to their severe injuries. The impact of this barbaric practice has been catastrophic, causing the populations of several Schedule I shark species to plummet further into the abyss of extinction. One of the core challenges posed by this heinous act is the difficulty in enforcing the provisions set forth by the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. When only fins are found aboard fishing vessels, it becomes nearly impossible to identify the species from which they were removed. Without the accompanying carcass for verification, enforcing the law becomes complex and often ineffective. The consequences extend beyond the sharks themselves. The decline of these apex predators disrupts the intricate balance of marine ecosystems. As sharks prey on various fish species, they help maintain the health of coral reefs and seagrass beds, which in turn provide vital habitats for a plethora of marine species. The ripple effects of diminishing shark populations can lead to overpopulation of certain species, choking out other marine life and ultimately destabilizing entire ecosystems. In light of these pressing issues, the new policy stands as a beacon of hope. It encourages active community involvement and a commitment from all stakeholders to preserve the fragile balance of marine life. Through legislative reforms, improved enforcement methods, and heightened public education, we can turn the tide against the cruel practice of shark finning. This collective effort is essential not just for the salvation of shark populations but for the continued health of our oceans, a precious resource meant to be cherished and protected for generations to come. Economic impact of environmental degradation in India. In India, the implications of environmental degradation are staggering, with an estimated annual cost amounting to a formidable 3.75 trillion rupees. This figure is not simply a number, it represents about 5.7% of India's gross domestic product, GDP, for the year 2009, as highlighted in a pivotal report released by the World Bank. The weight of this loss weighs heavily on the shoulders of the nation's economy and, more importantly, on the well-being of its citizens. The toll from outdoor air pollution stands out as the most significant contributor to economic losses, contributing a substantial 1.7% to the GDP decline. This crisis is not merely a statistic, it reflects a silent epidemic affecting the health of the population, particularly the vulnerable young and productive segments of urban society. Indoor air pollution, another critical factor, compounds this issue and incurs an additional 1.3% loss in GDP, demonstrating that the air we breathe, both outside and inside our homes, has profound implications for our health and economic vitality. The study, aptly named Diagnostic Assessment of Select Environmental Challenges in India, delves deep into the factors contributing to environmental degradation. It emphasizes the serious impact of urban air pollution stemming from particulate matter and lead, alongside the dire shortcomings in water supply and sanitation. Inadequate hygiene conditions further exacerbate the prevalence of indoor air pollution. Beyond these immediate concerns, the report outlines additional contributors to this alarming state of affairs, including the degradation of natural resources, declining agricultural output owing to soil salinity, water logging, and soil erosion. Furthermore, the twin challenges of rangeland degradation and deforestation, paired with the increased frequency of natural disasters, collectively underscore the gravity of the situation. As the report compellingly states, the ramifications of environmental pollution, along with the degradation of invaluable natural resources, extend far beyond ecological damage. They impose substantial societal costs. These costs manifest in various forms, including a decline in public health, lost incomes, and an escalation of poverty and vulnerability among affected populations. Children, in particular, bear a disproportionate brunt of these challenges. The report reveals that a staggering percentage of diseases linked to poor water supply, sanitation, and hygiene disproportionately affect children under 5 years old. Alarmingly, environmental degradation is attributed to 23% of child mortality in India, highlighting a moral imperative to address these issues urgently. The lead author of the report warns against relying on a dangerous paradigm of prioritizing economic growth only to address environmental concerns later. Such an approach is not sustainable and poses severe risks to future generations. Instead, it calls for a proactive and integrated strategy to tackle these pressing challenges head-on. To mitigate the pernicious effects of particulate matter pollution and promote a healthier environment, a range of policy options is proposed. These include incentivizing technological upgrades, enhancing efficiency improvements, and strengthening regulatory enforcement. Robust technology and efficiency standards must be established to foster a cleaner and healthier atmosphere. The Indian government has acknowledged the severity of the situation and has initiated several important measures to combat air pollution. Key steps include the formulation of a comprehensive policy for pollution abatement, investment in improved auto fuel, tightening vehicular and industrial emission standards, and ensuring mandatory environmental clearance for specific industries. Additional efforts involve the management of various types of waste, including municipal, hazardous, and biomedical waste, which directly contribute to environmental crises. Promotion of cleaner technologies is essential for sustainable development, while strengthening the network of air quality monitoring stations is crucial for ongoing assessment and regulation. The implementation of pollution load assessments, source apportionment studies, and tailored action plans for significantly polluted urban areas is critical as well. Moreover, public awareness campaigns play a vital role in educating citizens about the importance of environmental preservation and the actions they can take to foster a healthier environment. By rallying both communities and policymakers around the cause of environmental protection, India can chart a path toward a more sustainable future, one where economic growth and environmental stewardship go hand in hand, ultimately safeguarding the health and prosperity of its people for generations to come. Environmental Impact Assessment. Introduction. /TextBF, Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development, the Imperative of Environmental Impact Assessment. In the vast and diverse landscape of India, environmental protection and sustainable development stand as foundational pillars guiding the nation's industrial and developmental endeavors. These ideals shape the policies and procedures integral to a wide array of activities that seek to improve human welfare while ensuring the preservation of natural resources. Every action taken by humankind, particularly those propelled by industrial growth, inevitably leaves an imprint on the environment. This impact is frequently detrimental rather than benign, leading to degradation and a myriad of ecological issues. In our modern world, where economic activities are essential for sustenance, security, and progress, the challenge lies in balancing these developmental pursuits with the urgent need to protect the environment. This calls for a conscious effort to harmonize the two, ensuring that efforts toward progress do not compromise the very system that supports life. To achieve this delicate balance, it is imperative that we adopt sustainable development options. This includes a thorough understanding of potential environmental consequences in the early stages of project planning. By proactively assessing these repercussions, developers and planners can proactively weave environmental considerations into the fabric of project designs, ultimately striving for a model of development that respects ecological integrity. One of the most effective instruments at the disposal of planners in this regard is the process of Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA. EIA serves as a crucial tool that facilitates the incorporation of environmental considerations from the very inception of a project. By integrating environmental assessments into the feasibility study, EIA allows for the identification and evaluation of potential impacts before the project is even executed. This foresight not only augments the planning process but also instills effective mitigation measures designed to alleviate adverse outcomes. The primary objective of EIA centers around anticipating the environmental challenges posed by proposed developments. This foresight enables decision-makers to incorporate strategies aimed at mitigating these issues into the project's planning and design phases. Furthermore, the Environment Management Plan, EMP, which flows from the EIA process, provides a roadmap for planners and government authorities, highlighting key impacts and devising appropriate responses based on sound scientific principles. EIA represents a cornerstone of responsible planning that has been embraced as a vital element of effective decision-making processes. It promotes a holistic view of development, encouraging an understanding that economic growth should not occur in isolation from ecological well-being. Recognizing the importance of this balance, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, MO&F, has initiated several progressive policies and legislative actions aimed at curbing the reckless exploitation of natural resources. These initiatives advocate for the integration of environmental considerations into developmental projects. A landmark step in this direction was the Notification on Environmental Impact Assessment, introduced in 1994 pursuant to the provisions of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. This legislative framework underscores India's commitment to sustainable growth, mandating comprehensive assessments to preempt environmental degradation fostered by development. Through the EIA framework, India not only endeavors to safeguard its rich biodiversity and natural resources but also sets an example for sustainable development practices globally. By recognizing the intrinsic value of the environment, India is paving the way toward a future where developmental pursuits and ecological harmony evolve hand in hand, ensuring that progress will not come at the expense of the planet's health. In this intricate dance between growth and conservation, EIA stands as a beacon of hope, guiding us toward a more sustainable and responsible use of our environment. Indian policies mandating environmental impact assessment. In the complex tapestry of India's environmental governance, the seeds of environmental impact assessment, EIA, were sown as early as 1976-77. Recognizing the urgent need to align development with environmental sustainability, the Planning Commission promptly instructed the Department of Science and Technology to delve into the environmental effects of various river valley projects. This pioneering move aimed to ensure that the destructive past of unchecked industrialization would not repeat itself, fostering a more harmonious relationship between growth and ecological balance. As the years progressed, the scope of environmental consideration widened, encapsulating additional projects that sought the approval of the Public Investment Board. However, it is essential to note that in those early days, the framework governing these assessments was merely administrative, lacking the robust legislative support necessary for comprehensive environmental safeguarding. The paradigm began to shift with the enactment of the Environment Protection Act in 1986, a groundbreaking piece of legislation that formalized the requirement for environmental impact assessments, making them a statutory obligation. The introduction of the EIA was but one step among many the Government of India took under the umbrella of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. In its quest for ecological conservation, the government rolled out a series of notifications, each addressing specific geographical areas and potential environmental hazards. Among the significant regulations established were: in 1989, a vital restriction was placed on industrial development within a 1-kilometer radius of the high tide mark along the Revdanda Creek to Devgarh Point, and similarly along the banks of Rajpuri Creek in the Murud Janjira region of Maharashtra. This was a protective measure aimed at preserving the delicate coastal ecosystems, disallowing all industries except those aligned with tourism. The following year, in 1989, industry and mining operations faced stringent regulations in the Doon Valley, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the valley's ecological integrity against the threat of industrial encroachment. The year 1991 marked a significant differentiation of coastal areas into regulation zones, prohibiting certain detrimental activities that could threaten the fragile coastal ecosystems. Similarly, in 1991, Dahanu Taluka in Maharashtra witnessed restrictions aimed at regulating industries and other activities to protect the local environment. A further elucidation of ecological preservation emerged in 1992, when regulations restricted activities within the Aravalli Range, encompassing critical regions in both Haryana and Rajasthan. This action conveyed a clear message about the vulnerable nature of these landscapes. By 1996, the focus widened even more, with new regulations implemented in the northwestern area of Numaligarh in Assam, aimed at curtailing industrial activities that could lead to adverse pollution and congestion issues. Beyond these specific regulations, India's commitment to preserving its natural heritage is epitomized by the inclusion of Khangbrein Zonga National Park, KNP, in Sikkim as India's first mixed World Heritage Site on the UNESCO World Heritage List. This recognition underscores not only the park's stunning natural beauty but also its rich cultural heritage, reflective of the delicate interplay between nature and humanity. In summary, the evolution of environmental impact assessment in India is a testament to the nation's recognition of the vital need to intertwine development with environmental stewardship. With each legislative act and protective measure, India moves closer to a sustainable future, where economic progress and environmental health can coexist harmoniously. The journey is a continuous one, requiring vigilance, dedication, and a collective commitment to preserving the fragile ecosystems that define the incredible diversity of the Indian landscape. The EIA process and procedures. In the context of India's rapidly evolving environmental landscape, the Environmental Impact Assessment (EIA) process serves as a critical instrument for evaluating the ecological ramifications of proposed projects. This comprehensive cycle involves multiple interconnected phases, each designed to safeguard the environment while balancing developmental needs. Understanding the intricacies of this process is essential for project proponents, stakeholders, and the public alike. /TextTBF, the EIA cycle, a comprehensive overview. The EIA process in India unfolds through several key phases. 1/TextTBF, screening. 2/TextTBF, scoping. 3/TextTBF, baseline data collection. 4/TextTBF, impact prediction. 5/TextTBF, assessment of alternatives, delineation of mitigation measures, and environmental impact statement. 6/TBF Public Hearing. 7/TBF Environment Management Plan EMP. 8/TBF Decision Making. 9/TBF Monitoring of Clearance Conditions. Phase 1 Screening. Screening acts as the initial filter in the EIA process. Here, it is determined whether a project requires environmental clearance as mandated by statutory notifications. Various screening criteria come into play, focusing on factors like the scale of investment, the type of development, and its geographic location. A project is obligated to secure statutory environmental clearance only if it meets specific provisions set forth under the EIA notification or related statutory notifications. Phase 2 Scoping. Following screening, the process enters the scoping phase, where the terms of reference for the EIA are articulated in detail. This step involves consultations between the project proponent and an appointed consultant, with support from the Impact Assessment Agency when necessary. The Ministry of Environment and Forests has disseminated sector-wise guidelines, known as comprehensive terms of reference, to pinpoint significant issues that need to be addressed in the EIA studies. During scoping, both quantifiable impacts, considering aspects such as magnitude and frequency, and non-quantifiable impacts, such as aesthetic values, are evaluated. The baseline conditions of areas likely impacted should also be closely monitored and recorded. Phase 3 Baseline Data Collection. In the baseline data collection phase, the existing environmental conditions of the study area are documented. This requires the acquisition of site-specific primary data for various environmental parameters, supplemented when available by relevant secondary data. The importance of this stage is highlighted by alarming facts. For instance, a study by the World Economic Forum indicates that India grapples with the world's worst air pollution, emphasizing the necessity of careful monitoring and assessment. Phase 4 Impact Prediction. Impact prediction seeks to outline the environmental ramifications of a project's significant components and its alternatives. Since environmental consequences can be unpredictable, it is paramount to consider all influencing factors and mitigate uncertainties. Potential impacts span various dimensions. /TBF Air Quality. Monitoring the changes in ambient air quality due to emissions from numerous sources and their effects on soil, vegetation, and human health. /TBF Noise Pollution. Assessing the impacts of noise from construction activities and traffic, particularly on local fauna and human populations. /TBF Water Resources. Evaluating changes in water quality, availability, and sediment transport patterns, along with the risks of saline water intrusion. /TBF Land Use. Analyzing shifts in land use, drainage patterns, and the stability of shorelines or river banks. /TBF Biological Factors. Investigating consequences such as deforestation, reduction of wildlife habitats, and threats to rare and endangered species. /TBF Socioeconomic Impacts. Understanding how the project will affect local communities, economy, and public health. Phase 5 Assessment of Alternatives, Delineation of Mitigation Measures, and EIA Report. In this pivotal phase, alternative options for the project are identified and evaluated. This evaluation encompasses various project locations and technology processes, including the consideration of a no-project scenario. The goal is to select the alternative that maximizes environmental benefits while optimizing economic advantages for the community. Once alternatives are determined, a mitigation plan is developed for the chosen option, which becomes part of the Environmental Management Plan, EMP. The EMP plays an essential role in guiding project proponents towards implementing environmental improvements and ensuring adherence to clearance conditions. The EIA report must transparently present multiple scenarios, what the landscape would look like with and without the project, and how different alternatives compare, while clearly stating any uncertainties. Phase 6. Public hearing. Legislation mandates that the public be informed and consulted regarding proposed developments following the completion of the EIA report. Individuals potentially affected by the project must have access to an executive summary of the EIA, encompassing local residents, environmental groups, and other stakeholders. They should be given the opportunity to voice their concerns and suggestions, fostering community involvement in the decision-making process. Phase 7. Environment Management Plan, EMP. The Environment Management Plan is a crucial aspect of the EIA process, encompassing several elements: detailed mitigation and compensation measures for significant impacts, acknowledgement of any residual, unmitigated impacts, physical planning that outlines the timing and locations for implementing mitigation systems, a financial plan that includes budget estimates for mitigation measures and guarantees integration within the overall project budget. Phase 8. Decision-making. Decision-making involves a collaborative effort between the project proponent, their consultants, and the impact assessment authorities, often supported by an expert group. The outcome reaches a conclusion through a thorough evaluation of the EIA and EMP, facilitating informed decisions on granting environmental clearance. Phase 9. Monitoring clearance conditions. The final phase, monitoring, is essential throughout both the construction and operational phases of the project. This continuous oversight ensures adherence to the commitments made and validates the accuracy of the EIA predictions. Should actual impacts exceed initial forecasts, prompt corrective measures must be implemented. Regular monitoring enhances the accountability of regulatory agencies and reassures the public that environmental standards are being upheld. Amendment of 2006, Key Features. The Environment Impact Assessment Notification of 2006 marked a significant evolution in how environmental clearances are managed in India, introducing a two-tiered categorization of projects into Category A and Category B. Category A projects require evaluation at the national level by the Impact Assessment Agency, IA, and the Expert Appraisal Committee, EAC, while Category B projects are managed at the state level by State-Level Environment Impact Assessment Authority, SEIA, and State-Level Expert Appraisal Committee, SEEC. Post-2006, the EIA cycle simplifies to 4 critical stages: screening, scoping, public hearing, and appraisal. While Category A projects necessitate mandatory environmental clearance without undergoing the screening phase, Category B projects follow through with screening and can be further classified based on whether they require a full EIA or not. In conclusion, the EIA process in India embodies a comprehensive framework aimed at ensuring sustainable development. By effectively integrating ecological considerations into project planning, it seeks to protect the environment, promote community engagement, and facilitate the responsible use of natural resources. Through ongoing dialogue and stringent monitoring, India endeavors to balance its developmental aspirations with the pressing need for environmental stewardship. Elements of EIA. Title: The Landscape of Environmental Impact Assessment. In an age where development and environmental sustainability are often at odds, understanding the principles of environmental impact assessment, EIA, becomes crucial. With the aim of helping decision-makers navigate the treacherous waters of environmental management, it is essential to explore the differences inherent in various approaches to EIA, particularly between comprehensive EIA and rapid EIA. The primary distinction between these two methodologies lies in the timeframe of the data collection process. Rapid EIA is designed for expedited evaluations, ideal for projects where quick decision-making is critical. In contrast, Comprehensive EIA allows for a thorough assessment across all 4 seasons, ensuring robust data that captures the environmental nuances of the area. This in-depth analysis involves a meticulous gathering of data across diverse weather conditions and times, ultimately leading to a well-rounded evaluation of potential environmental impacts. While rapid EIA can effectively serve its purpose, it is imperative that it does not compromise the quality of decision-making. Evaluations of rapid EIA submissions enable stakeholders to determine whether the situation necessitates the more extensive comprehensive EIA. In good practice, the submission of a professionally prepared comprehensive EIA at the onset generally proves more effective, ensuring the most informed decisions. As we delve deeper into the components of an EIA report, we find that it encompasses myriad environmental factors, structured to weave a narrative of the local ecological landscape impacted by a proposed project. \TextBF, Air Environment. The air quality of the area is an integral component of the EIA. The process begins with determining the impact zone utilizing screening models and developing a monitoring network. Through careful measurement of existing ambient air quality and site-specific meteorological data, covering aspects such as wind speed, direction, humidity, and temperature, analysts can recognize pollutants' potential trajectories. Furthermore, it becomes necessary to estimate the anticipated air emissions from the project, inclusive of fugitive emissions and vehicular contributions within the impact zone. By employing appropriate air quality models, changes in ambient air due to various emissions from point and line sources can be predicted. Finally, analyzing the effectiveness of pollution control devices ensures compliance with existing air quality standards and underlines the importance of proactive mitigation strategies. \TextBF, Noise Environment. Noise pollution must also be assessed. Monitoring the current status of noise levels within the impact zone provides a foundation upon which future predictions can be built, especially with forthcoming increases in vehicular movement and related activity. Identifying the implications of rising noise levels will aid in formulating appropriate recommendations for mitigation strategies that protect the surrounding environment from excessive noise. \TextBF, Water Environment. Water resources, both ground and surface, are scrutinized for both quality and quantity in the proposed project's impact zone. Predictions regarding water usage and subsequent pumping demands illuminate potential adverse effects on existing water bodies. Wastewater characterization, especially concerning toxic organic substances, comprises a crucial aspect of this analysis. By utilizing mathematical models, the impact of effluent discharge on receiving bodies of water can be predicted and mitigative measures can be delineated. \TextBF, Biological Environment. The richness of biodiversity in the impact zone cannot be overlooked. Surveys of flora and fauna, considering seasonal variations, unveil the health and stability of local ecosystems. Evaluating wastewater treatment systems leads to suggestions for optimal modifications that protect these ecosystems. Additionally, predictions regarding biological stresses caused by project operations, coupled with detailed plans for mitigation, are of utmost importance. \TextBF, Land Environment. An examination of the land environment includes the study of soil characteristics, existing land use, and drainage patterns, which collectively wield significant influence over project impacts. Assessing the potential utility of treated effluent for land applications can help identify beneficial uses while maintaining environmental integrity. Management of solid waste becomes crucial as strategies for minimizing waste generation and ensuring environmentally compatible disposal practices are needed. \TextBF, Socioeconomic and Health Environment. The assessment of socio-economic impacts integrates demographic studies with a focus on public health. Epidemiological data is crucial for understanding endemic diseases affecting local populations and the intersection of health factors and project-related activities. The analysis extends to areas of historical and cultural significance, ensuring that projects respect and preserve valuable legacies while also weighing the economic benefits they may bring. \TBF Risk Assessment. As projects carry inherent uncertainties, risk assessment remains essential. Identified hazards through indices and inventory analysis reveal the probability of adverse events. Comprehensive analysis of potential accidents, including maximum credible accidents, MCA, unveil the consequences of emergencies, influencing subsequent disaster management plans. \TBF Environmental Management Plan. Ultimately, the establishment of an environmental management plan encapsulates all the mitigative strategies identified throughout the EIA. This intricate blueprint delineates essential monitoring schemes for compliance and the allocation of resources to guarantee effective and sustainable implementation. In a bold move to enhance urban greenery, the ministry has initiated the Urban Forestry Scheme to cultivate urban forests across 200 cities. Spearheaded in Pune, this initiative aims to rejuvenate 80 acres of land into a thriving urban jungle, highlighting the potential for harmonizing development with environmental restoration. In conclusion, comprehensively assessing environmental impacts through EIA not only augments decision-making capacities but also fosters a deeper respect for the delicate balance required in safeguarding our planet's ecological integrity. It is through thorough evaluations and coordinated strategies that the path towards sustainable development can truly be paved. Essential components of initial project description and scoping. In the realm of environmental management, particularly in the context of project development, understanding the intricate relationship between project characteristics and their environmental implications is crucial. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoEF, play a pivotal role in identifying key environmental issues through periodically published sectoral guidelines. These guidelines serve as essential tools for ensuring that project proposals are evaluated with a comprehensive understanding of their potential impacts. An initial project description, IPD, forms the foundation for this evaluation process. It is crucial that the IPD encapsulates all necessary information that enables effective project screening and scoping. At a minimum, the IPD should address critical elements such as the project's geographic location, current land use, and the contours of the land. Additionally, it should confirm whether the project aligns with the broader development plans for the area. Detailed descriptions of proposed activities, including financial estimates, need to be included in this document. The project proponent must thoroughly outline the key elements across various phases: pre-construction, construction, and operation. This may extend to various activities that occur off-site, associated operations, and expectations of project-induced activities. For clarity and regulation, project activities can be represented through PERT charts or flowcharts that delineate the input-output processes involved. This comprehensive groundwork facilitates the review process, allowing experts to assess and prioritize the environmental information relevant for a more detailed environmental impact assessment, EIA, later on. Key to the reviewer's task is focusing on critical aspects relating to the site's location and the project's inherent characteristics. \TBF Choosing the right project location. The selection of project sites is a vital step that significantly minimizes the need for extensive mitigation measures later on. When choosing these locations, it is essential to adhere to both regulatory and non-regulatory criteria, which take into consideration the environmental fragility of the surrounding areas. Sensitivity assessments of potential sites should evaluate their proximity to designated ecologically sensitive zones, ESZ, outlined by the MoEF. The MoEF has detailed criteria for site selection, which advocates that industrial developments should ideally avoid converting prime agricultural and forest lands into operational sites. Furthermore, acquired land must be kept to a minimum extent yet be adequate to sustain a green belt, where treated wastewater can be beneficially reused when feasible. Additional considerations include sufficient space for solid waste storage to allow for potential future reuse. The layout of the project must harmoniously integrate into the natural landscape, respecting the area's scenic qualities. If a township is to accompany the project, careful planning must entail creating phytobarriers to buffer the project from local residences, taking into account prevailing wind patterns. Crucial distances from sensitive areas are also outlined. In coastal regions, projects should remain no closer than half a kilometer from the high tide line. Situations near estuary boundaries must maintain a distance of at least 200 meters. Establishments along riverine systems should be set back a minimum of 500 meters from floodplains. Infrastructure related to transportation must be a minimum of 500 meters away from major highways and rail routes. Notably, major settlements with populations exceeding 300,000 should see project boundaries placed at least 25 kilometers away from projections of urban sprawl. Beyond these siting guidelines, other significant issues such as ambient air, water, and noise quality standards, the status of critically polluted areas, vulnerabilities to natural disasters, ecologically sensitive regions, and the availability of critical water and infrastructure must be reviewed. /TextTBF Public Hearing Procedure. In ensuring transparency and community involvement, a structured process for public hearings regarding environmental clearance is mandated. Applicants for project clearance must submit their proposals to the relevant State Pollution Control Board, SPCB. The SPCB is responsible for publishing a public notice in local newspapers, clearly detailing the date, time, and place for the relevant hearing. This announcement invites community members, including local residents and environmental organizations, to voice their suggestions and concerns within a 30-day timeframe. Participation is inclusive, allowing all stakeholders from the project site to engage actively in discussions. They are encouraged to express their opinions in both oral and written formats. /TextTBF Composition of the Public Hearing Panel. Forming an impartial hearing panel is vital in addressing public concerns effectively. The panel typically comprises a representative from the State Pollution Control Board, the district collector or their nominee, a representative from the concerned state government department, a member from the environmental regulatory body, and representatives from the local bodies such as municipalities or panchayats. Additionally, experienced elder members from the community are nominated to bring local perspectives. /TextTBF A Call to Action. As we consider the implications of climate change, it's noteworthy that the Government of India has initiated the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, NAFCC, allocated to assist states and territories in developing adaptive strategies for the future. The need for mindful project planning and execution is now more critical than ever. Different sectors, especially agriculture, contribute significant greenhouse gas emissions that drive climate change, underscoring the responsibility of all stakeholders in sustainable development. By adhering to these guidelines and processes, we not only protect our diverse ecosystems but also promote sustainable development practices that contribute to a healthier environment for generations to come. Assessment of environmental impact in India, challenges and suggested improvements. Drawbacks and recommendations of environmental impact assessment in India. Drawbacks. /TextTBF 1. Applicability of environmental impact assessments, EIA. A significant issue within the Indian environmental clearance system is the exemption of numerous projects from mandatory EIAs. Many projects that can potentially cause substantial environmental harm are not listed in the regulatory schedule or fall below the investment threshold stipulated in notifications. This gap allows developers to bypass crucial environmental scrutiny, leading to unchecked ecological degradation. /TextBF 2. Composition of expert committees and standards. The efficacy of the EIA process is often compromised by the inadequacy of the expert committees assembled for conducting these assessments. Frequently lacking in diversity, these teams insufficiently include specialized professionals such as environmentalists, wildlife biologists, anthropologists, and social scientists, who are critical for evaluating the full impact of projects on local ecosystems and communities. Moreover, the current frameworks fail to provide comprehensive ecological and socio-economic indicators that can accurately gauge the multitude of factors at play. /TextBF 3. Public hearing process. Public engagement in the decision-making process is severely limited. Often, community comments and concerns are overlooked at the preliminary stages of project evaluations, leading to disputes and backlash during later clearance phases. Furthermore, many projects with notable environmental and social consequences have been exempted from the obligatory public hearing process, denying local populations their right to challenge and discuss the implications of projects that affect their environment. The timely availability of key documents is another significant roadblock, frequently leaving communities in the dark regarding critical project details. Additionally, the reliance on data collectors who disregard indigenous knowledge further marginalize local voices. /TextBF 4. Quality of EIA reports. The quality of EIA reports is a pervasive concern. Numerous reports are incomplete or filled with inaccuracies that can mislead decision-makers. Many assessments neglect crucial ecological aspects and omit important details, undermining their credibility. Often, these reports rely on data gathered from only one season, which fails to provide a comprehensive view of a project's environmental ramifications. Compounding this issue, project proponents typically fund EIA studies themselves, leading to a conflict of interest where the outcome may favor project approval. There have been instances where consultants lack the necessary expertise, such as an EIA report on oil exploration in Odisha being prepared by a life sciences department with no background in marine biology or turtle conservation. The technical jargon embedded within these reports can be so convoluted that it hampers effective decision-making. /TextBF 5. Lack of accountability. A troubling aspect of the EIA process is the absence of standardized accreditation for consultants, resulting in a lack of accountability for those who produce flawed or fraudulent reports. With no repercussions for misleading assessments, the system fails to deter unscrupulous practices. Consultants often skew data to meet client expectations, perpetuating a cycle of compromised environmental integrity. /TextBF 6. Monitoring and compliance issues. In the face of ongoing environmental challenges, India's government has allocated substantial funds, exemplified by the National Adaptation Fund, to address climate vulnerability. However, transparency in these programs is lacking, especially concerning projects with strategic importance, such as nuclear energy, where environmental management plans, EMPs, are frequently kept confidential. The efficacy of mitigation measures is often poorly documented, and emergency preparedness strategies are inadequate, leaving communities uninformed about potential risks. Recommendations. /TextBF 1. Establish an independent EIA authority. A new independent authority should oversee the EIA process, ensuring that assessments are conducted impartially without undue influence from project proponents. \TextTBF 2. Implement sector-wide EIAs. It is critical to expand the scope of EIAs to encompass all sectors, especially those with significant ecological footprints, to ensure a comprehensive evaluation of potential impacts. \TextTBF 3. Create an information desk. Establish a centralized information desk dedicated to disseminating knowledge regarding EIA processes and providing timely access to project data for local communities and stakeholders. \TextTBF 4. Develop a centralized baseline data bank. Creating a centralized repository of baseline environmental data would enable stakeholders to cross-reference information across different projects, improving the reliability of EIAs. \TextTBF 5. Ensure inclusive public hearings. All projects, especially those previously exempt from public hearings, should require community consultation to promote transparency and incorporate public feedback into environmental assessments. \TextTBF 6. Shift focus of EIA from exploitation to conservation. EIAs must evolve to prioritize the conservation of natural resources over their exploitation. Currently, assessments often overlook the intricate biological diversity of project sites. The guidelines for EIAs should be amended to include holistic evaluations of agricultural biodiversity and traditional ecological knowledge. \TextTBF 7. Mandate transparency in EIA reports. EIAs should explicitly outline the potential adverse impacts of proposed projects in standalone sections, freeing this essential information from the confines of dense technical details. \TextTBF 8. Require long-term data collection. To capture the full scope of environmental impacts, EIA studies should encompass at least 1 year of data collection across multiple seasons, rather than relying on single-season snapshots. \TextTBF 9. Central Fund for Independent EIAs. Introducing a central fund paid into by project proponents for commissioning EIAs could enhance independence, thus reducing conflicts of interest in the assessments prepared. \TextTBF 10. Maintain a credible consultant directory. Governments should compile and sustain a list of reliable, independent EIA consultants while blacklisting those with a history of falsifying reports. \TextTBF 11. Granting environmental clearance. Notifications must be clear that site clearance does not guarantee full environmental clearance, and prior informed consent from local communities must become a prerequisite for any environmental clearance, reinforcing community agency in the decision-making process. \TextTBF 12. Reinvent expert committees. Current committees should be overhauled to include experts from various relevant fields, selected through a transparent process. Their methodologies and assessments should be accessible to the public. \TextTBF 13. Automated compliance monitoring. The EIA notification system should be restructured to include automatic withdrawal of clearances in cases of non-compliance, alongside stricter penalties. \TextTBF 14. Empower local communities. Local communities should be integral to the monitoring processes, ensuring their voices and observations contribute to the evaluation of compliance with clearance conditions. \TextTBF 15. Strengthen redressal mechanisms. The National Green Tribunal, NGT, needs to include more environmental experts to serve in its judicial composition, allowing citizens to seek redress for EIA violations effectively. \TextTBF 16. Capacity building initiatives. It is essential to empower NGOs, local groups, and civil society by enhancing their understanding and capabilities concerning the EIA notification, enabling them to actively participate in sustainable decision-making processes. Text TBF 17. Protect environmentally sensitive zones. Various areas, from historical and archaeological sites to sensitive ecological zones like mangroves, coral reefs, and wildlife habitats, should be recognized and protected from potentially harmful developmental activities. This comprehensive approach, if embraced, could revolutionize the EIA process in India, fostering a more informed, equitable, and ecologically responsible approach to environmental governance. The necessity for reform is urgent, as the health of our ecosystems and, consequently, the future of our communities hangs in the balance. Biodiversity. Introduction. Text TBF, Introduction to Biodiversity. On our vibrant planet, a dazzling tapestry of life has emerged over the span of 4 billion years. This intricate web, known as biodiversity, encompasses millions of distinct biological species, each contributing uniquely to the rich fabric of existence. To understand biodiversity is to appreciate the incredible variety that life on Earth embodies, ranging from the tiniest microscopic organisms to the majestic giants of the animal kingdom. Biodiversity is not just a collection of different organisms, it is the very essence of life itself. It includes all the various life forms, animals, plants, fungi, and microorganisms, alongside the diverse ecosystems they inhabit. Each species plays a vital role, contributing to the delicate balance of their communities through intricate relationships that form the foundation of ecosystems. These relationships are critical, as they foster the exchange of nutrients, energy, and genetic material, enabling life to sustain and flourish. At the heart of biodiversity lies genetic variation, the subtle differences that exist within and among species. This genetic diversity is paramount, as it equips species with the ability to adapt to ever-changing environments, survive diseases, and evolve over generations. The loss of genetic diversity can lead to vulnerabilities and a diminished capacity to cope with life's challenges. Equally important is the interrelatedness of all life forms, genes, species, and ecosystems are intricately connected, creating an elaborate network of interactions. For instance, a single plant species may rely on a specific pollinator for reproduction, while that same pollinator might depend on the plant for nourishment. These connections illustrate that the health of one species often reflects the health of others in their ecosystem. Moreover, biodiversity's interactions extend beyond living organisms to encompass their environment. Climate, soil, water, and light all play crucial roles in influencing biological diversity. The impact of human activities, such as pollution, deforestation, and climate change, can disrupt these delicate interactions, leading to the decline of species and the degradation of ecosystems. Yet, within this complexity lies the beauty of life. From the vibrant coral reefs teeming with colorful marine life to the lush rainforests echoing with the sounds of diverse creatures, the planet is a symphony of interconnected life forms. Each species, no matter how diminutive, contributes to the overall harmony of the ecosystem. It is in these moments, when one pauses to observe nature, that the sheer wonder of biodiversity becomes apparent. This is life, this is biodiversity. As we move forward, embracing a vision of coexistence and stewardship, it becomes imperative to protect our planet's diverse life forms. For in preserving biodiversity, we safeguard the future, not only for other species but for humanity as well. By recognizing the intrinsic value of all living things and the vital roles they play, we foster a deeper understanding of our place within this astonishing web of life. Biodiversity in India. 9.1 Biodiversity. Biodiversity, a term first articulated during the United Nations Earth Summit in 1992, describes the immense variety of life forms that exist on our planet. It encompasses the variability among living organisms from all sources, including terrestrial, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems, along with the complex ecological systems to which they belong. Biodiversity encompasses diversity within species, between species, and of ecosystems themselves. Did you know? One of the most astonishing facts about sea snakes is their venom potency. The beaded sea snake, for instance, possesses venom so lethal that just 3 drops can take the lives of approximately 8 people. In addition to their venom, these creatures have alternative defense mechanisms, such as releasing a foul-smelling liquid or even defecating when threatened. Quite the smelly situation, isn't it? Preserving and sustainably utilizing biodiversity is crucial for achieving ecologically sustainable development. Biodiversity directly influences our daily lives and livelihoods, serving as a foundational resource upon which individuals, families, communities, nations, and future generations depend. 9.1.1 Levels of Biodiversity. Biodiversity is classified into 3 fundamental levels. A. Genetic diversity. This level relates to the variation of genes within a specific species. Genetic diversity enables species to adapt to shifting environmental conditions. It plays a critical role in ensuring that some individuals endure drastic changes, thus preserving valuable genetic traits. The survival of individual organisms is vital for the preservation of entire populations. Genetic variations provide us with beautifully diverse species such as butterflies, roses, and parakeets, along with stunning coral forms found in oceans. B. Species diversity. Species diversity refers to the variety of living organisms on Earth. Different species exhibit significant genetic variations and do not naturally interbreed. However, closely related species often share a substantial amount of genetic characteristics. For example, about 98.4% of the genetic makeup of humans and chimpanzees is identical. The concept of species diversity can be understood through population ratios, with 0 indicating infinite diversity and 1 signifying the presence of a single species. C. Ecosystem community diversity. Ecosystem diversity acknowledges the various habitat types, which encompass a blend of climate, vegetation, and geographical conditions. Around the globe, habitats vary extensively, including biomes such as coral reefs, grasslands, wetlands, deserts, mangroves, and tropical rainforests. A shift in climatic conditions triggers changes in vegetation, influencing how species adapt to their surroundings. Consequently, as environments evolve, the species that are best suited to those habitats flourish, demonstrating that ecosystem types significantly shape biodiversity. Did you know? Among the dangerous inhabitants of the oceans, 5 shark species stand out: the great white, tiger, hammerhead, mako, and bull sharks. Surprisingly, there are only about 100 reported shark attacks annually, of which only 10 may result in human fatalities. Despite their fearsome reputation, humans kill thousands of sharks each year for game and food, utilizing their skins for leather and their livers for supplements. This leads one to ponder, who is truly the predator? 9.1.2 Measurement of biodiversity. Scientists assess biodiversity through 2 essential components. 1/TXTBF, species richness. 2/TXTBF, species evenness. I. Species richness. Species richness measures the number of species found within a community. \TXTBF, A. Alpha diversity, represents the species diversity within a specific area or ecosystem, expressed as the total number of species in that locale. \textdbf, b, beta diversity, compares diversity across different ecosystems, typically by evaluating the change in species numbers between them. \textdbf, c, gamma diversity, refers to the overall diversity among various ecosystems within a particular region. 2. Species evenness. Species evenness gauges the proportion of species present at a particular site. A low evenness index indicates that fewer species dominate one area. 9.1.3 Biodiversity and the food web. Plants, animals, and humans are fundamentally composed of the same building blocks: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. These elements permeate our environment, manifesting in air, water, and soil. Notably, only green plants possess the ability to absorb nitrogen from the soil through their roots, harnessing sunlight and water in a process known as photosynthesis. Such organisms are categorized as producers. On the other hand, animals and humans that consume plants or other animals are classified as consumers. The intricate chain connecting consumers to producers forms what we know as the food chain or food web. Every organism is pivotal to a food chain, which can vary dramatically in complexity depending on environmental factors. For instance, grasshoppers feed on grasses, which are then consumed by frogs, while snakes prey on both frogs and rodents. The interconnectedness of these species underscores the critical role each plays in maintaining the web of life. Disruption of any part of this chain can lead to negative repercussions, jeopardizing various species, including humans. Whenever a species faces extinction, the food web suffers, pushing an array of species, including humanity itself, closer to potential extinction. 9.1.4 Services provided by biodiversity. Biodiversity bestows numerous natural services on humanity, including a. Ecosystem services. Protection of water resources. Soil formation and preservation. Nutrient storage and recycling. Pollution breakdown and absorption. Contribution to climate stability. Maintenance of ecosystems. Recovery after unpredictable events. B. Biological services. Provision of food. Medicinal resources and pharmaceutical drugs. Wood products. Ornamental plants. Breeding stocks. Variety in genes, species, and ecosystems. C. Social services. Research, education, and monitoring. Recreation and tourism. Cultural values. 9.1.5 Causes for biodiversity loss. Biodiversity loss occurs through either the destruction of specific species or the degradation of essential habitats. The latter is more prevalent as habitat destruction often accompanies development. Species face extinction when exploited for economic gain or hunted for sport or food. Natural environmental factors can also lead to their demise. A. Natural causes. Floods. Earthquakes. Landslides. Competition among species. Pollination failures and diseases. B. Man-made causes. Habitat destruction. Unsustainable commercial exploitation. Hunting and poaching. Conversion of biodiversity-rich areas for human settlements and industrial use. Agricultural expansion. Pollution. Wetland drainage. Coastal area degradation. 9.1.6 Biodiversity conservation. Did you know? Not all snakes carry fangs, only those with venom do. Fangs are specialized teeth that are long, sharp, and hollow, connecting to venom sacs located behind the eyes. When a snake bites, venom is released, working swiftly to incapacitate or kill its prey. The conservation of biological diversity is paramount for maintaining ecological diversity and ensuring the continuity of food chains. 9.1.7 Modes of Conservation. A. Ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation involves the preservation of biodiversity outside its natural habitat. This method includes practices such as breeding animals in zoological parks or cultivating plants in botanical gardens. Reintroducing species into their native environments from where they have disappeared is another form of ex situ conservation. For instance, the Gangetic gharial has been successfully reintroduced into the rivers of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan, regions where it had previously become extinct. Other vital ex situ conservation efforts include seed banks and various horticultural and recreational gardens. B. In situ conservation. In situ conservation aims to protect animals and plants within their natural habitats. This strategy often employs designated natural sites like national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, reserved and protected forests. Constraints in biodiversity conservation. Several challenges hinder effective biodiversity conservation efforts, such as insufficient priority given to the conservation of natural resources, overexploitation of living resources for profit, lack of knowledge and awareness about species and ecosystems, unplanned urbanization and unchecked industrialization. 9.1.8 Botanical Gardens. Botanical gardens represent a scientifically curated collection of diverse plant life, encompassing trees, shrubs, herbs, climbers, and more from across the planet. Purpose of botanical gardens. 1. Facilitate the study of plant taxonomy and growth. 2. Research the introduction and acclimatization of exotic plants. 3. Serve as germplasm collections. 4. Aid in the development of new hybrid species. 5. Contribute to the conservation of rare and threatened plants. 9.1.9 Zoos. A zoo, whether stationary or mobile, is an establishment where captive animals are displayed for public viewing. While zoos historically aimed at entertainment, they have evolved over the decades into vital centers for wildlife conservation and environmental education. Beyond saving individual animals, zoos now also play an essential role in species conservation through captive breeding efforts. Did you know? Two remarkable bear species, the polar bear and the giant panda, poses unique foot adaptations. Polar bears exhibit partially webbed toes that assist in swimming and traversing snow, alongside furry pads that keep their feet warm on ice. In contrast, giant pandas lack a heel pad and tend to walk more on their toes. Ultimately, our understanding of biodiversity teaches us that each species, no matter how small, holds a critical role in maintaining the intricate tapestry of life on Earth. The journey to conserve this biodiversity is one that beckons each one of us to recognize its value and to take action towards its preservation for future generations. The Crimson Data Register. In our ever-changing world, numerous species are increasingly at risk of extinction. To address this alarming trend, several agencies and private organizations compile lists of threatened species, with the most renowned being the Red Data Book. This comprehensive document serves as a crucial resource, offering detailed insights into the status of various species, both flora and fauna. Continually updated and published by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, from its headquarters in Morges, Switzerland, the Red Data Book provides an informative yet sobering look into the peril faced by wildlife globally. Symbolically marked in red, these pages reflect the grave danger encountered by many species. When the Red Data Book was first launched in 1966 by the IUCN's Special Survival Commission, it aimed to be not just an inventory of at-risk species, but also a guiding framework for their conservation and management. It serves as a vital tool for both policymakers and conservationists, enabling them to formulate effective strategies for preservation. The emphasis in this volume tends to be on endangered mammals and birds, as there is often more extensive documentation available for these groups compared to less prominent organisms, such as fungi or insects, that equally stand on the brink of extinction. Notably, the publication employs a unique color-coding system to convey the urgency of various species situations. The pink pages highlight those critically endangered species, marking individuals at the highest risk, while green pages represent species that once faced severe threats but have now shown signs of recovery. Unfortunately, the trend toward increasing pink pages signifies a growing crisis. The green pages are alarmingly few in comparison. Understanding the classification of species is paramount, and the IUCN employs a range of categories to help assess the status and risks each taxon faces. 1/TBF, extinct, X. A species is classified as extinct when there is no reasonable doubt that the last individual has died. This determination arises when exhaustive surveys in expected habitats, across various conditions and times, yield no trace of these organisms. 2/TBF, extinct in the wild, EW. This designation is given to species that survive only in controlled settings, such as captivity or cultivation, outside their historical range. Like the extinct category, this status is also confirmed through comprehensive surveys that fail to locate any individuals in their natural habitats. 3/TBF, critically endangered, CR. A species is marked as critically endangered when it meets stringent criteria reflecting an extremely high risk of extinction. Key indicators include a drastic reduction in population, typically over 90% within the last decade, and a population size dwindling to less than 50 mature individuals. 4/TBF, endangered, N. This category indicates species facing a very high risk of extinction, defined by criteria like a 70% population decline over the last decade or a total adult population of fewer than 250 individuals. 5/TBF, vulnerable, WU. Vulnerable species face a high risk of extinction, often indicated by a decline of more than 50% in population over the last decade or a population size of fewer than 10,000 mature individuals. 6/TBF, near threatened, NT. This denotes species that do not currently qualify as critically endangered but are on the cusp of becoming so. They require close monitoring to ensure their situation does not deteriorate further. 7/TBF, least concern, LC. Species classified in this category have been evaluated and found to be widespread and abundant, warranting them no current threat status. 8/TBF, data deficient, DD. This status reflects a lack of adequate data to determine a species' risk of extinction. These organisms might be well known biologically, yet the absence of sufficient data on their distribution or numbers forces them into this uncertain category. 9/TBF, not evaluated, nay. Lastly, this designation is given to species that have not yet undergone an assessment against the criteria, leaving their conservation status unknown. Among the various species detailed in the Red Data book are the fascinating pit vipers, a unique group of snakes equipped with a specialized heat-sensing organ located between their eyes and nostrils. This remarkable adaptation enables them to detect the thermal signatures of their prey, effectively allowing them to see in the dark. The hunting strategy of some pit vipers includes biting their prey with venom, then tracking the gradually weakening animals using their keen heat sensors until the prey can be safely consumed. As nocturnal hunters, they thrive in cool air, where the heat emitted by rodents and other potential food sources is more perceptible. Despite the advancements in conservation awareness and efforts, challenges remain. The ongoing increase in critically endangered species outlined in the Red Data Book serves as a poignant reminder of the fragility of our planet's biodiversity. As humanity continues to navigate the complexities of ecological balance, a commitment to preserving the myriad forms of life on Earth becomes ever more crucial. The Red Data Book stands testament to the urgent need for collective action and ongoing research as we strive to embrace our role as stewards of the natural world. Protecting these species not only safeguards them but also preserves the intricate fabric of life itself, essential for the survival of ecosystems as a whole. Indian Biodiversity Diverse Landscape. Introduction. India, a land of vibrant cultures and ancient traditions, is globally recognized as one of the megadiverse countries teeming with a remarkable array of biodiversity. This richness is not just confined to its stunning landscapes but is also intertwined with a wealth of traditional knowledge that has been passed down through generations. Although India comprises only 2.4% of the world's land area, it astonishingly houses nearly 7% of all recorded species. This is particularly noteworthy considering that it sustains almost 18% of the global human population, highlighting the delicate balance of life and the pressing need for sustainable practices. When it comes to species richness, India shines with pride. It ranks 7th in the world for mammals, 9th for birds, and 5th for reptiles. Such rankings underscore the country's enviable position in the pantheon of global biodiversity. These species are not merely numbers, they are integral parts of complex ecosystems that reflect the intricate relationships among living organisms and their environments. The ecological tapestry of India is woven together by its diverse edaphic, soil-related, climatic, and topographic conditions. This variety gives rise to an astonishing array of ecosystems and habitats. From the lush, sprawling forests where towering trees whisper ancient secrets, to the vibrant grasslands that burst with life, India is a treasure trove of natural beauty. Wetlands teem with migratory birds, offering a sanctuary for wildlife, while the coastal and marine ecosystems cradle a rich underwater world, teeming with colorful coral reefs and diverse marine life. Moreover, the stark expanses of deserts showcase a unique adaptability of flora and fauna, revealing life in the harshest of conditions. Each of these ecosystems contributes to the greater biodiversity of the nation, hosting countless species that are both uniquely Indian and invaluable to the global ecological balance. As we delve deeper into the wonders of Indian biodiversity, it's crucial to recognize the unique adaptations of its inhabitants. For instance, did you know that a spider is coated in a special oil that prevents it from sticking to its own web? This fascinating adaptation allows the spider to navigate its home with ease, capturing its prey without becoming ensnared. In summary, India's biodiversity is not just an environmental asset, it is a testament to the resilience of life in its myriad forms. This vibrant array of species and ecosystems demands our respect and protection, as it is tied to the cultural tapestry and the very essence of life on Earth. As stewards of this rich heritage, it becomes our responsibility to cherish and safeguard the natural world that surrounds us, ensuring that future generations can continue to marvel at the splendor of India's diverse landscapes. India's representation. 10.1 India represents. India is a land of unimaginable diversity, presenting a tapestry of 2 distinct realms, 5 biomes, and 10 well-defined biogeographic zones. Each component contributes uniquely to the richness of Indian biodiversity, showcasing the intricate interplay between flora, fauna, and diverse environmental conditions. A. Realms. At the core of this diversity are the biogeographic realms, vast regions characterized by similar ecosystems and a shared biota. these realms are classified at the scale of continents or subcontinents and are defined by their unique geographical features and the biological communities that thrive within them. India, with its complex geography, comprises two primary realms. 1/TBF, the Himalayan region. This expansive area is part of the Palearctic realm, a biome known for its cold, mountainous terrain and unique biodiversity adapted to extreme altitudes. 2/TBF, the Malayan realm, representing the remainder of the vast Indian subcontinent. This realm showcases a tropical climate and diverse ecosystems influenced by monsoons. Globally, 8 major terrestrial biogeographic realms are recognized, including the Nearctic, Palearctic, Africotropical, Indomalayan, Oceania, Australian, Antarctic, and Neotropical realms. B. Biomes of India. The term biome refers to a large ecological area on Earth's surface, with distinct climate patterns, plants, and animals. Biomes encapsulate the intricate relationships among climate, vegetation, and soil, revealing how life has adapted to specific environmental conditions. India is home to 5 main biomes, each with its unique characteristics. 1/TBF, tropical humid forests, known for lush vegetation and a diverse array of wildlife. These forests thrive in warm, moist climates. 2/TBF, tropical dry or deciduous forests, incorporating monsoon forests. These areas experience seasonal rainfall and showcase a varied mix of plant species that shed leaves during dry periods. 3/TBF, warm deserts and semi-deserts, characterized by arid conditions. These regions are home to unique flora and fauna specially adapted to survive in low-water environments. 4/TBF, coniferous forests, found in higher altitudes. These forests are distinguished by their evergreen trees, which endure cold temperatures and heavy snowfall. 5/TBF, alpine meadows, high-altitude grasslands where various species of grasses and wildflowers thrive, providing sustenance to a range of herbivores. C. Biogeographic zones. Biogeography, the study of the distribution of species and ecosystems in geographic space and through geological time, further classifies India into 10 distinct biogeographic zones. Each zone reflects unique ecological characteristics. 1/TBF, Trans-Himalay, an expanse of the Tibetan plateau that harbors cold deserts in regions such as Ladakh and Lahaul-Spiti, accounting for 5.7% of the country's landmass. 2/TBF, Himalayas, stretching from northwestern to northeastern India. This mountain chain supports diverse biotic provinces and biomes, encompassing 7.2% of the land. 3/TBF, desert. The dry expanse west of the Aravalli Hills includes both the salty desert of Gujarat and the sandy landscapes of Rajasthan, covering 6.9% of India. 4/TBF, semi-arid regions, located between the desert and Deccan Plateau. This zone includes the Aravalli Hills and comprises 15.6% of the land area. 5/TBF, Western Ghats. This mountain range offers rich biodiversity along the western coastline, covering 5.8% of the country. 6/TBF, Deccan Peninsula, the largest zone, primarily consisting of deciduous forests and spanning much of southern and south-central India, encompasses 4.3% of the landmass. 7/TBF, Gangetic Plain, defined by the Ganges River. These plains, covering 11% of India, are predominantly homogeneous. 8/TBF, Northeast India, encompassing various plains and non-Himalayan hills. This area boasts diverse vegetation and covers 5.2%. 9/TBF, Islands. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands, rich in biotic diversity, cover a mere 0.03% of India's land area. 10/TXTBF, coasts, stretching both east and west. India's coastline features distinct ecosystems and negligible areas of land from the Lakshadweep Islands. D. Biogeographic provinces. The concept of biogeographic provinces introduces a finer categorization within the biogeographic zones. Defined as ecosystems or biotic subdivisions of realms, India is compartmentalized into 25 biogeographic provinces. This classification system was pioneered by biogeographers Rogers and Pumwar in 1988, who identified 10 biogeographic zones, further specifying the provinces based on factors like altitude, moisture, terrain, and rainfall patterns. This system serves as a crucial tool for the planning and management of wildlife conservation areas throughout India. Did you know? As part of a progressive initiative, the National Highways Authority of India, NHAI, is committed to enhancing ecological safety on transportation corridors. They have approved the construction of a fourth underpass for wildlife along National Highway 6, NH6, to ensure safe passage for animals between Sakoli and Deori, adjacent to the Nagjara Tiger Reserve. In conclusion, the vast ecological tapestry of India, woven from its realms, biomes, and biogeographic zones, underscores the urgent need for conservation efforts, sustaining both its natural heritage and the delicate balance within its ecosystems. Wildlife. The animal kingdom, a journey through vertebrates and invertebrates. In the vast realm of life on Earth, the animal kingdom stands as one of the most fascinating domains, distinguished by its rich diversity and intricate web of ecosystems. Animals can be broadly categorized into two primary groups: vertebrates, which possess backbones, and invertebrates, which do not. Each group encompasses a vast array of species, showcasing the incredible adaptations that allow them to thrive in various environments. Vertebrates, the backbone of the animal kingdom. Vertebrates are defined by their complex structure, featuring backbones and spinal columns. Though they comprise only a small fraction of the animal population, their size, mobility, and presence in numerous habitats often give them a dominant role in ecosystems. Let us explore the four main classes of vertebrates: fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. Fish. Fish are cold-blooded creatures that primarily inhabit aquatic environments. They breathe underwater through gills and are equipped with scales and fins, which aid in locomotion. Generally, fish lay eggs, continuing their lineage in vast underwater nurseries. While they vary in size and shape, all fish share the characteristic of breathing through specialized organs designed for their aquatic lifestyles. Amphibians. Amphibians, like frogs and salamanders, occupy a unique niche as they thrive in both land and water environments. They are also cold-blooded and have distinctive adaptations, including webbed feet that facilitate swimming. Amphibians are an interesting study in duality. They breathe through both lungs and gills at different stages in their life cycle. Most have moist, smooth skin and, in typical scenarios, sport four legs, though some may evolve to have none. Reptiles. Reptiles, ranging from lizards to snakes, are predominantly cold-blooded creatures characterized by their scaly skins, a protective adaptation for their often arid environments. They generally lay eggs and, unlike amphibians, they thrive exclusively in terrestrial habitats. Reptiles do not have outward ears but possess ear holes instead. They may have four legs or, in some cases like snakes, none. Aves, birds. Birds, or aves, are warm-blooded vertebrates known for their feathers and wings, enabling flight. Most species lay eggs, and they share a unique characteristic of having two legs. Birds have a keen sense of hearing, allowing them to thrive in various habitats, ranging from dense forests to open fields. Their diversity in size and behavior makes them a captivating class within the vertebrates. Mammals. Mammals represent a remarkable evolutionary achievement, being warm-blooded vertebrates with bodies covered in hair or fur. Mammals are unique in their ability to give birth to live young and nurse them with milk, ensuring the survival of their offspring. While most mammals walk on four legs, some, such as humans, have evolved to walk on two legs, using their arms for various tasks. They breathe with lungs and possess external ears that enhance their sense of hearing. \TextBF, did you know? Elephants have adapted their large ears to function as cooling devices. Their ears can measure up to 2 square meters, containing an intricate network of blood vessels that help regulate their body temperature. When flapped, they can lower their blood temperature by as much as 5 degrees Celsius, a vital adaptation for their survival in warm climates. Invertebrates, the silent majority. Invertebrates make up an astonishing 98% of animal species, underscoring their dominance in the animal kingdom. These creatures lack backbones, relying instead on other structural adaptations. They can have a variety of forms, from the soft and squishy profiles of jellyfish to the hard exoskeletons of insects and crustaceans. Annelids. Annelids, or segmented worms, exhibit bodies divided into segments which aid their movement and functionality. They possess complex internal organs and can be found in diverse habitats across the globe. Notable examples of annelids include earthworms, leeches, and roundworms, which play essential roles in their respective ecosystems. Mollusks. Mollusks are noteworthy for their soft, often vulnerable bodies, which are typically covered by a hard outer shell. This group includes creatures that inhabit both land, such as snails and slugs, and water, including oysters, clams, squids, and octopuses. The diversity among mollusks is immense, contributing significantly to the biological richness of their environments. Echinoderms. Echinoderms thrive in marine environments, showcasing a unique body structure with arms or spines that radiate from a central point. Common representatives of this group include the sea star, sea urchin, sand dollar, and sea cucumber, all admired for their fascinating adaptations to ocean life. Protozoa. Protozoa represent the simplest form of life within the animal kingdom, consisting of single-celled organisms. Despite their microscopic size, these creatures share fundamental biological functions such as breathing, movement, and reproduction. Examples of protozoa include amoebas and flagellates, reminding us how diversity can begin on a minute scale. Arthropods. Arthropods, distinguished by their jointed limbs and hard exoskeletons, represent one of the largest groups of invertebrates. They are divided into categories: crustaceans, insects, and arachnids, each showcasing unique adaptations that help them survive in various habitats. Crustaceans like crabs and lobsters are well-known examples often found in aquatic settings. Insects, featuring a 3-part body structure and 6 legs, encompass a vast range of species, from beetles and butterflies to dragonflies and bees. Arachnids, like spiders and scorpions, generally possess 2 body segments and 4 pairs of legs, thriving both in terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. In conclusion, the animal kingdom reveals a stunning panorama of life. From the sophisticated structures of vertebrates to the incredible adaptive strategies of invertebrates, each organism plays an essential role in the ongoing story of biodiversity. By understanding their characteristics and contributions, we can appreciate the intricate balance of life that sustains our planet. Botanical diversity. In the heart of India, a land celebrated for its rich tapestry of biodiversity, lies a remarkable story woven with threads of vibrant flora that contribute to both the beauty and balance of nature. This chapter unfolds within the larger narrative of Indian environment, focusing particularly on the myriad expressions of floral diversity that paint the landscapes across the subcontinent. Imagine a journey that starts in the foothills of the majestic Himalayas, where the air is crisp and the soil is fertile. Here, the floral diversity is nothing short of breathtaking. Ancient trees, towering conifers, and lush alpine meadows create a picturesque habitat for an astonishing variety of wildflowers. The rhododendron, with its striking hues, blooms softly amidst the rugged terrain, while the medicinal herbs, some of which have been revered by traditional healers for centuries, dot the landscape, whispering secrets of age-old remedies and treatments. This region alone is home to over 8,000 species of flowering plants, many of which are endemic, meaning they exist nowhere else on our planet. As we traverse southwards, the quaint hill stations give way to sprawling plains and plateaus, where deciduous forests take center stage. Here, the flora showcases a different profile, with sturdy sal and teak trees forming a protective canopy. During the monsoon, the forest floor bursts into a riot of colors with seasonal blooms like the luminous blue lotuses and the striking yellow mahua flowers, which are not only essential to the ecosystem but also play a significant role in local cultures, being revered for their ceremonial uses. Venturing further, we encounter the coastal regions, where the salty embrace of the sea nurtures a unique floral assembly. Mangroves stand sentinel at the water's edge, their tangled roots providing refuge and breeding grounds for myriad marine species. The coastal flora here includes the resilient salt-tolerant plants that have adapted to thrive in this brackish paradise, portraying an evolutionary marvel that underscores nature's ingenuity. In the deserts of Rajasthan, resilience is the name of the game. The arid landscape, often perceived as barren, teems with an unexpected diversity of plant life. Cacti, succulents, and hardy bushes like the acacia dot the sandy expanse, having adapted to endure harsh climates. The seasonal rains bring a transformation, spawning colorful wildflowers that seem to paint the dunes vibrant with life, celebrating the harshness that they bravely endure. Moreover, the unique ecosystems of the Western Ghats cradle an astonishing array of endemic plant species, many of which are crucial for maintaining ecological balance. Here, a rich undergrowth shelters orchids and ferns, while higher elevations witness the majestic growth of lofty trees draped in cascading vines and epiphytes, intricately woven into a complex web of interdependence and coexistence among species. This biodiversity hotspot, recognized by UNESCO, offers a glimpse into a world where every plant and flower plays a vital role in conserving the environment. As India continuously dances with changing seasons, its floral ensemble not only showcases nature's artistry but critically supports countless wildlife species and human livelihoods. The flowers transform into fruits, which feed both fauna and flora, fostering a sustainable cycle that has existed for millennia. Each bloom tells a story, a history interlinked with that of the people who depend on them for food, shelter, and medicine. Ultimately, the floral diversity of India is a testament to the resilience and richness of nature. From the majestic Himalayas to the serene coasts and parched deserts, every landscape is a mosaic of life, thriving in harmony. This chapter, while celebrating the beauty of Indian flora, reminds us of our interconnectedness with the environment. It begs for preservation, cultivation, and reverence for a heritage that is as vibrant and essential as the very air we breathe. In understanding and cherishing India's floral diversity, we take a step toward nurturing not just a land brimming with life, but also a future where nature and humanity coexist in balance. Floral diversity. Fauna of India. Indian biodiversity, a journey through diverse landscapes. 10.4.1 The majestic Himalayan mountain system. The Himalayan mountain range, often regarded as the roof of the world, exhibits striking contrasts in its environments. in the western Himalayas, low rainfall and substantial snowfall create temperate conditions, while the eastern Himalayas experience heavy rainfall with snow only gracing the highest peaks. The ecological conditions at varying altitudes define distinct flora and fauna uniquely tailored to each region. \TextTBF Himalayan foothills. This lower region is characterized by lush monsoon, evergreen and semi-evergreen forests. Dominant plant species such as sal, silk cotton trees, and towering giant bamboos thrive here. These forests seamlessly transition into expansive grassy meadows, offering a rich habitat for diverse wildlife, particularly in the Tarai region. \TextTBF Western Himalayas, high-altitude region. Ascending into the higher altitudes, one is welcomed by montane forests filled with natural monsoon, evergreen and semi-evergreen varieties. Here, magnificent rhododendrons bloom alongside dwarf hill bamboo and birch, intermixed with alpine pastures that provide grazing grounds for mountain fauna. \TextTBF Eastern Himalayas. Further to the east, the landscape transforms into a verdant tapestry of flora. Oaks, magnolias, laurels, and birches draped in moss and ferns dominate the ambience. The coniferous forests, home to majestic pine, fir, yew, and junipers, are adorned with scrubby rhododendrons and dwarf bamboos. In this humid and rain-soaked environment, lichens, mosses, orchids, and other epiphytes flourish, showcasing nature's extraordinary diversity. 10.4.2 Peninsular Indian Subregion. The subregion is a patchwork of two contrasting zones, the lush landscapes of peninsular India and the arid expanse of the Thar Desert in Rajasthan. \TextTBF Peninsular India. This area is a lush biosphere where tropical moist deciduous and dry deciduous forests intermingle with scrub vegetation, influenced profoundly by rainfall patterns and humidity levels. Sal and teak trees dominate the northern and southern plateaus, respectively. The western Ghats are replete with evergreen vegetation, closely mirroring the evergreen rainforests found in northeast India. Conversely, drier regions such as Rajasthan's Aravalli Hills feature trees that are more scattered, dominated by thorny scrub species. Knowing the adaptations of wildlife can be fascinating. For instance, polar bears can remarkably slow their metabolism after 7 to 10 days without food, allowing them to survive during scarcity in the Arctic. In contrast, black and brown bears only slow their metabolism when entering hibernation in late autumn, making their survival strategies starkly different. \TextTBF Indian Desert, Thar Desert. The Thar Desert offers a unique challenge for both flora and fauna. Here, resilient species such as thorny trees with reduced leaves, cacti, and other succulents thrive in the harsh conditions, creating a unique ecosystem. 10.4.3 The tropical rainforest region. Found predominantly in the western Ghats and northeast India, the tropical rainforests here are expansive and rich. The region boasts extensive grasslands interspersed with densely forested gorges known as sholas, especially prominent in the Nilgiris. This biodiversity hotspot features towering trees with significant species diversity, alongside a variety of mosses, ferns, orchids, and climbing vines. The stratification of these rainforests stands distinct, revealing three distinct layers that support varied animal and plant life. 10.4.4 Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Home to one of India's most untouched natural environments, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are cloaked in tropical rainforests. The predominant flora includes the magnificent Dipterocarpus, Terminalia, and Lagerstemia trees. Coastal mangrove forests here are crucial to maintaining coastal ecosystems, serving as nurseries for various marine species. An interesting fact to note is that penguins, much like whales, are warm-blooded creatures. They possess a layer of fat, known as blubber, underneath their skin to keep them warm. This is complemented by layers of down feathers and outer feathers, which help in waterproofing, illustrating remarkable adaptations to their cold habitats. 10.4.5 The enigmatic mangrove swarms of Sundarban. The Sundarban, located at the delta of the Ganges, where the mighty Brahmaputra and Ganges rivers converge before draining into the Bay of Bengal, represent a mesmerizing mangrove ecosystem. The flora here is diverse. The lower tidal zones are dominated by pioneer tree species like Soneraceae and Avicennia. Moving up the forest layers, one encounters extensive stands of Rhizophora, Bruguiera, and Excoicaria, which collectively cover nearly 70% of the region's mangrove forest. Higher up, supporting forests with Phoenix and Excoicaria thrive, while the uppermost layers host Heritiera forests, which are characterized by thick undergrowth of Phoenix and Nipa palms. In conclusion, India's remarkable biodiversity, ranging from the towering Himalayas to the intricate mangrove ecosystems of the Sundarban, demonstrates the complexity and interdependence of nature. Each of these landscapes holds unique stories of survival, adaptation, and ecological significance, showcasing the splendor of our planet's natural heritage. Schedule Animals of WPA 1972. Schedule List of the WPA 1972. The Wildlife Protection Act, WPA, of 1972 stands as a pivotal framework aimed at conserving India's rich biodiversity. This robust piece of legislation is structured into 6 schedules, each delineating various degrees of protection for wildlife, reflecting the urgency of conservation in the face of rampant poaching, illegal trade, and habitat destruction. Among these, Schedules 1 and 2, Part 2, house the most critically endangered animals, requiring utmost protection. Offences involving these species are met with severe penalties, highlighting the fundamental principle of zero tolerance towards illegal activities that threaten their existence. The lion-tailed macaque, rhinoceros, great Indian bustard, Narcondam hornbill, Nicobar megapode, and blackbuck exemplify the rich diversity represented within Schedule 1. Meanwhile, Schedule 2 includes the rhesus macaque, dhole, Bengal porcupine, king cobra, flying squirrel, and the majestic Himalayan brown bear, all of which are also afforded serious protection under the law. As we shift our focus to Schedules 3 and 4, we still find species in need of protection, albeit with comparatively lighter penalties. The hyena, hog deer, nilgai, goral, sponges, and barking deer fall under Schedule 3, while Schedule 4 encompasses species like mongooses and vultures. These classifications illustrate the varying degrees of endangerment and the necessity of tailored conservation strategies. Conversely, Schedule 5 provides a list of animals termed as vermin, which can be legally hunted. This schedule includes common pests such as mice, rats, common crows, and flying foxes. While the intention is to manage populations that threaten agriculture, the inclusion of these species must be handled with caution to prevent ecological imbalance. In terms of flora, Schedule 6 prohibits the cultivation, collection, extraction, and trade of specified plants and their derivatives. The red and blue Vanda orchids, Kut, pitcher plants, Beddoes cycad, and the lady's slipper orchid are just a few among the botanical treasures safeguarded under this act. Their conservation is essential not only for maintaining biodiversity but also for preserving the ecosystems they support. Diving deeper into the fauna protected within the WPA, we uncover compelling narratives behind various species. The Andaman wild pig, for instance, exemplifies the urgent challenge of habitat destruction and hunting pressures that continue to threaten its existence. The bharal, or blue sheep, thrives in the high mountainous slopes of northern India, Bhutan, and Nepal, where competition for resources with livestock remains a pressing concern. The vulnerability of animals such as the binturong, which requires arboreal habitats in the Himalayan foothills and feeds on fruits and insects, is exacerbated by habitat loss, applied common to many of its kind, including the endangered brown antlered deer and critically endangered brown bear that roam the forests of India. Among the carnivores, the leopards, whether common or clouded, face challenges of habitat destruction and illegal hunting. Their populations are being continuously eroded due to human encroachment and ecological changes, striking at the heart of their existence in diverse environments. As we extend our view across other vulnerable species, we find remarkable inhabitants like the Ganges river dolphin, which finds its home in the river systems of South Asia, faces incessant threats from pollution, habitat fragmentation, and deliberate killing. Its plight serves as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of all species and the dire need to preserve their habitats. The endemic wildlife such as the Malabar civet and the endangered golden langur, found in the moist evergreen forests of the Western Ghats, remind us of the fragile ecosystems that must be defended against industrial encroachment and poaching. The WPA, designed to combat the pervasive threats against wildlife, incessantly reminds us of our role as stewards of the environment. It not only serves as a legal shield for these species but also urges society to engage with and advocate for the silent voices of nature. Each animal and plant protected is an irreplaceable part of our heritage, and their decline signifies a loss that extends beyond their species. It impacts the balance of the ecosystem itself. The ongoing efforts to enforce the WPA reflects an awareness and recognition of the importance of biodiversity and ecological balance. The Act propels individuals and communities towards protective action, encouraging the conservation of both flora and fauna for future generations to appreciate and understand. Conservation is not merely a duty, it is a necessity, a path toward harmony between humankind and the natural world that sustains us all. Animal diversity of India. Overview. Did you know? India has been identified as the 7th most environmentally hazardous country in the world. This alarming ranking stems from a comprehensive study focusing on the absolute environmental impact of 179 nations. Conducted by a consortium of researchers from esteemed institutions such as Harvard, Princeton, the University of Adelaide, and the University of Singapore in January 2011, the findings highlight significant ecological challenges facing various countries. In this global evaluation, Brazil emerged as the country with the most detrimental environmental indicators, followed closely by the United States and China. The environmental degradation in these nations can be attributed to various factors, including industrial pollution, deforestation, and unsustainable agricultural practices. Each of these countries faces unique challenges that contribute to their overall environmental impact, reflecting the urgent need for strategic measures to mitigate harm to the planet. On the flip side, Singapore was noted as the country with the most favorable environmental indicators. The small island nation has set a remarkable example by embracing sustainability and prioritizing environmental conservation. Through innovative urban planning and rigorous environmental policies, Singapore has transformed its urban landscape while ensuring the preservation of green spaces and biodiversity. This stark contrast in environmental rankings serves as a wake-up call for nations like India, where pressing issues such as air and water pollution, wildlife conservation, and urban sprawl continue to pose serious threats. Understanding the factors that contribute to these rankings not only highlights the urgency for change but also the potential for progress through concerted efforts in policy reform, public awareness, and community engagement. As we reflect on these findings, it becomes clear that we all share a responsibility to safeguard our planet. By fostering an ethos of sustainability and advocating for impactful environmental practices, we can work together to create a healthier, more balanced world for generations to come. Critically endangered mammals. /TextTBF, Animal Diversity of India, Mammals Critically Endangered. \textdbf 12.1.1 Pygmy hog, Porcula salvania. The pygmy hog stands out as the world's smallest wild pig, with adult individuals weighing a mere 8 kilograms. This diminutive creature exhibits fascinating behavior, constructing nests throughout the year to nurture its young. Significantly, the pygmy hog serves as a vital indicator of the ecological health of grassland habitats. The grasslands where these pigs thrive are not just their home, they are crucial ecosystems that support an array of endangered species, including the majestic Indian rhinoceros, swamp deer, wild buffalo, hispid hare, Bengal florican, and swamp francolin. To combat the decline in their population, a dedicated captive breeding program was launched in Assam in 1996, culminating in the successful reintroduction of some pygmy hogs to the Sone Rupai area in 2009. The natural habitat of these extraordinary creatures consists of relatively undisturbed, tall, terrei grasslands. Historically, the pygmy hog was more widely distributed across the southern Himalayan foothills, but its range is now confined to a single remnant population residing in the Manas Wildlife Sanctuary and its buffer reserves. A peculiar facet of their ecology includes the pygmy hog-sucking louse, Haematopinus oliveri, a parasite that solely feeds on pygmy hogs and shares its critical endangerment status due to its dependency on their host. Unfortunately, the pygmy hog faces numerous threats, primarily stemming from the loss and degradation of grassland habitats. Activities such as dry season burning, livestock grazing, and the afforestation of grasslands pose significant risks. Additionally, hunting remains a concern for the remaining populations. \textdbf 12.1.2 Andaman and Nicobar shrews. In the lush and biodiverse realms of India, we encounter three unique shrew species: the Andaman white-toothed shrew, Crocigera andamanensis, the Jenkins Andaman spiny shrew, Crocigera jenkinsi, and the Nicobar white-tailed shrew, Crocigera nicobarica, all of which are endemic to this region. These nocturnal creatures are predominantly active during twilight or under the cloak of night, revealing their specialized habitat requirements that include leaf litter and rock crevices. The Andaman white-toothed shrew is specifically found on Mount Harriet in the South Andaman Islands, while the Jenkins Andaman spiny shrew inhabits Right Mayo and Mount Harriet. In contrast, the Nicobar white-tailed shrew is limited to the southern tip of Greater Nicobar Island, with records extending from Campbell Bay National Park to the Galathea River. However, their survival is precarious, with significant threats looming from habitat loss due to selective logging, devastating natural disasters such as tsunamis, and the impacts of drastic weather changes. \textdbf 12.1.3 Kondana Rath, Melladia kondana. The Kondana Rath, a nocturnal burrowing rodent exclusive to India, is colloquially known for its nesting habits, displaying a unique aspect of its behavior. This species thrives in the tropical and subtropical dry deciduous forests and scrubland. Currently, this rat is documented solely on the small Sinhagad Plateau, near Pune in Maharashtra, at an elevation of approximately 1,270 meters above sea level. Unfortunately, threats to its existence are pressing, with habitat loss, overgrazing by livestock, and disturbance caused by tourism and recreational activities leading the charge against its survival. \textdbf 12.1.4 The large rock rat or Elvira rat, Crumnomys elvira. This medium-sized nocturnal rodent, endemic to India, finds a home in the tropical dry deciduous shrubland forests of the eastern Ghats of Tamil Nadu. Recorded at an elevation of about 600 meters, the Elvira rat faces significant threats from habitat loss due to forest conversion and the relentless collection of fuel wood. \textdbf 12.1.5 Namdafa flying squirrel, Biswamopterus biswasi. The Namdapha flying squirrel stands out not only for its unique attributes as the only representative of its genus but also for its exclusivity to a single valley in the Namdapha National Park and Wildlife Sanctuary in Arunachal Pradesh. This magnificent creature thrives in tropical forests and, like many others, is vulnerable to being hunted for food, a practice that threatens its existence. /TextTBF 12.1.6 The Malabar civet, Vivera civetina. Recognized as one of the rarest mammals on the globe, the Malabar civet is deeply rooted in India, with its origins traced back to Travancore in Kerala. This elusive, nocturnal animal is an inhabitant of the Western Ghats, dwelling primarily in the wooded plains and hill slopes of evergreen rainforests. Yet, its future is uncertain, with rapid deforestation and the establishment of commercial plantations forming significant threats to its survival. /TextTBF 12.1.7 The Sumatran rhinoceros, Dicerynus sumatrensis. The smallest of all rhinoceros species, the Sumatran rhinoceros is critically endangered, with its existence in India now thought to be regionally extinct. Historically, it roamed the foothills of the Himalayas and northeastern India. Its cousin, the Javan rhinoceros, Rhinoceros sondicus, is also believed to be extinct from India, with only a handful surviving in Java and Vietnam. /TextTBF 12.1.8 Kashmir stag hen ghoul, Cervus elaphus hunglu. A subspecies of the red deer native to India, the hen ghoul is a magnificent creature adapted to dense riverine forests and high valleys across the Kashmir Valley and northern Chamba in Himachal Pradesh, serving as the state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. However, it faces dire threats including habitat destruction, overgrazing by domestic livestock, and hunting. These mammals exemplify the delicate balance of India's rich biodiversity. Each species plays a pivotal role in its ecosystem and, while they are marvels of nature, they also serve as reminders of the fragility of our environment. As we learn about these incredible animals, it's essential to be informed about other fascinating aspects of nature. For instance, consider the impressive abilities and adaptations of other creatures. /TextTBF, did you know? Penguins, unlike what many assume, do not dwell near freshwater sources. They thrive on salt water and possess a special gland that filters out salt from their intake, effectively allowing them to drink the ocean's water. /TextTBF, curiously, frogs' tongues are uniquely adapted. They are anchored at the front of their mouths, allowing these agile hunters to flick their sticky tongues out to ensnare prey, subsequently snapping it back down their throats. /TextTBF, intriguingly, cobras are known as cannibals, consuming other snakes along with various small mammals and birds, showcasing their dominance in the food chain. /TextTBF, impressively, sharks boast the strongest jaws in the animal kingdom, capable of tearing through flesh with a swift motion, allowing them to consume prey in whole pieces. /TextTBF, finally, male frogs call out to attract females, each species boasting a unique mating call, which can be surprisingly loud, echoing across the landscape to attract their counterpart. Exploring these remarkable facts about our planet encourages a deeper understanding of the intricate relationships within ecosystems and highlights the importance of preserving the diversity of life on Earth. Marine mammals of India. Marine mammals of India, a comprehensive overview. /TextTBF 12.2.1 Freshwater and river dolphins. Freshwater and river dolphins are captivating marine mammals that can be primarily located in the rivers of India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. This rich habitat is home to two distinct subspecies, the Ganges river dolphin and the Indus river dolphin, both integral to the aquatic ecosystems of the subcontinent. /TextTBF 12.2.2 Ganges River Dolphin. The Ganges River dolphin thrives in the waters of the Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers along with their tributaries stretching across Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. This unique creature has garnered significant recognition, having been declared the national aquatic animal of India. Its presence is not only a testament to the health of its riverine habitat but also highlights the cultural significance of this species in India. /TextTBF 12.2.3 Indus River Dolphin. In stark contrast, the Indus River dolphin finds its home primarily in Pakistan's Indus River and its tributaries, such as the Beas and Sutlej. Once widespread, its population has dwindled substantially due to human activities, prompting increased conservation efforts to protect this vulnerable species. /TextTBF 12.2.4 Herbivorous marine mammals. The world of marine mammals also includes fascinating herbivores such as dugongs and manatees. These gentle giants inhabit a variety of ecosystems, swamps, rivers, estuaries, marine wetlands, and coastal waters. Their presence serves as an indicator of the health of these vital environments. /TextTBF 12.2.5 Dugong. The dugong, or /textit, dugong dugo, commonly referred to as the sea cow, is a marine herbivore whose status is classified as vulnerable. The threats facing dugongs include hunting for their meat and oil, habitat degradation caused by coastal development, and accidental fatalities from fishing activities. Protecting these remarkable creatures is vital for maintaining the ecological balance in their habitats. /TextTBF 12.2.6 Manatees. Meanwhile, manatees inhabit regions such as the Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Mexico, the Amazon Basin, and West Africa. These gentle giants, akin to the dugong, also face numerous threats, including habitat loss due to coastal development, the dangers associated with harmful algal blooms, red tide, and hunting pressures. Conservation measures are essential to safeguard their populations for future generations. A special category of mammals. /TextTBF 12.3 Few exceptions. /TextTBF 12.3.1 Egg-laying mammals. An intriguing category in the mammalian family is the monotremes, which stand out due to their remarkable ability to lay eggs instead of giving live birth. This group consists of only 5 extant species, including the duck-billed platypus and 4 species of echidnas, also known as spiny anteaters. Found solely in Australia and New Guinea, these fascinating animals represent a significant evolutionary branch of mammals. Echidnas provide a unique reproductive strategy. The female carries her egg in a pouch on her belly. Once the young hatches, the tiny, underdeveloped creature must instinctively find its way to a mammary gland for sustenance. The platypus, equally extraordinary, is a semi